Okay, you ready? Okay, good. Air conditioning's on, so I'm ready. 6:04.
We didn't check to see if they're connected to the right one.
I got one here. I don't know which.
Yeah?
Okay. Okay, that's okay. So that must be the middle, I guess.
No, this one's mixed up, I think.
I got this one here. I don't know if that's
I think this one's controlling too much.
okay. 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 Everybody's here, so we're gonna start. We're all ready?
We are all ready.
Good evening. I think you can hear me, right? Welcome to the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting, August 20th, 2025. Aren't you glad it's cool in here? With the hands for the heat? Nobody wants the heat turned on? Come on, you know. Okay. You could be outside, guys. Okay. At this time, we thank you for coming this evening, and we're going to get right to it because we've got quite a few items here. But we're going to start with our roll call, and we're starting at 6:05 p.m.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Menez,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Vice Chair Shively,
Here.
Chair Hammond.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Jimenez.
Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We're at item 4, which is presentation. I don't believe there's any presentation. So we move on to item 5, consent calendar. Approval of Planning Commission minutes for August 6, 2025 meeting. Are there any corrections, additions, deletions?
Didn't see any.
We open it up to public comment. I know we have to do it. Public comment on the consent calendar item A. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, we close the public comment portion and call for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
It's Commissioner Menez,
I'll second it.
and seconded by Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we move on to the public hearings, item 6A. And I believe staff has a request, but I don't know if you want me to do that now or once I read it. Just go ahead and read it first. Okay. Item 6A, General Plan Amendment 23-05247, Zone Change 23-05245, Plan Development Overlay Zone 23-05246, Tentative Track Map 23-05244, TTM 38775, and Development Plan Review 23-00019. This is continued from the May 7, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. A proposal considered the following elements to facilitate the construction of 141 townhome-style condominiums and amenities on 11.6 acres, located south on the Wavell Road and east of Wilson Avenue. Number one, the general plan amendment and zone change to change the land use designation of 11.6 acres from R6000 single-family residential to MFR 14 multiple family residential. Number two, plan development overlay to allow flexibility from the MFR 14 development standards. Number three is tentative tract map to consolidate 57 parcels into one condominium lot and two lettered lots totaling 11.6 acres. And development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. Applicant D.R. Horton, contract planner is Nathan Perez. Requested action, adopt resolution number 25-07, recommending that the city council adopt mitigated negative declaration number 2403 and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program and approve general plan amendment 23-05247, zone change 23-05245, plan development overlay zone 23-05246, tentative track map 23-05244, TTM 83875, development plan review 23-00019 to facilitate the construction of 141 townhome-style condominiums and amenities on 11.6 acres, based on the findings contained in the resolution and subject to conditions of approval, and as always, any ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meetings, or site visit.
I did have ad hoc meeting this last go-around.
I also sat on an ad hoc meeting.
I have none.
Definitely site visit, more than once. Thank you. With that, Mr. Perez.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Hammond, for that introduction and members of the Planning Commission. The first item we have before you is the Acacia Point project, and the applicant is Mr. Ryan Woosley from D.R. Horton. As you may remember, the project came before you on May 7th of this year. The Planning Commission voted to continue the project to off-calendar because of the following concerns. One, lack of accent materials and architectural details to differentiate Italianate from Spanish-style architecture. Two, the absence of a clubhouse in the site plan. Three, insufficient on-site parking. Four, need for additional communication with adjacent property owners to the south and also to the east. 5, absence of 3D renderings illustrating the main entrance and also 3D renderings from street views from Nuevo Road and Wilson Avenue. And then lastly, confirmation that the applicant is providing 24-foot wide emergency vehicle access through drive aisles. During the meeting, there was 4 Paris residents that spoke in opposition, and their concerns were related to traffic, on-street parking, dust, the height of the stockpile, and backyard privacy. So in response to the feedback of the Planning Commission, ad hoc, and local residents, the applicant revised the plans and addressed their comments as follows. The applicant added architectural details such as wrought iron shelves, decorative tiles, stone veneer, and I'll explain a little bit more in the elevations. They modified the site plan to replace some pickleball courts with additional parking, and they added parking in different locations. They relocated and expanded the dog park. Also, they expanded the pool building to include a new meeting room. They provided 3D renderings of the main entrance, and during that time, they conducted a community meeting, which they provided details on the dust mitigation and also their commitment to remove the stockpile by September 3rd, 2023. They also incorporated tree plantings along the southerly and easterly properties to maintain backyard privacy, and also disclosed to us that Nuevo Road was going to include a Class 2 bike lane with no parking. So now going back into the project, currently the project is located at the southeast corner of Nuevo Road and Wilson Avenue, currently vacant. To the north, there's existing apartments and also a small little shopping center. To the southeast west is single-family residential. Here's a site photo, south view across Nuevo Road. And here's a site photo, east view across Wilson Avenue. So currently, the general plan designation is currently R6000. The applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to rezone to MFR 14 to allow a higher density on the underlying zoning or general plan designation. And this is the way it's going to look. Also, as included as part of the project, the applicant is proposing a zone change to rezone from R6000, which is single family, to MFR 14 Plan Development Overlay to allow the flexibility and to facilitate this development. And this is the before and after. The site plan, this is what the applicant's proposing. They kept the 141-unit townhome-style condominiums consisting of 34 detached buildings. The units range from 3 to 4 bedrooms, ranging from 1,600 square feet to a little bit under 1,700. Some of the amenities, which are centralized, include a pool building, and they actually increased the size of the pool building to include a 735 square foot meeting room. And I'll explain that in the next slide. There's also 2 points of access along Wilson Avenue. The main point of access is located where the yellow arrows are. And the secondary access, which will only be used for emergency vehicles, is located or depicted in the red arrows to the south. Here are some of the amenities, which include tot lots, picnic areas, covered picnic areas. Also, as mentioned earlier, there's going to be a clubhouse. So they actually increased the size of the main building to include a 735 square foot clubhouse that's going to be attached by a breezeway. And this is pretty much the elevations of that pool building. And one of the details that the ad hoc requested was to have tile along the archway. City staff has reviewed the project and it complies with the MFR 14 and PDO standards and parking standards. And here's the rendering that Commissioner Jimenez requested. I know she's very appreciative of this. It pretty much depicts the main entrance and how it's going to look. So this is kind of like a 3D rendering along Wilson Avenue. Here are the building elevations. This is the typical Spanish. The applicant added more shutters, wrought iron pot shelves, decorative tiles, and different color on the wainscot at the bottom of the building. This is the typical Italianate, which they added more shutters, stone veneer at the base of the garage entrances. Here's the conceptual landscaping plan. It's going to have a couple of what we see in California. For example, they have a couple of shade trees, coastal live oak, blue Afghan pine, and magnolia. Also, they're going to have Tuscan blue rosemary, for example, and bottle brush as some of the shrubs that they're going to be including as part of this development. There's no palm trees. So I know that Commissioner Hammond is not looking for any palm trees. So community outreach. The applicant conducted a community outreach on July 23rd at the Paris Union Student Union Room. Out of 378 mail notices, 8 individuals attended, who are probably here tonight. The applicant showed or presented their revised project and also provided details on the dust mitigation that they're going to have. They have water trucks out there, and currently they're moving the dirt farther away from the residences. Also, the developer disclosed their commitment to complete the stockpile removal by September 3rd, 2025. So environmental determination, as part of the CEQA process, there was an ISMND that was circulated, and we received 3 comment letters. California Department of Transportation and Riverside County Flood Control comments were informational in nature. And Eastern Municipal Water District commented that the project proponent needs to consult with their Development Services Department prior to preparing a design conditions report. Based on these comments, all potential significant impacts have been reduced to less than significant with the implementation of the mitigation measures. Therefore, none of the comments raised additional environmental concerns that have not already been addressed in the ISMND. So staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council to adopt Resolution 2507, adopting Mitigated Negative Declaration 2403, and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and approve General Plan Amendment 2305-247, Zone Change 2305-245, Plan Development Overlay 2305-246, Tentative Parcel Map 38775, Development Plan Review 2300019, to facilitate the proposed Acacia Point project based on the findings herein and subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Thank you, sir. At this time, does the applicant have a presentation? I'm pretty sure they do, but. And just as always, state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Daniel Boyd, Vice President of Entitlements for D.R. Horton. It's a pleasure again to be before you with our revised proposal. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to express my appreciation to staff, this commission, and the members of the community that have devoted a substantial amount of time working through their concerns and comments. And we're very pleased to have done that additional outreach, and I think that was a very bright idea of this commission, and we applaud you for that. Before we begin, I have reviewed the conditions of approval, the adopting resolutions associated with our application, and we are very pleased to accept the same as presented to you before your staff report. You know, we had a number of suggestions and recommendations from this commission, and staff outlined a little bit about them, and I'd like to take a moment or two to expand a little more detail. On July 23rd, we basically reached out to the community, and as you just heard, we had some attendance, and we were very pleased with the comments of the community. We mainly talked about a few things, and we dove into some detail, namely parking, landscaping, privacy concerns, and the status of the stockpile, the famous stockpile. It is going away. The removal of the stockpile will be completed no later than September 3rd of this year. And that's 2 weeks from today's meeting. We're employing the daily use of water trucks. We have a full-time monitor. We have on-site project signage. And yet, while I'd like to tell you this evening we're 100% dust-free, we are not 100% dust-free. And so when the winds come up, we add more water, but I'll just be very frank with you, it's a 24/7 operation. Unfortunately, our guys don't work in the evening. But we do appreciate the concerns and comments from the community, namely from a couple of residences. But I can assure you, our commitment is solid. We'll have that stockpile done in 2 weeks. We have had a couple of discussions with a couple of our homeowners that have expressed their concerns related from rodent control to dirty swimming pools to other things. And so we've reached out to these two, and I'm pleased to report we've reached resolution with one of them, and we're working hard on a resolution with the other. And I believe she's here in the audience, and she can further expand on her concerns. But we're trying, and we're trying to reach out, and we're doing our very best. We do field phone calls every day. We just received one yesterday about dust control. But that's what we encourage. We encourage people to pick up the phone and let us know. So my office staff here, our management team can communicate to our field team, and so we can jump on those kinds of issues. I want to first begin by being very mindful that this project stood dormant since 2004. It never really moved anywhere. And during that time frame, all the way to this date, the site was not maintained. The property owner allowed it to go fallow, and as a resulting, we had a lot of trash buildup, and frankly speaking, a lot of concerns and complaints from the community. So what we are doing, with your support, we'd like to move the project forward, get it built, and have another community in the great city of Paris. That said, we are very particular about our changes, and I think basically what I'd like to do is first, namely, discuss the pad elevations between our project and the adjacent residences. We prepared some detailed information, and if you are curious, we can provide that to you. But I can say that after all the concerns were raised after our community meeting, we realized that most of the pad differences are within tenths. One does go as far as a foot, but by and large, we're fairly consistent. We also were able to show a section of what's between us and what's going to be between them. And that was very helpful for the residences, so their anxiety levels were calmed, so they could see the landscaping. One of the items we committed to ensure privacy was strategic planting of trees, so that we're just not out there throwing trees every 20 feet on center. And so we've opened up our arms to the residences, so when we get to that point, we can be smart about our plan. Okay. The major modifications, thank you. The major modifications, which you've heard somewhat, is the biggie, the clubhouse. And we did some adjustments to the site plan to create the room for that clubhouse. The clubhouse is going to contain a kitchenette, an additional bathroom to what's already being provided in the pool house, and a meeting room. And from your comments and suggestions, that grew to about 900 plus or minus feet. But when you combine that with the pool room and the covered breezeway, we're offering a clubhouse in totality of just about 1,800 square feet. That also allowed us to readjust some of the open space. And I believe it was one of our commissioners that suggested that we have, I'm looking right at you. Well, we had obviously a comment is, why can't we provide something that is just really open so that people that come to the clubhouse can have parties, have birthdays, and those kinds of things. Simple but needed, and we provided it. And so we're excited about that. The next item, of course, is that we had a lot of architectural enhancements to the project. And your staff basically enumerated those between the two styles. And of course, we brought that back to the ad hoc committee to make sure that we were on the right track. And I believe from that standpoint that we are. We'd had additional changes to the plan, namely the swimming pool. One of the comments was, I believe it was a chair that commented on the, see, I write these things down. So the pool itself has been substantially enlarged. We've gone up to about a little over 900 square feet, almost a 50% increase. So we put a lot of emphasis, as we should, on that clubhouse facility, including the pools. We did a number of other things. I mean, obviously exciting for the dogs. We eliminated one of the dog parks, which wasn't very large, but through the site plan modification, we were able to actually increase a new dog park up to 3,500 square feet, up from about 400 square feet. And we're putting in the associated amenities that you typically would see, the fountains for the dogs and all the waste and so on and so forth. And that is a gated feature. So we made those changes. We think at this point, while we hope that we're going in the right direction this evening, we also did another major renovation in that we included much larger turf areas for open space recreation. And from that standpoint, as you heard, we did make architectural modifications to our elevations. I don't need to repeat those, but I think after the ad hoc committee meeting, I'm hoping that the committee agreed that at that point we were on the right track. Parking. Parking is a big deal. Well, through the site plan modifications, as your staff reports indicated, we're able to increase the parking by a surplus of 20 spaces. We have a total, though, of 62 guest spaces, and they're split between street and guest parking. And so basically, that's an addition, of course, to the residence's two-car garages. And I may add, it did come up, I just want to remind the commission that our governing documents in the association will control the parking in those garages. There will be monthly inspections as problems persist. Doesn't mean that someone can't store a box here or there, and of course, there are trash cans. But the primary use for that is parking. We've also, as part of our required street improvements, we basically on Nuevo, Wilson, that's right, Nuevo, we're going to be striping, no parking. And on Nuevo, we're going to basically be making street improvements to there as well. There is no question, we listen to the community, their concerns about parking, but I think overall, not only do we comply with the city's ordinance, but we passed it. And we're doing our very best to make sure that this project on a long-term basis doesn't create a problem. And so from that standpoint, I would conclude that we have our staff here, our design staff, if there's any questions. Mr. Chair, I do respectfully request that the public hearing be reopened in the event there are questions that the applicant can answer, either from yourselves or from the community. That concludes my presentation. And of course, I'm ready to be peppered with questions, but I hope you all, with your smiles, agree that D.R. Horton takes this very seriously. And we have a number of projects in the city, and we've been a good neighbor in the city. We've had previous experiences. This is one of them, and we're very happy to come back and I think present a better refined project for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay close. At this time, do we have any questions for the applicant, for the city? I do mean questions for the city and the applicant. Feel free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I had a question in regards to the vinyl fence that's going to be on the south and east side of the property. Is that going to replace the current fences that the neighbors have?
No, actually, it's a great question. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. We met with the homeowners. The existing fences of the homeowners can stay if they so desire. Our new fencing will be abutted up to their fence. If a homeowner wants a new fence, we'll put it in for them at no charge. We have to have coordination, we have to have permission and those kinds of things. But we shared the fact that the existing fences from the homeowners with all their stuff in the backyard stays in play, unless they would like a new fence. Now, that gets a little complicated because you have one here that says yes and 4 down here that say no. So there's a little bit of staggering. So what we would want to do is work closely with staff and make a determination of how that's going to look. But we gave that choice to the homeowner.
Okay, perfect. And so where the vinyl fence is, there's not going to be much traffic, much pedestrian traffic, right? There's a large buffer.
Yeah,
It's
there
'cause
is a
I'm-
buffer.
Okay.
And again, another great question. If you look at the cross-section, you'll see there's a V-ditch that comes down. We have an upslope, we have landscaping, and then ultimately we have the homeowner improvements on the other side. So there's a substantial distance between those two structures.
Okay, perfect. I was just asking because I was a little concerned about the integrity of the material. But since there's not going to be a lot of pedestrians in that area, it shouldn't be much of an issue. But thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I wanted clarification on the bike path on Nuevo. Is that going to be included on Wilson as well?
Is that?
No. So Wilson.
Don't think so.
So Wilson will allow parking, street parking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. On Nuevo, can we also include signage that says no parking anytime?
That's already in there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
All yours.
Just to clarify, no pickleball courts?
Correct.
Gee, you gonna miss that?
I'll come up with the reasoning here in a minute. You don't have it in front of you, but page 3.6, there's some locations on the elevations that specify occurs at enhanced deck conditions only. What are those enhanced conditions?
I'm going to have, there he is. The best person for that would be our architect.
Yeah, just state your full name for us and.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening. My name is Dan Dugan. I work with WHA. We are the architects on this
And
project.
spell your last name for us.
Dugan.
There you
The enhancements on 3.6 are the additional items we added that go along Wilson Avenue that are faced from the public street.
Okay.
So all the buildings that are going down Wilson Avenue will have these additional pop-outs on the side with the roof and the detailing in the middle of that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Currently, that's all I have for this
Was
moment.
it? Well, you got off easy.
That's it?
Currently. Just gonna snap.
Jump in.
So just to clarify, there's one dog park in this, correct? Only one,
One large dog park.
and it is large,
yeah.
right? Okay. I was just looking at the cornhole courts, and I'm envisioning like a small one for because it's at the other end of the community, and I don't know how popular cornhole is, but that's why I'm working on it, but I don't know quite sure what my question is yet.
Well, I do know kids love it, and it's also quiet.
That's, yeah, fair. Teens do love it. And then we did just have the one 3D rendering, right? The one of the entrance?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, there was only one 3D rendering,
Yes,
and that was
that's
the
correct.
one of the entrance? Okay.
That's correct.
Those are I don't really have too many questions right now.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I'll let it move on.
I think the only thing that wasn't answered from our questions, the ad hoc, was you also are a fellow tiny dog owner. We had asked because a lot of the dog parks are for bigger dogs. So like things are at like a bigger level, like the drinking fountains and things like that. So that's the only thing I didn't see out of all the requests was like any modifications within the dog park for tiny dogs.
Well, to be frank with you, I don't know if we actually considered small dogs versus big dogs. But it's such a large area that it wouldn't be very difficult at all to have some kind of chain link separation so smaller dogs can play on their own. My
Yeah.
dog, for example, likes to play with big dogs. And so it's kind of a mix-up. But, it's a large area and doesn't necessarily mean that what we see today, the homeowner association may want to make modifications to that.
Right, no, I was thinking more along the lines like of the toys because, my tiny dog thinks he's big and he thinks he can jump through the big hoops and he thinks he can reach the big water fountain and climb on stuff that he can't. So it was more along the lines of just thinking about the closer to the ground doggies.
Understood.
Yeah, that was the only thing I think that we brought up at ad hoc that I didn't see mention of.
Well, I think, again, and please feel free to comment that it's a large area, one, and number two, it's going to be completely secured and gated. From the association standpoint, if it turns out that the homeowners feel as you do, that there needs to be some separation, I don't think that's a
No, I'm not worried about
big-
separation. I'm worried about adaptation so that baby doggies can have access to stuff. Not so much about the separation, just things that they can have access to as well and opportunities for them to interact with.
I actually am worried about the separation. As like you said, a small dog owner and they're reactive, the size could be 1 mile. If there's a dog that they're trying to get at or, angry with for some reason, they're going to get there. So I think some sort of separation. I know most dog parks that I go to do have a separate area for the small dogs, just separated by a
Sure.
gate. I think that would definitely be preferable and helpful for.
Well, I'm happy to accept a condition. If you'd like that modification,
Yeah.
we can commit to that. Or we can work with staff, whatever's easy.
Thank you.
I don't see a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. I won't drag it on too long. Yeah, thank you for coming back with the, I think the only thing I was looking at was it says pool building, and actually we should differentiate that being a clubhouse. So on here it says pool building, but actually we're talking about a clubhouse.
We're actually talking two things. We're talking about a clubhouse, and we're talking about the previous pool building. And inside that pool building, we've got, showers outside of that pool building and the bathrooms inside.
Yeah.
So what we did is we took a kind of a comprehensive review of the design, combining both of them. They're technically separate, but they're combined with an overhead covered breezeway. So it's one large facility, if you will.
Okay, but on the plans it says clubhouse, then it says pool, and then you have where they make the changes. So I'm looking at what we have here, where it says clubhouse is separate. So is that the case? The clubhouse is a separate building?
That is correct.
Okay,
The
so-
clubhouse is a separate
So that's why I
building.
wanted, and it wasn't here as a clubhouse, it says pool building.
Right.
So we need to make that distinction for us, the average person, not you guys, so that they know the clubhouse is not a pool building in and of
Right.
itself. Okay. And the reason, my daughter's in a townhouse, and technically what she's in San Diego is not a townhouse, but I won't get legal on them. But the clubhouse has a kitchen in it. And that's one of the things that's missing in this thing is a kitchen in the clubhouse. And also storage area was not specified. Storage area would be tables, chairs, what she has at hers.
Right.
And this is anecdotal, but it's also current. They love that. I mean, nobody in that was staying in that entire building if you didn't have that clubhouse. Nobody.
Right.
But they have chairs, so we rented the tables. I was just there. You rent the chairs, you put them back yourself. And you have a kitchen. If you don't want to be outside in the winter, you cook stuff inside. That's missing in that. So that may be something that I'm looking at as a possibility inside the clubhouse.
Well, actually, we've already accommodated for that.
Okay, but I didn't see it on here.
Well, we'll have to look at the floor plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. We are including a kitchenette
Okay.
in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I didn't see it on there. That's the only
Okay.
reason. It just has a building, it says storage.
Okay.
And WC, whatever that is. But
We should provide you with a floor plan, but we
Yeah.
are providing those amenities.
yeah, so that would be one. And it's not, it's just one of those things. Obviously, HOA would control all that. We expect. But the idea that Clubhouse should have that in there.
Yes,
'Cause that's
and it does.
very important. Then you can have all kind of meetings. You could have smaller ones. You could do the HOA would have meetings, things of that nature.
The majority of the square footage is predominantly a large meeting room.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah.
And that's the whole point.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
correct. But we do have a countertop kitchenette. We've got another bathroom. It's a unisex bathroom. And so I think we have all the kinds of bells and whistles that you're sharing with us. We just need to have a floor plan that
Yeah.
shows that, but we can work with staff to make sure that is
Okay.
included.
So that was the only thing that
Yeah.
thank you for putting it in there, but I just didn't see that. And it ticks off because my daughter happens to be in one, so I'm saying San Diego's a little different than you guys, okay? But that's the sell thing there, because we had something that was perfect. Put tables out, take tables up.
You got it. Done deal.
Okay, 100 people, not a problem. You put the tables up,
Yeah.
you pick up the trash.
That's right.
That's what we do. So otherwise, they charge you double.
Right.
So that was my only thing. Also, lastly, lighting. The entrance, we don't have a nighttime rendering of the lighting, but when you come in entrance, is there going to be up lighting there? Inside of the bollards or the lighting bods where you walk, because we're talking about walking. Condominiums are totally different apartments.
Right.
Because where she's at, it's so clean you can eat off the ground.
Yeah,
But the idea of walking at night and having those lights is a big difference.
Right.
You know, and you don't want you're on a main street. You're not like you're way off in someplace. Main street, so you want that lighting so that they can walk to the dog park at night.
Sure.
You can walk over to the what do you call it? It's not pickleball, but it's cornholes. Yeah. You see how old I am. So. But either way, that it's walkable, and you have a walking trail in there. But that was my lighting should be throughout this whole thing, and obviously security. It's a big deal over in this area. But if you're going to go in and you want to walk at night, and people want to walk their dogs, you know, and for those you dog lovers up here, walk your dogs over to that park, which is way over on that side. You want to have lighting so it at least feels safe. So it's a safety. This is a public safety commission.
Right.
So that's my thing. So make sure we have adequate. I think lighting is mentioned here, but I don't know what detail, level of detail. But the idea, like you see here, lighting when you come in, you should have lighting there.
Right.
Enough lighting where it's obvious what you're going into. This is a condominium townhome.
Right.
And so that would be my only thing to make sure that that's mentioned in there. If it's not in detail, we can have more detail about that. Lastly, I'm really being short tonight. The basins that are there, we don't want weeds just all over the place. They should be maintained. They should have some semblance. I've seen some great basins that look so fabulous planting, since we don't have planters here, you know, landscape planters. Something in that basin, which I know I'm pretty sure the homeowners association will be doing, but because it's off Nuevo, it's going to be noticeable, you know. And so water goes in there. It's never going to be, we're going to have, you know, 10, 100-year floods. But the idea, it just doesn't look like a bunch of weeds, you know. So that should be maintained. And want to make sure the engineer that is something that's maintained and as part of those HOA requirements, that at least be some maintenance, particularly one in Nuevo, because that's the one that's the most visible. And we're going to have that. We don't have an RTA bus stop there, do we? 'Cause that wasn't one of their requirements. I'm sure they saw that they didn't even ask for one, did they? Yeah.
No, not at that location.
Yeah. I don't even know if there's one farther down near Paris High School. No, I don't even know if there's one there. By Paris High School, it would make sense. Yeah. Okay. Pretty much, the other ones for staff, I think the wording for the one-year maintenance that I always talk about, the one-year maintenance that refers to Public Works, number 5. I don't remember seeing that in here, but the idea of the wording for graffiti, and that would be replaced by the same color, not just painting something, but the idea of one-year maintenance. I know they have to do certain things, but there should be one-year maintenance. The same language should be in this and all the other ones. One-year maintenance, because we really push landscaping here and maintenance, and we know it has to be done by HOA, but we just want to make sure it's in writing to understand that this is something that should be maintained in perpetuity,
Right.
really. So that's pretty easy. I'm letting you off easy today.
You
But
got me
that's-
last time.
Yeah. So I think that was it for me with that wording, and I think there's not in there, number 45, I think it's number 45 or 46, but it should relate to Public Works number 5. And I think that's pretty much, are the picnic, we know we have a picnic area shading, but all the seating and all the other things, do they have shade? I know we had a umbrella shade, but that's over all benches and all.
Well, there's shading structures at certain locations. I can't
Okay.
tell you every single
Yeah,
location,
yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah, if there's a shade structure, we're in Paris. This is,
like today.
yeah, so a shade structure might,
Yeah.
at least it'd be beneficial. Some people, if you want to sit in the sun, go sit on the grass, that's fine. But if you're going to sit there on the bench and it'd be 100 degrees, you might want some shade, okay, in this city.
Yeah, if you look at your amenity illustrations,
Yeah.
you'll see
The types.
that you've got some shade structures included, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for me, believe it or not. Now, you guys have any other questions?
Yeah, I have another one. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the visitor parking spaces. So I saw here that you guys have 62 spaces. How much did that increase from the last proposal, the last meeting? And is this including potential parking on Wilson or strictly just on-site parking?
On site.
Okay.
Yeah. There's 62 spaces, 62 spaces of guest parking, and that's broken down between the street, the private streets, and the designated guest parking along the amenities. And so there's 62 in total. When the site plan modifications were completed, as staff has reported, there's a 20 additional surplus spaces as part of that. So it's dispersed throughout the project. And staff should have the ability to tell you where they exactly are, but I can. They're basically split between the streets
Oh, yeah.
and the guest parking areas.
Got you. But how much did it increase from the last time you presented to us? Do you
That I
know?
don't have an answer for, but hang on one second. Two.
2 spaces?
Two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah, one thing, and it's, lastly, I'll say that one thing about the difference between, like where she lives, townhome, you don't really have, unlike apartments where they're all on the street, it's a little different with condominiums and townhomes. So, you know, I can drive in here, there's space, and there's another space, 6 spaces, another two. It all works out in condominiums and townhomes. Apartments are a different ballgame. The apartment across the street over there, they're all on the street. The apartments, they're all on the street. But condominiums, different.
That's right.
And townhomes are totally different. So 62 is a lot of spaces for that. And it's just the difference between apartments and condominiums is a Grand Canyon, you know. And Wilson, you can park on Wilson, probably shouldn't have to, unless you have a party and you. But Nuevo is out of the question. That's yeah. But anyway, that was it. And if there's nothing else, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
At this time, we'll open it up for public comment on this agenda item. And anyone having a public comment is welcome to come to the podium and address the commission for 3 minutes. I don't know if we have any blue sheets. I don't think we do. Okay, so if anyone would like to comment on this item, you're welcome to come at this time. And just state your full name and spell your last name for us. We don't need your address. We don't need any of that.
Name's
Just-
Armida Martinez, and I live, I believe it's behind where all the high dirt is at.
Okay.
Now, I have one question. I'm not too good about distance. I wanted to know how far are they going to be from my home, where their buildings are going to be at? Because I want to make sure there's not going to be an alley back there where now we're going to have people, going into that alley, which, we might not have our privacy. So that's one of my main concerns. So if they're going to be fenced all around, we want to make sure, like I just said, on the distance, make sure there's not going to be an alley where I live at. And I also would like to know how long is this going to take for them to finish building their condominiums, because we do have the concern about the noise and the dirt that's been going into our home. And also, what is it that we have to do if we do decide we would like a new fence put in our home? Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully you got them down. We'll try to get, we won't up here, but we'll let the staff and or developer ask. Anyone else? Okay, before we get to the answer on those. Thank you, sir. If you just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Alfredo Adriano, Adriano. Yeah, he's met a lot of my concerns. The dust, again, I called their office yesterday, and they had 6 feet above their machinery of dirt still floating around. They took care of it. I don't, I'm not I am complaining, but actually, how are you going to know if somebody don't complain? And also, that's a wind tunnel between their buildings. I live where she lives, next door to her. It's a wind tunnel. And I raised this concern before, the type of trees. And they said that they would probably talk to you guys because you guys have a format of whatever trees are supposed to be there. And I would ask that there be no pine trees because of the high oil in pine trees, and that, maybe they be some kind of, a myrtle tree or something, if they want beautiful stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a wind tunnel. Every day around this time, there's no wind out there right now, but it's horrible. I mean, canopies just go flying everywhere, umbrellas everywhere, and I don't think anyone's really raised that concern for that area. And that's my own concern, is for fire. If one tree goes and the old tree goes and our lots go in the back. So that was a concern of mine. Again, they've met other things of my concern up to this point, but one thing was raised up about lighting. I just didn't even think about it. What kind of lighting are they going to have on the back of those buildings facing us? Are we going to be blinded in the evening time because the lights are on all night long? Are they going to have scallop lighting where the light comes down, which would be great? You know what I'm saying? Are they going to have stuff so it doesn't affect us when you go outside and you know what I'm saying? It's horrible when a neighbor puts up a light and it's right in your eyes, right in your bedroom's eyes. So those are the two major things I had. Yeah, can't think of anything else. Appreciate your time and appreciate the condo. I do appreciate the condos there, but I don't know what else to say. But I think that covered it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see you, sir. Okay. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Luz Gomez, Gmoez. I was concerned earlier. He has spoken about the problems about the pools. Well, I haven't got an agreement with them at all. My pool's still getting dirty every day. And I'm spending beyond money on cleaning it and stuff like that. That dirt is still as high as it's been. They lowering in it, but all they're doing is just moving it. They're not taking out. They're just moving it around. That's all they're doing. But the pile is still way up there. My fence is 6 foot, and it's way higher than that still. It hasn't went down for nothing. So that's my concern, that we haven't got an agreement on none of that with them. And we spoke when we had the meeting with them at Paris High. And they just said, well, we're gonna take the dirt down, but it's still high as it is the beginning. And my other concern is like what he said about the light. I have a pool, I have a big yard, and if I'm gonna be out there wanting to relax in the dark, I'm not gonna be able to with those lights if they're gonna be having those type of lights. And then another concern that I'm seeing is that they're saying they're gonna put trees to block our privacy. Are they gonna put it in front of the windows of the properties? As what I understood last time, they said they're gonna put it on the sides. So the windows are gonna be able to, whoever rents or buys or whatever, are gonna be able to look into my property. That's my concern also there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyone else before we go to the developer? The applicant, sorry. Oh, at this time, we will allow the applicant to respond, as we always try to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the first point regarding the potential for alleys, no, there's no potential for that. There'll be no alleys in those areas at all. Number two, lighting. Lighting will be subjected to the approval of a lighting plan. And when we look at the lighting plan, staff will make sure that these kinds of concerns that we're hearing are absolutely avoided. We don't want spotlights going into our neighbors' yards, of course. And to your point, Mr. Chair, yes, there'll be bollards, there'll be directional lighting, there'll be ample lighting within in the community, so we can promote safety. As far as the and the gentleman spoke to the trees, that comment did come up. His concern is flammability of potential trees. So I think staff can pretty much make sure that we're not going to get a tree specimen that's going to have the potential to have a flammable concern. With regards to the pool, that was a lady that we're trying to work with. We don't have an agreement yet. She proposed an offer, we proposed a counteroffer, and we're still working on some resolution. But frankly speaking, the stockpile is being monitored fairly closely by your staff, including photo documentation, almost daily. And if you look at it, I mean, you could say, why is this not gone in 2 days? Well, it takes time because we're simply not pushing dirt from one end to the next. We're bringing it into the ground so that the dirt goes away. But we're fully committed to the September 2nd date, so that we don't see a problem with that. And we're in close communication with Nathan almost every other day, and we exchange photos every other day. So it is high on our priority list, but it will be gone, and once it's gone and subject to the approval of this commission and city council, of course, we'll be moving forward. To the last question was the duration of construction. Well, frankly speaking, grading is always a big thing, right? So when we get the grading plans approved and we finish the grading, the land development, which is your water, your sewer, your utilities, all those fun things that you need, takes about four months to get situated. That's after plan approval, and so we need to get the plans approved. So say 4 to 5 months, maybe a little longer, but not much more for actual development. But mind you, as we proceed with development, we're building things too. We're building perimeter walls, we're building sidewalks, we're installing landscaping, we're putting in the streets. So each day, these issues that we hear will be going away. But from start to finish, from when we actually see a model sale or models opening, it could be several months, but frankly speaking, we're shooting for right around that 12-month time frame. So hopefully, in the next 10 to 12 months, you'll see models up and running, and then we move forward from there.
Okay, hopefully you addressed all of them, because I didn't write all the questions down, but hopefully, unless staff, I missed something. Okay. And I think,
Quick question for you, sir. There is signage around the perimeter of the property for dust control, sure?
There is a on-site sign, yes, posted with a phone number, contact information, and
Contact
that's how we
information or
generate the phone calls.
AQMD, or AQMD, Air Quality Management District, Riverside?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
I have one. Do you have the knowledge, or would you be able to speak to the concern about the landscaping as it aligns with the windows of the property and provides privacy?
Right. Well, first of all, we'll have a landscape plan that will be reviewed and approved by staff. And one of the commitments we've made to the community, particularly along that area, is that strategically we'd like to put trees where it benefits both properties. We're just not going to arbitrarily go out there and start planting trees. So the idea is that we want to use the trees as part of our natural screen. And so what will happen, I think, is we'll be presenting a landscape plan. We'll sit down with Nathan and staff and work through it. And then at that point, we'll make some decisions as to what we think. But, you know, at that point, too, I mean, we're open arms with the community. We don't have any problems bringing the community involved to make sure that what we're doing is beneficial for both. But we have to remember, the city sets the standard, they set the species types, and they have certain specifications that we have to comply with. But I don't think this is going to be a huge issue for us. And I think that basically with the tree planting, we can basically avoid some major issues. And frankly speaking, from a line of sight perspective, when you look at our second story, our line of sight really comes down to the existing fence line. So it's not like we're on top of their backyard, right, peering down on the jacuzzi. You have to remember, they've got a setback between their existing wall, plus or minus 15 to 20, maybe in some instances more than that, right? We too have a setback with everything in the middle, the landscape trees. So you have an enormous setback from building face to building face. And so it's not like you've got buildings 5 feet of separation. That's not the case here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you clarify what that space is from where your gate fence will be to the closest building?
Sure, absolutely. We have a diagram. Can you pull
Thank
that
you.
up for me?
I see it, it's on our plans, but, you know,
Yeah.
it's a little bit too small.
Go ahead. You want to speak to it? Sure. Okay. This is our,
Oh, I got to speak in. Ryan Woosley, Woosley, D.R. Horton. So along the east PL, we have a separation from the fence line PL to our structure of 26.9 feet. We're assuming 10, 15-foot minimum rear yard setback on their side. So that's around 37 feet, 38 feet distance on the east. And on the south is 30 feet between our best guess on their setbacks. We don't have everyone's exact setback.
Would it help if we show the site plan?
We're not showing the presentation on our end. We're looking at the agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, this is helpful. And can I ask staff a question? Typically, if this was not townhomes, what would be the setback if this was R6000?
So typically, you know, a conventional subdivision would be like 20 feet. And then, you know, if somebody wants to build a patio, they could go up to 50%. So technically, they could go up to 10 feet from property
So this
line.
is more than if they were building single-family homes that were still R6000?
Yes, because they have a buffer.
They have the buffer? Okay. So a single-family home could have that patio, and it could be at 10 feet technically?
Yeah, that's correct.
And they said south was 30 feet? Was I correct in my notes? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. It's not zero lot line, don't worry. Yeah. FC knows. Okay. Thank you very much, and we close the public comment portion, unless there anyone else. And we move to discussion of the planning commission. Wake up, Isaac.
Just want to start off by thanking the applicant. Thank you for your willingness to listen to the residents and to us, the commission and ad hoc. You made a lot of changes to the project. We do appreciate. I love the inclusion of the clubhouse. I thought that was amazing, and I love the elevations for the pool house as well. It looks really nice. I was a little bit concerned about the parking, but I do recognize that you have two parkings for every unit, so hopefully that's sufficient with the extra 0.5 spaces for visitors, and that doesn't include the Wilson parking, the outside parking. So I hope that's not an issue moving forward. But the elevations are beautiful. It's 36% landscaping, so I think when it's all said and done, I think it's gonna be a very beautiful community, and I'm looking forward to seeing this built out.
I also wanted to say thank you for being so flexible. Thank you for being so receptive to our million comments and concerns. I really appreciate you bringing back the project and making so many changes. It really means a lot. I'm always excited to have more high-density housing, so I'm really excited for this. Again, with that, adding that condition of approval that we have a separated, smaller area for the small reactive dogs like mine. I really enjoy this project, and I think it's a really good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, small dogs, yeah.
I also want to thank the applicant for being so flexible, open to having the ad hoc, and really taking into account everything that was said by the community, the planning commission in our statements and questions the last time. I do want to echo safety for the little ones. And by that, I like the tot lot. We need a little tot lot for the doggy area. I think one thing that wasn't mentioned and was not highlighted was the monument sign. And that was something that I had brought up during ad hoc, and I wanted to commend it because it's beautiful. I felt like it was missing something, and I was the one that requested the one 3D rendition of that because I really felt like it was missing a catch, something to catch your eye to know where to go in and really accentuate what was inside. One of my concerns too during ad hoc and during this meeting was the proximity to the neighbors and their houses, because I also really appreciate my privacy. And that's the reason I asked for the normal typical distance or setback for a single family home. And because this is further out, that does give me a lot of peace of mind. I agree with the alleys because, you know, teenagers like to find, not just teenagers, people in general, we like to find little quiet areas. The good thing about this one, when you look at the layout, is on the south where the residents, existing residents are. Thank you. There is a little walkway, and the way the houses are positioned, they actually have windows. So like, you know, you have your window open there because there's no neighbors in the back. So I feel like that would be an added safety reason, but it's not the garage, it's not hidden. It's something that any of those people living on that south border can look outside and see what's happening in that walkway between them and the residents in the back. I like the extension of the clubhouse, the additional parking. That I know was something that I was asking for. I especially appreciate that in our plans, we had a very detailed parking analysis with how many parkings, but there was also a trash day pickup and where they would be, because what usually happens is it's parking one day and then one day out of the week, it's a trash collection, so nobody can park there. But there's no overlap. Those will remain as parking spots, and you're not losing those spaces for trash day, which was extremely important so that you're not scrambling for parking one day a week. And I want to appreciate the community for coming out and voicing your opinions the last time, this time, and continually reaching out to the applicants and making sure that we do what we say we're going to do and continue to call. They've been very, very professional, very responsive. So community, keep reaching out. This is, they want to work with the community. They want to make the community better. So please, let's continue having those conversations.
I want to thank the applicant for the presentations and their time that they spent on this project, as well as listening to Planning Commission and the community is what the needs are and what their desires are. I think by doing that and spending the additional time from the last meeting till now, made a slightly better project. So I appreciate that on your end. I think people, your residents will be appreciative, and the neighborhood community will be appreciative of that. I do like, of course, I do like the architecture a little bit better now. It'll explain the color schemes a little bit better. So everything from that point forward, it was an improvement. So the clubhouse is a great addition, which is much desired. Thanks to Commissioner Hammond for his input on that. So I'm very well supportive of this project, but also moving forward, there's one thing that I would like to remove from the items, and that's just the pickleball courts as stated in there, which they're not providing any. So I don't want any miscommunications in the future that pickleball courts in there. So the document can be gone through and remove pickleball courts from the entire documents everywhere.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Architect. It's nice to you too today. Yeah, I'm not going to prolong this. I'm absolutely ecstatic about the idea of this project. We need a lot more. In fact, I'm kind of not really nice to the city about not having more, but you're going to need multifamily because every other city around here is doing it, including Irvine. Can you believe Irvine with apartments? Yeah. Okay, they said you can set fiddle here. Now they can't get enough of them. We're way behind. But we need quality. And one of the things we demand is quality, landscaping. We're going to constantly, everybody comes before us, you better have landscaping ready. So one of the great things about this is the ad hoc committee. So they will kind of filter things. And so when they get to us, they already know us, we know them, we know each other. So if they're asking questions, we don't have to ask a lot of them. That's what makes this go faster, not 6 hours, because you have a head start. I appreciate everything too, the design. The lighting is a concern, security is already a concern, but I think that's good, that'll be done. The dirt's gonna be moved, guys, because it's construction, you're gonna have dirt. It's not gonna look like that, okay? And I think one of the things is the need for multifamily housing being pushed by the state of California is absolutely necessary. You're gonna see this and they're gonna push it down there. So we might as well do it right, do it nice, and do it in such a manner that it's gonna be quality, because you're gonna get a lot more multifamily housing in areas that you would say, no, we have to do it. Okay, so one of the things I like about this is in condominiums, we had one that's on Barrett, or in that area, or where you live. That was the only one, and I'm probably the only one here that went on a tour there. And I don't know how we did. We got in there, but that was it. For a long time. I mean, maybe 15 years since we do that, but now this is a start on a major roadway on a major street. So I appreciate it. I think the only distinction I would make, and we get this to the amendments, is make sure that we say the word clubhouse as separate from pool and pool building, because it's not the same. You want to sell a clubhouse. Because anybody can use a clubhouse, But the clubhouse is key, and a kitchenette in the clubhouse and a storage area for tables and chairs. Mandatory if you want to make money there. So if you're going to charge HOA fees, they're going to want a clubhouse. And I just know because my daughter's in one. And they want it. These are 30-year-olds. They're not even going in there unless they have it. They say, we're not going in there unless you have a clubhouse. I'm 60-something. They're 30. They're the ones buying. So guess what? You're going to put a clubhouse. Okay. So I'm not going to charge what they charge. They're ridiculous. I got to tell you what they charge it. But the idea is something that it can be beneficial. So I appreciate it. I'm not worried about the parking because there's more than enough spaces, it's more than adequate, especially when you talk townhome condominium. Park apartments, a little different discussion. But I don't know, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm right. You're not going to have that overflow on Wilson. I just don't think it, unless there's a special event, really special event. We probably should go to the Emporium or something, or Paris High or something. But yeah, I don't think that's an issue, the parking. So thank you. Thank you for all the concerns. Thank you for all the design. And once again, hopefully we can get this up, if we do approve it, fast. It's 10 years from now waiting for apartment. But at least I think we hopefully answered all the questions, and I appreciate it. And good luck. Okay. Will there be anything else? Okay. All right. We exhausted that one. At this time, we're looking at a general plan amendment, 23-0. I have to do this for legal reasons, guys, not because I want to read, okay? General plan amendment 23-05247, zone change 23-05245, plan development overlay zone 23-05246, tentative trap map 23-05244, and development plan review 23-00019. Proposal consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of 141 townhome-style condominiums and amenities on 11.6 acres located south from the Waiver Road and east of Wilson Avenue. The general plan amendment and zone change to change the land use from 11.6 acres from R6000 single-family residential to MFR 14 multifamily residential. Lastly, plan development overlay to allow flexibility from the MFR 14 development standards, tentative tract map to consolidate 57 parcels into one condominium lot and 2 lettered lots totaling 11.6 acres, and development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. And requested action is obviously to adopt. I did it to myself. That's what I get. Okay, hold on. Oh, she actually has it here. Give me a second. That's what happens when you have technology. Adopt Resolution 25-07, recommending that the City Council adopt mitigating negative declaration number 2403 and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve general plan amendment 23-05247, zone change 23-05245, plan development overlay zone 23-05246, tentative tract map 23-05244, development plan review 23-00019 to facilitate the construction of 141 home-style condominiums and amenities on 11.6 acres based on the findings contained in resolutions, subject to condition of approval, and we do have some amendments. A correction to add the Public Works number 5 concerning one-year maintenance, and I believe it's number 35. Make sure there's no references to pickleball in the court. The other stuff like the dog park, that's maybe an HOA thing, but that's an HOA consideration. Yeah, it's in there. Yeah. Fortunately, the graffiti part is in there. And I think the storage, well, that's again administrative. That's one of those to make sure that the clubhouse has the kitchenette and has a storage area, would be 4 tables and chairs. And I think there might be a restroom in there. But that was not on the plan, so the plans match what's in here. Was there anything else? I think that was it.
I think working with staff for the type of trees and placement
okay.
along the borders, but that would also be,
Yeah, to exclude pine trees, because we live in wind tunnel where I'm at, so I know the wind tunnel.
yeah.
Not African sumac, thank you. But yeah, I think that was it. So we have that? Okay.
Mr. Chair, did you get the condition of approval for separation of the dog park?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we wanted to make that a condition, or is that something? As a condition? 'Cause I don't know if that was in there at all, was it?
It wasn't the separation, right? It was more
No.
amenities for large and
Yeah,
small dogs.
Yeah. Well, separation, she
I
mentioned.
said that, but then Commissioner Menez preferred a section where it could be separated for the
Okay,
smaller dogs, yes.
thank you for the clarification.
There are dog lovers up here, okay. Okay. And that would be a COA. I don't think that's in there now, but that would be a COA. Number, I don't even know what number, I'm not looking at it, so. Whatever the last number. Okay. Okay?
That could be added as planning division condition of approval number
40 something, I don't know.
45,
45, okay,
prior to issuance of occupancy permits.
okay, thank you. And at this time, if we have no other things, we would have a motion to approve or not approve.
I'll make a motion.
It's a motion to approve from Commissioner Isaac Lopez
I'll second.
and seconded by Commissioner Jimenez.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Get started. Turn it on, unless you need to take a quick break. You okay? Okay, item 6B, tentative parcel map 25-00007, TPM 38528, and development plan reviews 22-00022, 23-00009, and 23-00010. Continued from the August 6, 2025 meeting. Proposal to consider the following entitlements for the development of Nan Street trailer storage and maintenance yard on 3 separate sites totaling 9.72 acres located along Nan Street between Nevada and Webster Avenues within the general industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Number 1, tentative parcel map to consolidate 8 parcels into 1 parcel for Site 1 totaling 5.61 acres, and development plan reviews for the site plan and building elevations of Sites 1 and 2, each proposed to be developed with an 11,700 square foot mechanical service and maintenance building with outdoor trailer storage for Site 3, which is supposed to be developed as a trailer storage facility. Applicant, Lake Creek Industrial, and Matthew Evans is the contract planner, who should be up here. Requested action, adopt resolution number 25-15, adopting mitigated negative declaration number 2405 and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving tentative parcel map 25-00007 and development plan reviews 22-00022, 23-00009, and 23-00010 to facilitate the Nan Street trailer storage and maintenance yard on 9.72 acres based on the findings contained in the resolution and subject conditions of approval. And even before I get to the staff, is what they're going to say, I think the idea is that do we have any ex parte communication, site visits, or ad hoc committee meeting?
I went to ad hoc for this one.
Okay.
I had an ad hoc and I drive there frequently, but I actually did a site visit and sat in that area for a bit.
Nothing?
None for me.
Okay. Yes, I did in that area. Also want to note, we have a, memorandum from Planner Matthew Evans to the chair and members of the Planning Commission. Item 6B, comment letter pertaining to, I don't want to read all the TPMs on this one, from Kurt Hines, base civil engineer, on behalf of March Air Reserve Base. Mr. Hines is requesting that this item be continued next Planning Commission meeting for the following reasons. 1, project is adjacent to the clear zone and located in accidental potential zone 1, APZ1, and MARB airfield. 2, there is no development allowed within CZ and limited development permissible in APZ1. Additional time is necessary to review the Department of Air Force and federal guidance to support compatible development of land as defined within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. And 3, manpower deficiencies and sudden unexpected loss of planning staff are placing additional requirements on March Air Force Base, BCE, for internal DAF priorities and external community relation actions, dated August 20th, 2025. And the actual memorandum is also attached from the Department of Air Force Reserve Command, August 20, 2025, for the record. Okay? And then we'll ask City how they want to proceed with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a presentation. However, the applicant would like to address the commission at this time.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission, and staff. My name is Christine Saunders, representing Lake Creek Industrial. And we would agree to the request for the continuance out of respect for our neighbors and to make sure that they have the time that they need to review the project. We've provided the plans to them after the last Planning Commission and have been working with them since then to facilitate that review. It just hasn't been completed at this point. We also, have planned the project specifically for that proximity to March Air Reserve Base, and we feel confident with our determination and with staff's determination that it's consistent. And I hope that that will be the conclusion when we come back to Planning Commission.
Okay. I'm not sure everyone understands, I don't know if you do, Mr. Brown, about the March Air Force C zone, B zone, clear zone. So maybe a staff person can maybe go through a brief explanation of whether this is, not whether one way or another voting, is just explanation of clear zone versus the runway zone. I think I do because I did type up a whole entire thing about it, but maybe not all of us do.
So just to make it quick and easy, the clear zone is a zone where there's no structures are allowed. And the proposed project does not propose any structure within the clear zone. It's adjacent to the clear zone. So that's the quick and dirty explanation of a clear zone.
Okay. Thank you, very good. We use you all the time, Patrick. Okay, so it is your, and of course, we're still going to do public comment. So as a developer, you're willing to do a, I guess it would be dates, it would not be a date certain, so we just have to have off calendar.
A date certain,
But
we
is
would
it
be
date-
requesting that.
Right. So the next Planning Commission meeting would be on September 17th. September 3rd meeting
17th?
will be canceled.
Oh, okay, September 17th, okay. Okay. That is a request. But anyway, we still want to have, is there any public comment on this item at this? Seeing none, no public comment on this item, so we come back to the commission for we have a date certain, September 17th, 2025, in the council chambers here since I'm.
And just for clarification, being that we're continuing this item
Yeah.
to a date-specific meeting, we're not going to send notices to, as required by law.
Okay,
And to clarify, it would be at the regular meeting time.
okay. And since it has been agreed to by the developer and it's been requested, and we do have the, I'm pretty sure you have a copy of this, Sylvia, of course. Okay, so everyone has a copy of it, and the requested letter, the backup letter and everything. So we just need to take a vote and get a motion to move this to calendar date September 17, 2025 as a continuation.
I'll make a motion to continue this item to September 17th.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by, oh, you got it, okay. Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Menez, okay.
She doesn't even have to look back. She knows all our voices.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shagley,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Last chance, anyone want to take a 5-10 minute, or we're good? We good? Okay, we're good. We move on to item 6C. Specific Plan Amendment 22-05380, tentative parcel map 22-05379, TPM 38730, conditional use permit 25-00004, development plan reviews 22-00037 and 22-00038, and variance 25-00001, continued off calendar from September 10th, 2024 City Council meeting. The proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate a mixed-use project on 16.91 acres located on the south side of Ramona Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue in the commercial zone of the PVCCSP. Number one, specific plan amendment to rezone 7.13 acres of a larger 16.91 acre site from commercial zone to multifamily residential, modify the development standards table to increase the building height from 30 feet to 50 feet, and the land use table to allow self-storage facilities in the commercial zone with a conditional use permit. 2, tentative parcel map to subdivide 2 parcels into 5 parcels totaling 16.91 acres. 3, conditional use permit to allow 181,000 square foot self-storage facility on 5.4 acres. Development plan review. Number 4, for the review of the site plan and building elevations for 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants totaling 9,000 square feet, a 4-story, 107-room hotel on 4.31 acres, and a 204-unit multifamily residential development on 7.13 acres. And number 5, variance to allow a reduced side yard setback for the self-storage facility. Marwan Alabasi, and the contact planner is Nathan Perez again. Okay. Requested action, didn't get enough the first time. Did it? Adopt resolution 25-19, recommending that the city council certify the final environmental impact report, identifying alternative 4 as the project adopted mitigation and monitoring program statement of overriding considerations related to air quality, cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, and noise, and findings of fact. And approve specific plan amendment 22-05380, tentative parcel map 22-05379, conditional use permit 25-00004, development plan reviews 22-00037 and 22-00038, and variance 25-00001, to facilitate the construction of a multifamily residential development, a self-storage facility, a hotel, and 2 sit-down restaurants on 16.9 acres based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval. And as always, I think I said ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meeting, and/or site visits.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I had
think we're all
driven by
about
the
it.
site and had ad hoc meeting with them. Like,
I drive by the site each day.
I had ad hoc for this project.
I also served on the ad hoc, and I drive by there every single day, multiple times a day.
Yeah, I've extensively been by this project site and sat on Dawson Street, didn't get a ticket either, so I was supposed to park there. But extensively, so I very much know this site. After 35 years, I should know the site. Okay, there you go, Mr. Perez.
Right. Thank you, Chairman Hammond, for that introduction again. The third item we have before you is the Retreat at Lake Paris project. And the applicant is Mr. Marwan Alabasi. So some background information about this project. If it looks familiar, it is. On September 10th, 2024, the City Council voted to continue the project off calendar. And the reason why is because they wanted to ask the applicant to explore an alternative concept without a warehouse building. And instead of having a warehouse building, to have a residential development. The applicant has updated the draft environmental impact report to include alternative 4 with this site design layout. Well, not this one, but the next one. Project modifications. On April 10th, 2025, staff facilitated an ad hoc meeting, which the ad hoc expressed the need for the following, and I'll read it from the slide. Provide ADA compliant secured trash enclosures. Provide a conceptual landscape plan that includes half diamonds throughout the parking lots. To provide a wall and fence plan. 4, to provide additional landscaping along Dawes Street frontage. 5, revise building elevations, colors, and designs to be consistent with the apartment 3D rendering. And 6, to provide a path of travel from the multifamily residential development to the proposed shopping center. The applicant has revised the project plans to address the ad hoc committee's recommendations. Now, some of the modifications, as mentioned earlier, the applicant is no longer proposing a warehouse, but they're proposing towards the rear near Dawes Street, a multifamily residential development of 204 units, also as shown in the yellow area. Also, as part of the modification to the site plan, they're proposing a self-storage consisting of 181,000 square feet, which is shown in the red rectangles. So the project site, if nobody knows where it's at, it's between, well, it's along Ramona Expressway, between Ramona, Dawes Street, between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue. The site is currently vacant. To the north is vacant also. To the south is an industrial building, which is Whirlpool. East is Camper Resorts of America, and to the west is Park Place Mobile Home Community. This is some site photos early in the morning of the site, looking south. And here's a site photo across from Dawes Street, looking north. Now, the project site is currently zoned commercial. However, the applicant proposes to rezone 7.13 acres from multifamily to commercial to multifamily residential to facilitate the apartment community. Here's their overall site plan, which consists of 3 components. The commercial component is on the right-hand side along Ramona Expressway. They're still proposing 2 sit-down restaurants and a 4-story hotel, which will have 107 rooms. To the south, which is on the left-hand side, is the self-storage facility, which consists of 6 buildings totaling 179,000 square feet and a 2,000 square foot caretaker's residence. Multifamily residential development also consists of 2 four-story buildings totaling 204 units. And I'll get into details in the next couple slides. Here's the site plan, commercial. It essentially, as mentioned earlier, has 2 sit-down restaurants. Building 1 is 4,000 square feet. Building 2 is 5,000 square feet, which are depicted in the blue area. There's a 4-story hotel, which is shown in the orange area, which has 170 rooms and also a pool as a facility for people who stay there. There's 239 parking stalls and 4 RV stalls, and there's 2 points of access, one along Ramona Expressway, which is a right in and right out only, and they will also have access to the properties to the south, which would be the multifamily residential. Here are the commercial renderings. I know Commissioner Jimenez loves these, which depict, the way the restaurants are going to look. And also the main entrance off of Ramona Expressway, as you can see there. And there's no palm trees. I mean, I know it's depicted on there, so it shows it on there. So here's the building elevation for restaurant number 1. And if you notice, it has an outdoor eating area. And restaurant building number 2, and they both have different styles of architecture. Here's the building for the hotel elevations. If you notice, it has a 4-story building with a main entrance towards the north portion of the building. So city staff has reviewed the commercial component, and it complies with the commercial development standards and also parking. Now, the second component is the self-storage, which replaced, a portion of the warehouse site consisting of 79,000 square foot self-storage facility consisting of 6 buildings, a caretaker's facility, as mentioned earlier, which is shown in the yellow, actually the orange box, 19 spaces and 43 recreational vehicle spaces. There's also a 14-foot high decorative screen wall along Dawes Avenue, which is on the left portion of the slide, which will conceal, any type of RV vehicle that's going to be stored at that location. 2 points of access are proposed, one off of Dawes Street, and there's one towards the front, which has controlled access that they have to go through the caretaker's facility. Here are the building elevations for the self-storage. And city staff has also reviewed this, and it complies with the commercial standards and also parking development standards. The specific plan also is going to allow self-storage through a conditional use permit. So that's one of the specific plan amendments that's proposed tonight. Here's the site plan for the multifamily development. To the north is on the right-hand side of the slide. It has one point of access, which you basically have to go through the commercial shopping center off of Ramona Expressway. And then the second, which is the main entrance for the residents, is off of Dawes Street. If you notice there's 204 units, 116 one-bedroom units and 88 two-bedroom units distributed through 2 buildings that are 4 stories high. There's 396 parking spaces, 204 covered spaces, especially when it gets hot out here. You need to park it underneath a carport. And some of the amenities that were provided is a pool and spa, poolside restrooms, community room, fitness gym, outdoor lounge areas, and barbecue stations. The majority of the amenities are centrally located between both buildings to allow, easy access for all residents. And here are the building elevations of the multifamily residential. As I mentioned earlier, it's 4 stories, and here's the typical carport elevation. And here are the renderings again. If you notice, there's different views here. One is off of Dawes Street towards the rear entrance. And then if you notice, you kind of have like a perspective of what type of amenities the apartment community will have on the bottom right-hand corner. City staff has also reviewed the project, and it complies with the multifamily residential development standards and parking standards. So environmental determination, an environmental impact report was prepared for alternative 4, which included a second notice of availability for a 45-day review comment period, and there was only one letter received from Riverside County Flood Control, which was informational. The EIR concludes that all impacts that have been reduced to less than significant or have been reduced to below the significance level with the implementation of mitigation measures, except for impacts related to air quality, cumulative GHG emissions, noise, which have been identified as significant and unavoidable. Therefore, an adoption of statement of overriding considerations for air quality, GHG, noise would be required in order to approve the project, which the council will have to approve it. Staff recommends that the Plan Commission recommend to the council adopt Resolution 2519 certifying final environmental impact report identifying alternative 4 and approve the specific plan amendment, tentative parcel map, conditional use permit, and development plan reviews and variants to facilitate the proposed mixed-use project based on the findings herein and subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you. Okay. Obviously, if our applicant has the, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I can just clarify, the statement of overriding consideration is only for air quality
Yeah.
and greenhouse gas emissions,
Right.
not for noise.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's not for noise. Okay, so we can take that out. Yeah, I didn't think noise, but yeah. Okay. And as we know who you are, but do the routine, you state your full name, spell your last name for us.
Good evening, Commissioner, Chairman, staff. My name is Marwan Alabasi. I'm the applicant. And special thanks to Nathan, of course, Patricia, and Brad, and all staff that worked in this. And thanks to the commissioners to have us in front of them for the second time, and to the members of the ad hoc that joined us a few months ago. You may recall, like Nathan said, this came in front of Planning Commission last year, and we got the votes to move to council. We did move, even few hours at Planning Commission, few hours at council. We saw some concerns from the community and from council about the project that we had. So we went back to the drawing board, and we went to a different alternative. And we took into consideration the many speakers that spoke at Planning Commission and council. And we decided to go in the direction that people were asking. They wanted some residential. And we all live in this county and the state, and we know the shortage in housing. So we figured apartment was the way to go. And again, thanks to my team here, by the way, my wife Liz, my son Ramzi, Corinne, and our architect Greg, and Ryan, our environmental consultant, for any questions. So we went to the drawing board, and we saw everybody kind of liked the front, which is the hotel and the restaurant. So we kept them. We just kind of flip-flopped them, moved the hotel to the east. And we decided to go with the recommendation of doing the residential and the storage. We did some studies, and we saw there's a need for both, especially in that area. We made changes after the ad hoc. We made changes after talking to the community and Planning Commission and council. And we think we have a project now that we like to think that could move forward and hopefully get it built. It's a large project. We're a small developer. It's probably over $100 million project. So we're phasing it in phases, the economy and the housing and the interest rate. But we definitely intend to build all of it. Unlike the warehouse, it's not contingent upon what goes first. So we like to see all of it built, and it will all get built. This is my presentation. If anybody have any question, I'll be here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, any questions for staff and/or the applicant at this time? I know you do, so don't hesitate.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. My question is in regards to the hotel. Commissioner Jimenez brought up a really good point with the last hotel that we had in regards to the pool and the privacy with the screening. So what type of screening are you guys providing around the pool area for the hotel?
I think we even addressed that last time with Commissioner Jimenez. We had enough, we added more landscape in the back, and now we moved it to where the storage is there, and we're actually utilizing the wall of the storage units itself, and we have an 8-foot wall, so there's absolute full privacy from the storage area. And we have the hotel itself screening it. We have a lot of landscape, like Commissioner Jimenez requested at that time, and we added plenty of landscape around it.
But is it gonna be a wrought iron or a block
Be
wall?
ri- The block wall will be between the storage and the hotel. The pool itself, there'll be some wrought iron around it.
Wrought
for-
iron with landscaping around it?
Correct,
Is it gonna be like bushes, like hedges, or?
correct.
Okay. And then for the RV parking, I see there's RV parking at the hotel. Is there gonna be any regulations in long-term parking for the RV?
This is only for residents. The hotel, as
the
you may
hotel.
know, we have the Avid, which is for a kind of overnight stay, and we have the extended stay portion. Extended stay, most people would stay 3, 4, 5 days if they're coming for an event. We don't, it's only for the residents, for the hotel
For the
residents.
hotel? So the managers will be in charge of the parking lot?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It'll be signed, that overnight parking only for residents. There'll be stickers signed. I'm sure you've been to hotels where they give you
Yeah, of course.
stickers. So it'll be, we have RV parking at the storage. If somebody wants a long-term, that's where they park.
Perfect. And in regards to the apartments, there's not gonna be any garage parking, right? Everything's just carports and outdoor parking?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
I was looking at your plant palette here, and I really like it. However, I do have one minor nitpick that I wanted to know if you'd be interested in changing. Plant number 33, and it's a milkweed. It's a desert milkweed. I know it's, like I said, it's a nitpick. We actually have the migration of monarch butterflies goes directly over Paris and actually goes near the area of Lake Paris. I was wondering if you would be able to change that desert milkweed to either a California milkweed or a narrowleaf. I know it's very minor nitpick, but that first one it's actually harmful to the monarchs, and I was just, it's a small change. I was wondering if you would be able to do that.
I would say absolutely, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I figured.
So I'll say yes.
But it's a small change, but it's big for the little guys, and I don't know. Just
I will accommodate.
yeah, that was
gladly.
it. Yeah, thank you.
You're talking Greek to me, but I'll do it.
Sorry.
We are here to accommodate. It took us a year from last time we went to council because we really wanted to come with a product and the amenities. I know Nathan read some of it. We wanted to make this, especially the apartments, make it affordable yet a bit luxurious. I mean, look at the pools, look at the kids' pool, look at the spa, gym, conference area. So we wanted to make it affordable, not necessarily affordable housing, label it, because we were asked not to do that, but it will be not for lower income, but it'll be affordable.
That was the extent of my questions right now. Thank you.
So, Mr. Alabasi, you have 5 phases in your current plan. Do you have an estimated timeline on total completion of all 5 phases?
We intend to do all the off-site work, all the underground in the first phase. We're looking at probably 2 to 3 years for all 5 phases. Like I said, it's over $100 million project. It's a good-sized project.
So in one portion of the storage facility where you're storing the RVs, the portion that is not bordering the RV resort, you're showing a bermed wall. But the portion that's on the east side that is bordering the RV park doesn't have a bermed wall. It's going to be a 14-foot high wall on both sides.
It's either the units themselves or wall. The entire perimeter is going to be either the building walls or a perimeter wall.
And then single-story elevations for the single-story unit on the west side is, do you know what the height is that is? Is that going to be 14 feet?
I will defer to Greg, our architect. Probably 14 feet is a safe assumption.
it says 14. East and west, right?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Greg Simonoff, Simonoff, and that is a single-story building It will have it'll have a clear height of about 10 feet inside, and we would assume that that building would not be any higher than around 14 feet.
All right, I'll pass the torch for others to question, then I'll come back.
Good afternoon, evening. Quick question, did we lose any square footage on the restaurants when we did the modifications?
Absolutely none.
Did we lose any on the hotel?
Nope. We just flip-flopped them for privacy, because we figured the hotel have better privacy about the storage.
Okay. My next question was, do you have a color or palette sample of the colors? Because I don't think they're coming through very clearly.
Yes, we do.
And you know how I am about colors.
We changed colors. We had it gray, and a lot of requests came in to go change, so we've changed the colors. I hope you will be satisfied with the change.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was great. I wanted to look at the colors because I think with the apartments, sometimes they look a little bit drab if they're that color, where they're just too tan, too brown. They can look a little bit drab, especially when it's 4 stories and there's just so much. So I just want to look at the colors for a moment. I'll give somebody else a chance to ask.
Take your time.
I wanted to direct my question to engineering. Is there going to be any restrictions that's going to restrict people from parking on Dawes Street?
No.
So there's no parking? Wait, currently there's no parking? Okay. But, oh, and it says? Okay, all right, no worries. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I missed the ticket. I would have been sitting there and got a ticket if I. That's why I know. You still good?
I'm still looking at the
Okay. Go ahead, because I got a lot.
It'll be quick, yeah. I have another question. Do we have a potential tenant for the self-storage facility?
We are
At
going to be the
your-
tenant. We're going to build it ourselves.
Okay, and then should it be transferred over to a new tenant or anything in the future? Is there anything, I guess this is more so for staff, any way that we can ensure that the color scheme of that self-storage remains as is presented rather than, just because it's so close by to homes, I think this is I like this color scheme and I would like it to stay that way even if ownership changes.
The change of color would have to go through an administrative development plan review process, reviewed by staff. It wouldn't come back to you.
Okay.
But it's noted as part of the minutes and the record that this is the preferred color scheme for the self-storage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Or you want me to go before you? Go ahead. Okay, because that might be long.
It's okay.
Okay. I'm going to talk enough to where they're going to think of whatever they're going to think. So, a few points. Some may be for staff and some may be for you, but mostly probably some staff stuff. We need to make a correction because the plans have to match. So we're saying a 30-foot driveway, which is actually 42 feet, and we want to reflect 42 feet, which I'm completely saying that is a width wide enough to be able to have it, because the only one entrance on Ramona, so we're talking 42 feet, so that they match the plans. So in engineering, it says 42, the plans say 430, it's 42, and so it's going to match whatever the engineering says. So that's what.
Well, that's a long story, but yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
Oh,
We
yeah.
definitely
Well,
will do it.
They put it in there, so it's no.
Yeah, Brad is aware of that, and I think
Oh,
we
yeah.
talked about it.
Oh, yeah. He's smiling, that's why. Also, I'm picking on engineering today, I don't know. On Dawes Street, it says southbound traffic. I think we mean east and west. So I think in engineering, it talks about when they do egress, or that it goes south, and it's not really south, it's east-west direction. So when you come out of that driveway, it would be on Dawes. It would not be north-south. It would be east-west, right?
Sorry, is that condition 5,
Yeah,
second bullet?
Yeah.
So if you're going out of there, it's going to be southbound. So we're
No, I
saying
mean on Dawes, you're going to go
But
doors.
coming out of the site, you're going southbound
coming out
out
of
of
the
there.
site, you're going out of
And
the
we're
site.
saying you're putting a stop sign for that southbound movement out of the site.
Oh, out of the site, okay, I want to be very clear about that, because I'm saying, wait a minute, am my directions that bad? But,
Right, no, it's just out of the site, putting a
Okay.
stop sign, that's it.
okay, so turn on the doors, okay. The other thing, obviously on Ramona, you were suggesting a deceleration lane, which are going to be from the end of their property, not Farmer Boys, but the end of their property all the way to Redlands? Is that what's proposed?
Right, so in front of their property, it's conditioned to be 61 feet from the median southerly edge.
Mm-hmm.
And they're proposing to go above and beyond and go east of their property
Mm-hmm.
to accommodate a right turn pocket into the neighboring
The
property
camper
owner.
resort, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So we don't make that turn have to be a real,
Right.
yeah, that would be a nightmare turn. It really
You
would.
keep everyone who's turning right off the main line.
Okay. A few more, and I'm talking so that I can kind of clear the way for you guys. Also, too, boy, how do I do this one? We're talking about, going back to what he was talking about, a 14-foot wall on the east side and a 14-foot wall on the west side, to the portion where, particularly south of that community or clubhouse of Camper Resort, I'm calling it a clubhouse, I'm probably being, but Camper Resort, so that would be 14 feet. That would be screening any of those RV parking, which is part of the storage, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Yeah, so that would block that there. So if it's 14, big difference between 8 and 14, right? So if it's 14 feet, and right now, there is just really no fence on the southeast corner. I mean, it's just not there. You know, I see they're just parked in angles there. You can just walk right across. And I said that the last time. So that would make a big difference, you know, and especially safety and security for those people that would be parking there and storing those there. That would be important. I got a few issues, so be patient. I talked to the building and safety person, and this is more of a something that I do particularly on COAs and particularly engineering, as a reference to elevator codes, and you have elevators proposed on both buildings, and so some reference as a condition for engineering, I would imagine, to say that would be Title 22, and Title 24, Part 2. I won't get into all that CBC. I don't want to make it a assumption, but something that would be absolutely mandatory. At least make that such, because you have ADA requirements and safety requirements, which is what they are mostly about, and that is a concern. Accessible, those kind of things are necessary. And if you're building elevators, particularly when you have public, having done ADA elevators, they're not nice people. Let's just put it that way. But the idea is that it's not only safety security, but it's a necessity that we at least make a reference to make sure that they are, you know, the spacing there, the handlebars are there. You have the disabled. If a person is blind, they have the finger assist. All that has to be there. And so, regardless whether the first floor or second, if you put that elevator that has, you know, one of those requirements. So it's really a ADA and a safety issue. And if something goes wrong, we want that certification in the elevator. So a reference to, which is not even in here at all. I'm not assuming anything because I was a city employee, so I don't assume anything. I know better. 35 years as a city employee, I know you have to put stuff in writing. So it's best, even if it's not it, I tend to do it because I did it and because I wrote contracts for City of LA. So I know, you know, 116-page contracts, and one of those things is minor things would get you in trouble. So that's what I'm requesting, and it's just really a statement. So if we're going to put them in, to make sure that they adhere to the Title 24, and I'll leave it to you guys and administratively. Not going to say specifics, but administratively to discuss, and that would be something that the building inspector would do. That would be something they would do, but just to make sure that there's an understanding that it needs to be up to code.
If I may, actually, it's regulated by the state.
I know.
So it will be inspected. I've had them in my buildings in the past.
Right.
Yearly inspection certified, so yes, and
Right.
definitely ADA
Right.
compliance.
Right. So I just want to make sure that that's, not saying you wouldn't do it, but I want to make sure that the city understands that that's my request, that there at least be some reference to that.
Patricia, can we just make sure there's note in there for the California elevator code in there?
Yes, and I was looking for the building and safety conditions that we can add it in there,
Yeah.
because that would be the appropriate location
Yeah.
for that condition. Yeah, it's within your purview to add it for clarity.
Okay, okay. Believe me, I'm going easy on you today. That was a major one. I think, yeah, I think that covers pretty much. In parking summaries, and this is for future notes, we talk about the number of parking spaces, we talk about that, but we don't say the number of ADA parking spaces. So if you have X number 292, how much of those are ADA? I'm not gonna worry about EV, but ADA parking spaces as numbered on the chart. It might be mentioned on there, but I mean, on the chart, we always put the chart and we don't say, we just say total parking spaces. It would be nice to do for here in future reference to say, of this total, we have a total of 10. We total 8, and it depends on square footage, it depends on all that other stuff. But you gotta have them because this is federal. And so at least the number in the chart, and I think it may be more staff report, but I didn't see ADA on there. I saw the number of spaces. Mhm.
Yeah, I understand your concern. ADA parking spaces are regulated by the
I know.
California Building Code.
Yeah.
And in an attempt for us not to make any errors in our calculations or in our staff report, we refer to we defer that calculation to the building official when the plans go through plan check review.
Yeah, and I would look at, say, based upon the square footage and that, what is the requirement? Now, whether or not that is something we would have to do, that would be a building official, but the requirement for the number of spaces, you have to have a certain amount of ADA parking spaces, period. So you got to have them, and so this is what's required. Whether that's actually something we put in, that's the building inspector, but I would like to at least have what is required for the total number of spaces. There's a percentage in everything. I don't care if it's LA, Downey, all of them have it.
Right. I
We
mean,
don't.
All the jurisdictions are covered by the California Building Code.
Yeah.
Maybe the architect can provide us a percentage of what would be required, but what I'm trying to explain is that as part of the planning process, it would be difficult for us to provide a percentage of ADA parking spaces because that's outside of our purview.
Right.
That's
Then-
within the purview of the building official.
Then we should make reference to the fact that this is something that would be, even if it's an asterisk based upon the California code, this would be a requirement of spaces. If we're saying 292 spaces, it would be determined by,
It's a percentage of the required spaces.
exactly.
There's a chart that goes with it that lists the number of spaces.
Yeah.
And what's provided. We do show the accessible parking on our plan
Oh, yeah, and the plans, yeah. So it would just match what would be on their chart.
and to apply to.
Yeah. So I'm just saying it would match what they would have on the chart. So if they have you have the spaces on your plan, it would just match. They're estimated.
Yeah, and we do have a condition of approval, number 33, it's ADA compliance, that reads, "The project shall conform to all disabled access requirements in accordance with the State of California Title 24 and the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA."
Yeah.
So we are covered in that respect, but it's outside our purview, and that's why we don't include it in our calculations for parking.
Okay. Well, yeah, I agree. I'm just saying if you're showing it on the plans as a certain number, then they probably should this is estimated that they're going to have 9 spaces. They're estimated they have 6. So I'm just saying I'm matching the plan. The chart is not part of the COA, so that's probably just chart.
Yeah, so
It's not easy.
Comment
It's not easy.
well taken. We'll do a better job next time to
Okay.
ensure that the project plans include a table that shows the number of
Right.
ADA parking spaces and EV charging spaces.
That's all, yeah. Thank you, Patricia. Have I got you guys time to get questions in? Go for it, 'cause I got a few more.
May I clarify something? The wall in the east side, it was brought to my attention by mistake. It shows 8-foot wall. It'll be 14-foot wall.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to clarify it.
So
Thank you.
that goes back to what you were talking about.
I apologize if we called it 8 in the plans, but it's a 14-foot because we need it for safety anyways, for security.
Mr. Chair, so if at the end we can make a condition of approval requiring that 14-foot high wall, if that's the desire of
Yeah,
the planning
okay.
commission.
Yeah. And I think the condition that would be modified would be 44B,
Right.
double I. So we could take out east from that, and then add maybe 4, and add along the east a 14-foot high wall
Okay, and 8 foot on the
Clarify.
west?
on the east side.
Yeah, but 8 foot on the west?
No, we'll leave the west as
Yeah.
8-foot high smooth stucco,
Right,
but to the east,
It's
a
14.
14-foot high wall.
okay, okay. And that goes around that clubhouse for the camper resort?
The entire stretch from the hotel to
Okay,
Dawes.
Okay, okay.
And
A little
it's-
zigzag around the clubhouses.
It's also 14 feet on the south wall, except for it's a bermed,
Correct.
8 foot high on the exterior side of the property. Mr. Alabassi, for each phase, when you install or when you do the parking, will you be providing or just prepping for electric vehicles?
For each phase will be, I think the code still does not require the electric vehicle. So we'll be proposing it for future when it becomes mandated.
Prepping, okay.
There's boy, I'm being a nitpicky today. On the rendering, one of the renderings, and there's no page, but these are the apartments. And it shows the picture of the apartments, and I don't know if you have a picture of that. And I'm not sure this was right, but where it says the parking there, they're showing on the plans, it's talking about carports adjacent to, you see that, go back to the previous picture of the apartments. See, the carports are supposed to be next to the apartments, right? Based on the plans, and then the ports on the other side are open. So on the plans, the carport is adjacent to all the residential.
That was changed, I believe. Initially, we had it, and I think that we did not, there was a request from the city, correct? To move it. Maybe Nathan could address it.
Yeah, the whole reason why we moved the carports is to meet the setback requirements. So we couldn't have a structure up to the setback.
No, but I'm saying the picture on the plan says carports right adjacent to residential. On that picture, it shows it up against the wall. So which is it?
You're right, it just looks prettier that way, showing it, but it should be against the building, you're correct.
Okay.
I think the rendering was done, and we had several conversations with staff, and it was recommended because of setback issues. We agreed to move it by the building.
Okay.
But we apologize, it doesn't match.
No. I'm just nitpicky tonight. Yeah. I had coffee, what can I say? I'm awake. Okay, that's it for me. Go ahead, Guy, for now.
I did want to jump on that. Do we have any other renderings of the hotel, or is this like the only couple of ones that we have? I'm sorry, not hotel, the apartments. Yeah, I want to see the apartments. Were those the only ones? There was no additional details of where like entries, exits are?
We can get you some stuff to look at. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we actually, to be honest with you, we've modeled the whole site. I mean, I could, at some point, if you'd like, we could walk you through the model and you can see every aspect of it. But we had to select certain images to kind of show, kind of the nature of the apartments, and we selected those to put into the presentation.
Right, but I feel like the storage and the hotel are so detailed, and this one was just like 2 slides, 3 slides. Not a lot of detail over the entrance point is for the residents, how mobility is around inside, there's not a lot for the hotel.
For the hotel?
Or, I'm sorry, for the apartments.
apartments.
Yeah, it's not clear where entrances are, like the
Okay,
north and
there's-
south
Yeah,
house.
I can, if you go to the plan, yeah, yeah.
Now go back to,
Yeah. No, go to the rendering, it's fine. You go to the rendering, then we can point to it. Because there's actually as you enter off of Ramona, there's a guest parking area there. And that is a fenced area around there, and the fence goes back to where the entry lobby information area would be for the apartments. So that area and that zone, that information zone, that sort of public area is a public area and is accessible. And then the rest of the apartment complex is secured.
Right, but entrance into the actual apartment complex if I was a resident, I wouldn't, like, there's no designated places.
There are two lobbies, one for each side, where you can enter into the lobby and then into the corridor, which takes you to either the elevator, the vertical transportation, or to your units.
You're talking for the entire community or for the building itself?
No, just for the buildings themselves.
Building itself.
No, I see them, but I don't have an elevation of them. That is what it's gonna look like. Nathan, was the apartments brought to ad hoc, and were these the only elevations?
Previously, they actually added more elevations and more 3D renderings. But, you know, this is basically what was given to us. So I don't recall how many elevations they provided, but
We didn't have the 3D.
yeah, we didn't have 3D. But they did have the 2D elevations of the building themselves.
More of them, or was it just these?
It was just those, yeah.
And this was brought to our ad hoc?
Yes, that's correct.
Attorney, can I ask my fellow commissioners if they had any feedback during ad hoc regarding the elevations or any concerns?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Was this at all talked about in the last ad hoc about the elevations, color scheme, the architecture, aesthetics of it?
I do remember Shively did bring up the architecture of the apartments.
I believe we had a discussion on some of the color schemes on it. I don't have the ad hoc drawings with me, but there's probably been some changes to the elevation. I don't recall what it is.
Yeah, it was briefly mentioned.
If I could add, the color was changed. We had it grayish color, and they requested the change to go to the tan, yellow-brown color. And at ad hoc, they requested 3D rendering, and we did provide them. Those are the carports. And the carport elevations, and we did provide.
Good. I think one potential request for mine, I think you already know what I'm going to do with that one. It's about a certain tree, an African sumac. Get rid of it.
That?
African sumac. That's one tree listed on this thing, and we don't have a.
I made a commitment to whatever plants you want to change. I'm good.
Yeah.
We already agreed with the
African sumac is.
commissioner.
Only what I have it in front of my house, and it's a disaster.
I agree with you. We'll
So,
change it.
But we didn't have a tree. We have all the bushes. We just didn't have a tree. So, you know, I wasn't picking on it. But that's the only thing in there that, and it's not because it's a bad tree. It's just too much maintenance, and so it's a maintenance issue. So if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm pretty much. I think they've asked it. Unless you've got something in. Okay.
Nathan, was there any feedback given on the hotel elevations from staff and the colors and or anything else? Were there discussions around, not the hotel, I'm so sorry, the apartments?
No, it was just, you know, to change the colors. Originally, it was kind of like a gray color. And, you know, I guess, I think it was either, I forgot which commissioner, but they requested that the colors be changed. And council also wanted to change the color, well, not the council. Basically to change it more to a tan color. And also provide 3D renderings based on these elevations.
And this was all that was provided. And I don't know, I guess I don't have a problem with the tan colors. There's no accent, there's no pop-up, there's nothing. It honestly reminds me of Colombia. You've been, like, this is what you see when you live in the apartments there, but it looks very drab, very dry. There's no character to it.
We're happy to work with Mr. Alabasi on providing an accent color that complements the rest of the building and the rest of the color
Something.
scheme, yes.
Because even that top left elevation, like, there's beige 3/4 of the way up, and the top one is gray. Like, there's no consistency, there's no pop, accent colors, no personality. I'm really struggling with the apartment portion of this. like really struggling.
Yeah, I think the frontal elevations, the 2D elevations don't give any justice to the colors. These 3D renderings do help a little bit, but we can definitely introduce another color element to make it pop a little bit.
We don't have a problem. You're lucky I didn't choose the colors. It'll be really bad.
No, because you picked the gray ones, and I would have been perfect with that, but whatever. I didn't show up to that ad hoc.
Got
That's my
overruled.
fault. Next time I'm going to go.
We changed it. I won't tell you how many people said get rid of the gray, but I'm open. It really doesn't bother me. I like both of them, but I like this one. I could see the accent. We'll definitely add some accent to it.
Accent, something, it needs something there.
Our architect is here. I hope he is listening, and he'll address that.
It needs something, it needs personality, needs character.
We can work with staff and revise the elevation. We're happy to work with staff and to get you some updated elevations and to work through this as we go forward. And make sure you're happy with the elevation. We want you to be happy.
So we're clear that this was the color that's presented, and so we're talking about asking.
Accent color.
Yes, I
Yeah,
understand.
they're open to
No,
working
I
with staff,
understand.
yes.
I
Okay.
understand.
Oh, and I forgot to ask, for the restaurants, we didn't lose any square footage.
No.
Do you still have the same interest in the restaurants, or what were you planning to have?
The same interests have not changed.
Okay,
It just depends on when we get this thing approved, so we could nail him down. But same interest, nothing has changed. The same with the hotel.
okay, so the interest is still there. I did have a question just on the traffic flow, and that's for engineering. I'm sure we did a study. Do we have, because that corner in the back where like there's a fence coming out of the storage facility, there's a fence coming out of the apartment complex, and then we have the traffic from on site. Do we think that would be an issue? I'm thinking more of the RVs.
Sorry, is this for the self-storage or the,
Well, there's a place where all three kind of like merge.
oh, in the middle, on-site? Yeah, I
Like
mean,
this one you see where like you're exiting, and then there's exiting from the apartment complex, and you're moving on to the hotel and the commercial
right,
section.
so everything has been designed per
Okay.
code for, fire and safety.
Okay.
And to help out, there are gated access points there,
Right.
so it's not a constant free flow
Okay.
through there. So I wouldn't see any issue with it personally.
The traffic to the storage is very minimal. We did a study. It's like 20 trips per day for the whole facility. And the entrance you see by the caretaker, this is more for the people who signing up. When do sign up and they want to come in, they come in off DOS. That's the entrance. They have a number to punch in. We don't want people going through the hotel parking lot
Yeah.
and the restaurants. It'll be from DOS.
Okay, good. And then there was one more question I was thinking about. I remember last time we had talked about, because one of the concerns of the community is people exiting the campers location and making a left. I think there was going to be a center divider that went all the way through so that they couldn't make that left.
I'll let Brad address it because we beat it to death. So
So the applicant, once again, is going above and beyond to put that median in to restrict left turns at that point. And with or without that project, I think I said this last year, we would be putting that in as a
Yes.
city project for safety reasons.
Yes.
But they're going above and beyond to do it as part of their project.
Okay, is there any chance to, I feel like the previous renderings had a more boom in your face pretty entranceway.
you like the warehouse? You want us to go back to the warehouse?
No, the entrance from Ramona, not the warehouse. I wanted something that, I feel like the entrance for the previous one was a little bit more,
I thought everybody loved
Elevated.
the hotel and the restaurants. I mean, they really.
we do, but the entrance into it, the monument signs, I think, is
Didn't-
what
it didn't
does it.
change. It did not change at all.
They didn't change?
It did
I
not
feel like,
change.
I think with the switch layout, maybe it looks a little bit different because the hotel's further back.
And we added more landscape, I think, maybe that's why
I
you don't
think
see
you
the building.
did.
But we're willing to remove some landscape, add more landscape. I mean, we're open to that.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking, working maybe with staff for a monument sign that really like represents what's here, because this is new for this area. And it's,
It's going to be the nicest looking building in Ramona.
right,
that's
and we
what I
want to make
promised you.
sure the monument sign matches what's inside. So working with staff for
Absolutely.
that uplifted monument sign,
We have
an entrance with
architect
the
who can-
lighting, fireworks.
There you go.
Okay.
Water feature in the sign?
Oh, don't go there. I don't want to deal with the water. We did that at my shopping center, the one on Ramon Expressway. 5 years later, I
Took
got
it
rid
out.
of the water problem.
Question for attorney. With the request for change of color for the apartment, can it be reviewed in the future through an ad hoc meeting with the two of us kind of reviewing and approving it, along with staff?
You mean like after planning commission recommendation or after, you say in the future, but what do you mean by?
In the future, whenever he makes his changes of color elevation changes and stuff like that.
So rather than just working with planning staff, it would be to work with the ad hoc committee and planning
hoc,
staff as a
and
condition of
staff,
approval?
yeah.
Yeah, that would be okay.
I don't mind doing it, but I hope it doesn't delay things. I mean, we would do it through construction documents if you want. We'll send it out.
Yeah.
And whatever changes needed, we'll be
Yeah,
happy to
that-
do. I just don't want to add more time, please.
No, this is your phase 3, so we have some time.
The phasing is not necessarily in the same order, because like I said, this could change the numbering.
Yeah. So, but I appreciate the opportunity to take a look, and I think it would satisfy Commissioner Jimenez as well.
Absolutely.
So to clarify, you mean based on the decision tonight, we would still be able, like, not continue, but potentially if it moves forward, still, okay. More of an administrative, we just want to be a part of the conversation. Yes, okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so that's for the color and elevations, or just color? Color elevations, that's a quick, okay, yeah. I'm out of that one. Okay, I think what she also may be referring to, and this will be the last of it so we can move on, the entranceway is not just so much the signs, but, paving stone and something like that. Because on the picture, obviously, it's not going to look like that. It's the diagram. But a white concrete.
Go to
So-
my shopping centers, you'll
Oh,
see how we do.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Brad
So
knows.
that's another administrative thing, but I mean, other than just who wants concrete? Cobblestone, are you amenable to that kind of thing? And
We
the
will do
colors and all that?
nice, we'll do a nice decorative
Okay.
stone and concrete, yes.
Okay, so that would have to be a consideration. I'm done unless you guys have more. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we open it up for public comment. I don't know if we had any blue slips, Miss Sylvia? We do, okay. Do we have, how many do we have? About 10?
We do have one, we have 3.
3?
Yes.
Okay.
I have Aaron Griego.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Aaron Griego, Griego. I am here on behalf of the Ironworkers Local 433 to express our support for the project and ask for your support with a yes vote for today. Building a project such as this creates jobs and builds stronger and better community from day one. The developers have committed to local hire. This will put hundreds of men and women just like me to work, earning fair wages and safeguarding our children and families' futures. A yes vote today shows us and all of Paris that you care about positive development and stronger future for everyone. Show your support and vote yes, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Bob Ramos.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Ramos, and I'm with the Ironworkers Local 416 business agent, representing over 2,200 members, many of them which reside here in the IE. Projects like this, are well thought out by the developer, and we're here asking for your yes vote tonight. It will provide, a local hire aspect. What that means also, the community gets to work where they live, which is going to stimulate the economic growth and also have the families reunite, right? In my 32-year career, I spent most of my time in LA, right? As the years gone on, that 1 hour drive turned into 2 hours, 3 hours, right? Holiday weekends, forget about it. Might as well just stay over there, right? So we're asking for your yes vote tonight. Like I said, this is a well thought out plan and development, and it will put many of our skilled and trained labor to work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Zach Stratters.
All right. Good evening. Zach Strosters, CARE California. Always a pleasure to be here before you. Just real quick, so CARE is in support of the project. A couple reasons specifically. One, as per the usual with this particular developer, but especially tonight in this project, they did a great job reaching out to the community. They made sure that the community's concerns were heard, that those concerns were met, and they developed a project around whatever the needs and the concerns of the community were. Also want to just talk about the breadth and the scope of the benefit to the community, because it's not just an industrial warehouse, right? CARE is always grateful when a developer does a really good job of making sure that an industrial offering meets the needs, but this is more than that, right? This is full-bodied, if you will. There's residential, there's hotel, then there's storage. So there's a lot that they put into this. We're eager to see the build out. And then we also always talk about infrastructure, not just the community generally on a surface level with regards to jobs, but what does this look like for the future of development around it? So they're taking this parcel and they're doing a great job making sure that it meets those needs. So CARE is overwhelmingly in support, and we ask that you do the same. Thanks, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir, very much. And we had blue sheeps, but anyone else? Because we don't have to have a blue sheep. Okay. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay. No one else? Okay, thank you very much. We close the public comment portion. I don't know if the developer would have any response to that. Have any response? Does the applicant have any response to that? I don't think so. Okay. We close the public comment portion and move to real discussion from our commissioners. We're going to start with Isaac, no matter what.
Just want to express my gratitude to the applicant. Thank you for really listening to us, listening to the Planning Commission, the City Council. I know we were very hesitant to approve the industrial project that you originally proposed to us. We do have a lot of industrial, but we don't have a lot of apartments and a lot of we could always use more residential. And especially on Ramona Expressway, I feel like the residential is really going to help out that commercial aspect of it. More people living there is going to be more people going out to the restaurants and the area and the commercial buildings in that area. So thank you so much for that. I'm super excited for the restaurants that are gonna come, the sit-down restaurants. Everybody knows that Paris does need more of those. The hotel is perfectly placed right next to Lake Paris, which is super popular in Southern California. So just very grateful for you paying attention to those details. The apartments that you proposed, I like the design of them because I like the central amenities that you included, because it kind of gives a sense of community. All the apartments, all the buildings are going to be together in that one center. So it kind of gives almost like a college campus vibe with everybody centered around the buildings. So thank you for really paying attention to us, and I'm looking forward to seeing this project built out.
I too wanted to thank you for your time. I wanted to thank you for again, responding to the community. I know the community came out and gave you a lot of feedback, and you responded to that feedback in an amazing way. And it's really, really admirable. And I just wanted to thank you for prioritizing Paris residents and for really understanding that this location is, I mean, essentially a gateway to the lake, to such a popular destination. It's what Paris needs. It's where Paris needs it. It's a really exciting project. I really love the plant palette. I don't know. I just really love it, and I just wanted to give it a shout out. I think you did a really wonderful job with selecting the landscaping and the plants that you'll be putting there. Again, especially considering how close we are to the lake and retaining that air of, you know. Again, thank you for this. I really enjoy this project, and I'm very excited for it. It is what we need, and I'm so thankful for you prioritizing us and showing us that we can have really nice things without, you know, sacrificing. So thank you.
I also want to thank the applicant for their flexibility. I know I sat in that very first ad hoc, and we talked about our concerns with the industrial there. And, you know, we kept bringing it up, and you were like, no, it'll work. It's a good space for it. Like, there isn't a lot of this. Brought it forward. We were hesitant to move it forward. But I think in that process, you really heard what everybody had to say. And you were like, let me take a step back because, yeah, it would work. Yeah, it would probably be a good fit for it. But really taking a step back and listening to the community, to Planning Commission, Council, community, everybody about the need for high-density housing. And I really like that there's a storage facility right next door, because when you live in an apartment, if you haven't lived in an apartment, you have absolutely no storage for anything. So having a storage facility right next door, you can store like your seasonal stuff in there. You can swap out your Halloween stuff, Christmas stuff, without having to drive. You could just walk over. So I really appreciate the flexibility. I appreciate the landscaping palette. And, you know, normally I would be very hesitant about even considering moving something forward and working with the applicant after the fact. But we've worked with this family for a really long time. We know what they do. We know that they always come through. They do what they say they're going to do. So in this situation, I don't have hesitancy in putting faith in the developer, working with the staff, because I've seen that there is, I guess, conviction to your word. So I think it's something that is really needed in the city. I'm really hoping that having those apartments will bring in some more commercial, especially because the first thing we hear is how many houses per blah, 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 or households and rooftops and this and that. So that'll bring rooftops to that area. So I'm hoping with the hotel and rooftops, and that's allowed because that's 4 stories, 2 buildings. I'm hoping that also will be a catalyst for a grocery store, banks, other things that are needed on Ramona Expressway. So, and thank you for thinking about the safety of the residents and the traffic flow and this and that. So all the little details that are thought about when considering something for the city is very appreciated.
Would like to thank the applicant very much for his thoughts and considerations for this project in the city of Paris. You've done several projects in the city of Paris, but nothing of this scale, which is very appreciative. And appreciate that you took the time and consideration to listen to everybody that had the concerns, and for you to take a step back, spend some additional time on it, and come back with a much more feasible project, not for the city of Paris, but for yourself as well. One of the items that you are probably venturing in is storage. Americans are one of the, they save everything, where Europeans don't save as much. So storage is a big business all across the U.S. So I think it'll be very lucrative for you to have this at this location. So it's welcoming, and then of course as Commissioner Jimenez said, the apartments there. So I think it all kind of flows together with the hotel and the restaurants as well. Hopefully they're, which, as you said before, they're nicer restaurants, sit-down restaurants, higher-end restaurants, something that City of Paris is desiring, and I'm much looking forward to, because, not to be able to, don't want to bring a client to Taco Bell. You know, I enjoy them at times, but it's hard to, you know, have that experience and have a nice discussion in a nice setting. So I appreciate the restaurants and you know, as the whole project ties together, that, you know, you're committing a lot of your time and resources to the city of Paris for this project. And I look for it to be successful as possible.
Yes, and I won't prolong it. I agree with him, and I would just say that, and I've known you a long time, probably longer than anybody here. So we've seen each other. We're getting gray. I've lost my hair, so I'm a little different. But you know, I'm still here. One thing I do know for sure is that this is the perfect location. Obviously, Ramona Expressway, which for some reason over the 35 years I've been here, is neglected, and you're going to get a lot of traffic. Because I live in Paris, I know it's going to be a lot of traffic. The perfect complement, I hadn't thought about it too, the storage there, and you have apartments. It's a perfect combination because obviously, you know, you go in an apartment and you have nowhere place to put this stuff. You have storage units that you can use, so that's a perfect complement. What I like too, and I've been asking for, even once I started on this commission, was hotel in that area. I cannot believe no one has put a hotel. That's unconscionable that no one's been able to do that. I don't care about housing a hotel in your Lake Paris. The two go together. So you're right down the street. Maybe that'll bring on a grocery store for 33 years, one of these days. But obviously, I think also, too, one of the reasons I pushed the width of that sidewalk or the width of that opening is across the street. Whatever development there, you could have a walkway also that is, you know, well lit, and you can go back and forth, one thing over there, whatever they propose, back and forth. So now you've got that connection between the two, not just the lake. So you design the hotel, you design RV parking because people go to the lake and they want to park there and stay. And so you have that design. So you thought of everything on this one, a lot different than the last meeting, right? So I appreciate it too. I'll let them fight over the colors. You know, I'm not a color person. It's gray, green. I know it's not green, but I'll let them deal with that. And I appreciate the quality and the commitment that you have, as many don't. But I appreciate that when you say you're going to do something, you're going to do it. So I know that from several years. I can really know that. I just wish it'd be sooner, 2 years. But we got to be patient because it takes a lot. But yeah, and it's not going to be a lot of traffic on Dawes Street, so you don't have to worry about Dawes. Okay. But by having the acceleration lanes, it's going to open up. You can't do it if you don't, because people drive 70 miles an hour. Come on. Ramona Expressway, nobody's driving the speed limit. You know better than that, you don't either. So there's no such thing as speed limit on Ramona Expressway. But that makes a big difference. And one of the things we push, and we ask a lot of questions, and it's not because we're trying to be beat up, it's because we really like the project. If we didn't, we wouldn't ask any questions. Now get that for future reference. So we're very picky. I'm very picky. My director knows I'm very picky. I'm a pest sometimes. But it's to do what's right. We want the quality, and it's important to go to the community because they got to live with it. So we're the spokespersons. There's nobody else, but we're the final spokesperson, and we send it up. So I appreciate it, and that's it. We've gone through all this, and you'll be sitting with ad hoc, but basically it's pretty much laid out. So thank you very much. Thank you for the family there. I'm surprised I didn't hear from them, but I thank you for it and appreciate the project, and I have no problems with it. And, you know, if the only thing I'm asking is having sumac tree, you really got it made. Because that's the only thing I really was questioning. That's it. Now you really got off easy if that's all I'm at questioning, and that's nothing. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much. And if there's nothing else further to add, let me go through this routine. Just bear with me. I'll be quick, but I'm just doing this for the record. If you don't make me read it a third time, okay? Pacific Plan Amendment 25-05380, tentative parcel map 22-05379. And a conditional use permit, 25-00004. Development plan review, 22-00037 and 22-00038. And variance, 25-00001. It was moved from continued off calendar from September 10, 2024, based on the city council meeting. So the proposal is to consider the following entitlements to facilitate a mixed-use project on 16.91 acres. Located on the south side of Ramona Expressway between Paris Boulevard, Redland Avenue, in the commercial zone of the PVCCSP. As follows, Pacific Plan Amendment to rezone 7.13 acres of a larger 16.91 acre site from commercial zone to multifamily residential, modify the development standards to table to increase the building height from 30 feet to 50 feet, and the land use table to allow self-storage facilities in the commercial zone with a conditional use permit. That's why you have conditional use permit. Tentative parcel map to subdivide 2 parcels into 5 parcels, totaling 16.91 acres. Conditional use permit to allow 181,000 square foot self-storage facility on 5.4 acres. Development plan review for the review of the site plan and building elevations for 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants totaling 9,000 square feet. A 4-story, 107-room hotel on 4.31 acres, and a 204-unit multifamily residential development on 7.13 acres, and a variance to allow a reduced side yard setback for the self-storage facility, as indicated on the plans. And requested is that we adopt Resolution 2519, that the City Council certify the final environmental impact report, identifying alternative 4 as the project, adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, statement of overriding considerations related to air quality, cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, and I think our director said not noise, right? Not noise, and findings of fact, and approve specific plan amendment 22-05380, tentative tract parcel map 22-05379, conditional use permit 25-00004, DPR 22-00037, 22-00038, and variance 25-00001 to facilitate construction of a multifamily resident development, self-storage facility, a hotel, 2 sit-down restaurants on 16.91 acres based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval. And we do have some additions, and don't know if I got them all. But one was on the plant, and that might be administrative, go from milkweed to California milkweed?
Narrow leaf? We could do to a narrow leaf milkweed maybe?
Narrow leaf. I'll take your word for it. I had no idea. No on-site living in these trailers or RV trailers, as stated, and maybe a sign posted of the court, but there's no on-site living on the property, right? Okay.
With the exclusion of the office building.
Oh, yeah, well, the office, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you threw me off there. Oh, to add the wording concerning elevators, and that I'll leave that to staff administration on that one. The colors, I think that would be discussed, and I think it was 14B.II or something. But the idea is that would be worked with the ad hoc committee and the staff based on approval. If that's okay with our city attorney.
It would be to work with, so I think more clarification is needed as to the details of that, but the idea is that, work with staff to make adjustments to the colors and elevations for the apartment buildings. I would say to the satisfaction of the planning manager in consultation with the ad hoc committee, and specifically that would be Commissioners Jimenez and Shively, as I understand it.
And I think too, the carports need a facelift. If you're open to
Including
that.
the carports?
Including the carports.
As to colors and elevations?
Yes.
Okay. So we would add a condition of approval to that effect?
So just to clarify, where the applicant is not required to change the elevations, but to work with staff and the ad hoc committee on the color scheme, specifically more of an accent color that will enhance the color scheme of the building? For not only the apartment complex, but also the carports.
Color scheme is the main
So to add an accent color and improve contrast or something along, because it's good if you can articulate some direction.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
So is that correct?
Accent points, yeah, create some accent points, and yes.
Okay.
Okay. And also, I think the CO engineering to match the plans of 40 foot 42-foot driveway aisle versus the plans that say 30 feet. We have to make sure it's 30 feet in the match what's in the engineering.
So the engineering condition reads 42 feet,
Right.
so it's just more plan check with
Yeah.
the applicant at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, and there's a major difference between the two. Okay, I think that's all I have. Unless you had something else, I think that was it. Okay.
If I can add, Mr. Chair, there was also a request to work
One
with
minute.
staff on the, enhancing the main entrance and also complementary monument signs at the entry. And then, yes, and then to modify condition number 44, B2, two little i's, to remove east and to add a new condition there for the east side to include a 14-foot high solid wall.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else do I have? Yes.
So the west side would continue to be 8-foot-high smooth stucco wall, and the east side would be
14.
14-foot-high smooth stucco wall.
Right. Also replace the African sumac tree
Why,
with an alternate tree material.
Yeah.
Um,
No palm trees.
Let's see what else.
African sumacs first. That's number one. Yeah. Okay.
I believe that's all I have.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. 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 I don't remember anything else, but anyway. Okay. With that, we request. I think that was it, right? Okay. Okay. 20 things. Okay. Thank you. Matt. Do we have a motion to adopt this action?
I make a motion.
Vice Chair Shabley has moved to adopt this resolution. Need a second.
I'll second.
And seconded by Commissioner Menez.
Commissioner Menez?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively?
Yes.
Chair Hammond?
Yes, that was an easy one.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Quick break? Okay, we're going to take a quick break and get to item D, which would be the drive-through coffee. Okay, we're reconvening at 9:03 PM. The City of Paris, I'm sorry, Planning Commission meeting. Item 6D. Thank you for your patience. Conditional use permit 24-05152. A proposal to construct a 1,741 square foot, that's the previous one, yeah, square foot drive-through coffee shop, Better Buzz, on 0.63 acres of a larger 1.21 acre parcel. That's what I get for drinking soda. Located on the south side of Old Nuevo Road between Raising Cane's and In-N-Out Burger in the commercial community zone. Applicant, Kari Edwards, permits place. The planner, Rafael Garcia. Requested action, adopt resolution number 25-20, finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act review pursuant to section 15332 infill development projects, and approving conditional use permit 24-05152 to facilitate the construction of a 1,741 square foot drive-through restaurant on a 1.21 site based on the findings contained in the resolution and subject to the conditions of approval. We did get two memorandums. Item 6D, just for the record, I believe it is for the record, comment letter pertaining to CUP 24-05152, and attached for our consideration. I won't go through the whole reading of that letter, but in essence, it was a letter response to this particular item, and it's for the record, and talked about in some summation improvements to the remaining undeveloped portion of the property, which is one of the considerations. So I'll let the staff or whoever decide they want to discuss that part. And that was that letter. So I want to just add that. Also, item 6D, update the conditions of approval pertaining to CUP 24-05152, updating the driveway as part of the driveway 3 along the east and requiring operation management plan to manage on-site traffic. And I won't go through all that. Then one of the changes was number 44, operation management plan. Business operators shall have in place an on-site operations management plan during peak hours to manage on-site traffic and queuing. And this is an attached letter, July 30th, 2025, updated August 20th, 2025. I'm just not going through the 3 pages of trying to read it, but just putting it on the record. And if staff wishes to discuss that or anyone, you're more than welcome. Okay. At this time, was there any ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meetings, or site visits?
Been by the site a couple times.
I have none.
I am by the site very often, too often, I think.
I also frequent near the site.
Yeah, and I don't live too far from the site, so I'm pretty adequate. I actually drove over there and got the real scope of what's over there, so I do know the site very well. And there you are, sir.
Good evening, honorable members of the Planning Commission. As you indicated, item before you tonight is a request for a conditional use permit for a coffee shop. The project site is located on the south side of Old Nuevo Road between the In-N-Out fast food restaurant as well as the Raising Cane's. The surrounding land uses include the In-N-Out to the west, the Raising Cane's to the east, an Arco gas station across the street to the north, and undeveloped property directly to the south. As a reminder, the project site is approximately 1.21 acres in area, but the applicant that's before you tonight is only proposing to develop the northern half approximately of the project site. So the yellow demarcation that you see, approximately the southern half of that lot will continue to remain undeveloped as part of their proposal. Just a quick reminder, the general plan land use designation and zoning for the property is community commercial. The zone does allow for drive-through restaurants with approval of a conditional use permit. And that's the reason we're here before you tonight. As you indicated, some of you visited the site. The picture that you see here is a view looking south towards the site from Old Nuevo Road, and that's a view looking south across the street towards the project site, which is currently undeveloped. As you all know, the In-N-Out is directly to the west, in between this project site and the 215. And on the other side, you have Raising Cane's, which has recently been approved and is fully operational on the east side. Another view that this is sort of in front of Raising Cane's, off of Old Nuevo Road, looking southwest of the project site. As I indicated, the applicant is only proposing to develop the approximately northern half of the subject property. They are proposing a 1,741 square foot commercial building that will function as a commercial drive-through restaurant. They are proposing a coffee shop. A wide variety of improvements are proposed as part of this, including landscaping, parking, as well as other improvements. The interior of the building will include a 491 square foot serving and seating area, along with an outdoor seating area that is shown in red as part of this diagram. The Better Buzz building is shown in red as part of the site plan, and the parking lot along with the parking stalls, as you can see, are shaded in blue. They are also proposing dual drive-through lanes along the east. Those dual drive-through lanes are going to converge into one lane and wrap around the building along the north and the west side of the buildings. The drive-through lanes, as proposed, will be able to include up to 16 parking spaces overall in queuing. They will also include 2 menu boards as well as a order box so that people can order while they're going through the drive-through. With regards to parking, there will be a total of 24 parking spaces as part of the project. Now, with regards to the development standards, the project meets and exceeds virtually all the development standards that are required by Chapter 1938, including lot coverage, FAR, building height, setbacks, landscape coverage, and parking. The project is required to provide a total of 20 parking spaces, and they are providing 24, which is, will be providing an overall surplus of 4 parking spaces. That's above and beyond what's required by the zoning ordinance. They're also providing a wide variety of landscaping throughout the site. As you can see, this is a conceptual landscape with a wide variety of trees and shrubs to enhance the overall appearance of the site along with the building. Now, some of the renderings, this is a south-facing elevation. So this would be front elevation, sort of facing the parking lot. It will include a wide variety of treatments and improvements, including metal canopies, stucco siding, brick veneer along the base of the building, as well as other improvements. The building overall will boast a modern contemporary architecture design with a flat roof. The flat roof will have also a parapet that will extend beyond the roof line in an attempt to screen all of the mechanical equipment that will be roof mounted as part of the building. And it will also include a modern color scheme to help improve the overall aesthetic appeal of the building. The building will be approximately 21 and a half feet tall at its peak. And it will include all of the improvements as noted previously. That's basically all of the development aspects of the project. With regards to the environmental determination, the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Section 15332. It is considered a Class 32 infill exemption. As part of this, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2520, finding that the project is categorically exempt from the CEQA guidelines pursuant to section 15332, and approve conditional use permit number 24-015152 to facilitate the construction of a 1,741 square foot drive-through restaurant and coffee shop based on the findings contained as part of the resolution, subject to the conditions of approval. Now, as noted, we did receive 2 comment letters. I want to quickly touch on that so that the Planning Commission, as well as the members of the audience, are aware of some of the commentary that were received. The first comment letter was received from Mr. Alan Robertson, and he had some concerns regarding the project. Specifically, they had concerns regarding the east driveway. So if I can direct your attention to the site plan. The site plan has two main entries into the parking lot area, the west driveway and the east driveway. The applicant would like to, the person who has concerns would like to limit the traffic movement along the east side of the parking lot so that it's a left out only, and that they believe that if there's queuing along the restaurant, that queuing may back up and may have obstructions along that eastern driveway. So in an attempt to avoid any obstructions, he had a comment that the movements along that eastern driveway should be limited. Staff took that comment into consideration, and staff is still feels comfortable with the design that's proposed, and we are recommending full access along that eastern driveway. On top of that, they also had concerns regarding the southern half of the site, which will continue to remain unimproved. The applicant can elaborate, but it is staff's understanding that they have a lease agreement to improve only the northern half of the project site. The southern half of the project site is still owned and by In-N-Out, and so there's no agreement to make any improvements on that southern end. So that's for the Planning Commission's consideration. The second memorandum that was provided to you as part of this item was pertaining to updates to the conditions of approval. And for your consideration, we have updated the conditions of approval for the Planning Department as well as the Engineering Division related to providing full access movement as part of driveway number 3 along the east side. So that driveway number 3 will allow for full access. On top of that, we are also going to be requiring an operations management plan. Better Bus has indicated that they are very familiar, obviously, with the market demand and what they anticipate. And if there's ever any type of queuing issues, they have a strategy in place to address a lot of those issues that could materialize, especially as the site is developed. And I know that sometimes there's a lot of excitement and there can be some queuing issues. So in an attempt to resolve that, they do have a strategy in the works to address some of those issues. So those are the two conditions of approval that have been modified to address this item. And that basically concludes the presentation that staff has. We'll be happy to respond to any questions that members of the Planning Commission or members of the audience may have pertaining to this item. And as a reminder, I'd like to just inform you that there is a member on behalf of Better Bus here, and they'll be happy to respond to any questions, although they don't have a formal presentation before you tonight. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, MPL. And as always, if the applicant would like to, maybe not presentation, but would like to have anything to say, now's the time to come forward. Nothing? Okay. Okay. At this time, are there any questions for the applicant and/or city staff?
Thank you for the presentation. My question is going to be directed to engineering. In regards to that comment letter that we received, did you see an issue with the east side access point?
So to answer no, with their traffic study, part of the traffic study, they analyzed drive-through queue. They analyzed a few locations throughout Southern California, and the maximum queue that was analyzed at those locations was 11 vehicles.
Okay.
They're providing 16 vehicles in their drive-through queue. Not necessarily, first day would be different from normal operations, so that's why planning added that peak hour operations queue or peak hour operations condition.
Oh, they're going to have someone out there
put up
directing
cones
traffic.
if need
Got
be,
you.
right?
Yeah,
Something around
yeah,
those
I remember
manner.
In-N-Out was doing that.
But from a day-to-day standpoint, the full access is actually beneficial for the shopping center as a whole, because think about if someone comes in from that first access point and they don't have an ingress into the location, they'd have to make a U-turn on a
Got you.
30.
And there's going to be a huge traffic jam
Right,
in that parking
exactly,
lot.
right. So from an overall operations standpoint, full access is preferred.
Okay, perfect. Okay, no further questions.
Quick question. Am I understanding correctly that southern portion, it's not owned? Is that not owned by the developer?
Yeah, the parcel is approximately 1.2 acres.
Mhm.
They're only proposing to develop the northern half, which is what they have the lease, and it's staff's understanding that it is owned by In-N-Out.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's nothing more for right now.
So currently you have a FAR of or 6% for the entire acreage. Do you or In-N-Out have any idea what is planned for that unimproved area?
There are no plans as of right now.
Or it could remain vacant for a while or be a parking lot? Based off of what potential could be built on the other portion of the lot or the southern site. Is it possible to get what the FAR is based off of what is being currently developed?
The FAR, based on what's current developed, as far as I can recall, it's 6%, so it's very low. They are allowed to.
But that's what's currently developed, but that doesn't seem appropriate for the whole full acreage of the whole lot. What is the FAR for the developed portion of the entire lot?
For the developed portion of the lot, so the site is approximately 20, I believe it's, I'd have to double check, but basically it's 0.63 acres, their portion of the site. So they're allowed to have a FAR of up to 0.75, and they're only developing approximately 1,741 square feet of actual lot area.
Okay.
Of actual building area.
Okay, yeah, if they're allowed 75%, they can go up to,
Yeah, roughly, if you wanted to kind of,
45,
you would kind of double that to be like 0.12.
Yeah.
Because it's the project site is, they're only developing half of the site. So it'd be a 0.12, about 12%, if you only account for the leasable area.
okay, thank you.
Rafael, was ad hoc recommended or mentioned at all for this as far as the traffic and?
With regards to the traffic, that was something that recently was developed, that it was something that was brought to our attention as far as concerns from the public, and that came up this week, so it wasn't something that we necessarily had time to look into since the comment was brought to our attention on Monday, I believe.
And was there any ad hoc mentioned about having the drive-through around the front of the building, facing the street?
I can't recall if we had an ad hoc for this specific item. I don't think we did.
It wasn't, I know there wasn't one, but was one recommended to the developer? Because
No.
we don't usually have the drive-throughs through the front of the building.
Mm-hmm.
In-N-Out has it around the far left, Raising Cane's has it around the back, and this one has it through the front.
Correct. I mean, based on kind of the site considerations, they're playing with a very limited kind of area. And so they were trying to maximize the utility of the area. And this was kind of the best design that they could come up with based on, the parameters that they're dealing with.
Okay. Can we go back to the site plan, please?
Sure.
Did we consider flipping the whole thing over? Because I drive a big truck. If I'm coming in on that one by Raising Cane's, it's a tight U-turn to try to get into the drive-through.
Mm-hmm.
So if we flip it over, it would be a better radius. Did we consider that, flipping it over? It feels like the front of the store is in the back.
Staff didn't, but maybe the applicant can provide a response to that, as they were the ones who presented the design of the project before you tonight.
Okay.
Yes, hello. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Conrado. My name is Conrado Gallardo, Gallardo. I'm the architect of record for this project. In designing, early on in designing this lot, this has basically become the optimal position. I think if we flipped the plan vertically, we would have the same issues. We'd also have issues of the exit and entrance being too close to the Main Street, so that we have issues in that sense as well. Also, the east entrance, during peak hours, it would be regulated. So, the traffic, entrance traffic would be directed towards the other side. So that way we don't have this condition where you have to make this tight U-turn into that space.
I've been there during peak hours. I know exactly what Raising Cane's is like. That's why I'm asking.
Right.
Because if you flipped it around, move the building to the bottom right, that would give you access around the back to have the drive-through exit straight onto Nuevo Road.
Right.
So the drive-through would channel around the back. You could still have that same stacking parking up front, the front of the store towards the front. It just does not feel like an ideal. I am very familiar with there. I get my nails done across the street, go to that Starbucks, shop at that Stater Brothers. My daughters are always at In-N-Out and Raising Cane's. So I am like, I know this area like the back of my hand.
Right.
And this is not ideal.
Right, we also have the issue that we are pretty far along in the process here. This is going to be a considerable change to the project if we make that type of adjustment. We are pretty much through the building department, planning department, or not planning department, but maybe really a lot of our reviews are really conditioned on the approval of the CUP. We've done the process and we've coordinated and worked with all the planners in the city. We feel like we've gone above and beyond, and we think that this is the best solution for this site.
One item just to kind of help ease with the U-turn with the big truck. I drive a truck too, and one thing it's they're showing 13 feet distance between that first drive-through aisle and the main where the Raising Cane's is. A lot of the times you see like 2 feet, 5 feet. 13 feet is a little bit more of a buffer. I don't know if you'd still be able to make that first lane without, doing a 3-point turn, but you would definitely be able to make it into that far west
But
drive-through.
then you're going against traffic if somebody's trying to come this way. I'm thinking about
Yeah.
safety and
Right.
really ease traffic flow in
Right,
that
and-
area.
And at that point, if it overflows, that's what the condition comes in, where they need to do their on-site management to keep the traffic flow within their contained site.
Yeah, In-N-Out said they were gonna do that too, and I haven't seen it. I guess, how hard would it be to do some kind of amendment or change like that at this point in the process? That's why I was asking if there was an ad hoc. This is something that could have been preemptively looked at ahead of time. Is it like really difficult?
To revise the whole site plan? As the applicant mentioned, yeah, it would take some time. And there may be some other issues that we can't think of at this point that arise from the, revised site plan. Like the applicant was mentioning, the egress may be too close to Old Nuevo Road.
But the egress could have still been south and cross and going around the back. If the building was in the bottom left, right, you could have made still that ingress, egress, kind of like where it's at or even lower, wrapped around the back of the building, stacked there, and then exited towards the top. Would have been, I'm just looking at after the fact, I'm seeing things that could have been easily solved. Yeah, I guess that's it for me. Thank you.
What is the width of that, and I guess as engineer, what is the width of that eastern drive, reciprocal driveway where we see proposed? That's a big deal, the width of that between Raising Cane's and that, because you also have access to Raising Cane's.
Right. It's currently 30 feet wide.
Okay, 30. Okay. From a legal standpoint, would the reciprocal agreement has to be signed by an agreement with Raising Cane's? If they objected, will we have a problem?
Yeah, if it's a reciprocal access agreement, you would need both parties to agree.
So that's conditional on this. They'd have to, not saying they would. I'm just saying they would have to agree to that. But it's also a benefit for them as well because you're driving into theirs, you're driving there. So
I'm being told that we do have the reciprocal access agreement.
Okay. I'm over there because I live over there, so I'm probably over there more than anybody with Stater Brothers. But I think In-N-Out has a double, but they do have people standing out there. So you'd have the in and out effect, I'm assuming, because you go at nighttime, even now, it's going to be double stacked. But they have a person or two out there taking orders, so that's what I mean by operations management. So, they're going to be they would be more popular because of those two. So whatever the normal crowd would be, it might be a little bit, and you're operating from 4:30 in the morning. That's the proposal. Yeah, 4:30 in the morning, which is people going to work like I used to. So little different, orientation. But I think the width of that driveway, reciprocal access driveway, would make a big difference since it's 30 feet, not with the 26 feet we always hear fire department, but 30 feet could make a difference, if not even more. But I think the idea, I know what you're talking about, the trucks, but 13-foot wide aisle is a little different than kind of some of them, because the old, like Jack in the Box on 4th Street, you can't get a truck in that one. Not that I go to Jack in the Box, but you go to 4th Street, there's no way, because it's 1980s and 70s built, you're not going to get one in there. You're just going to go park in the lot and get out of your car. But this is a coffee shop, like the Starbucks in town. There's Starbucks down where you live down there. They stop at the cars line up, but then, they kind of move, but it's just going to have that coffee effect with Starbucks. The one on Ramona Expressway, I don't think it's even, but it's around the back, yeah. But it seems like so much space, though, that's large space that's on the southern portion. It's surprised they didn't move it farther back. That might have made a difference, but, if In-N-Out owns that, they control that part of the property. Are you leasing this space in the front?
Yes, that
you
portion is
leased?
being leased.
Oh, you're leasing that space from In-N-Out?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know they owned that much. Wow.
I'd like to add also as well that the peak hours for Better Buzz is from 6 in the morning to about 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
So, both Raising Cane's or In-N-Out won't
No, they won't
open.
be here. No.
So there won't be any overlap of
No,
any
no.
traffic.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people at 4:30. Trust me, I was on the roadway at 4:30. You would be really surprised in Paris. Yeah, just ask Starbucks. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, the unimproved area, and there's not much you can do because you don't control that. I think the idea is what they were saying in this letter is that the idea there'd just be weeds and things like that. That's an In-N-Out decision. There's a lot they could do with that. Community garden, who could? But or parking stripe, but that's but you have no control over that. Any questions? Because I have a few more things. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I can offer a suggestion, and we haven't had this discussion with the applicant, but if maybe if we can explore moving the drive-through lanes closer to the building in the same configuration as it's shown right now, but just closer to the building, like where the trash enclosure is shown. That way you have a little bit more room as you come out of the drive aisle to get into the drive-through lanes. And it creates a little bit more area for stacking. I don't know if you're going to lose, not radius, but the number of vehicles that you can stack, but at least you'll have more area at the bottom on that drive-through lane that goes east and west. When you're coming down from the drive aisle that's shared with Raising Cane's, it's not a sharp turn like you were mentioning. You'll have a little bit more room to be able to turn into the drive-through lane.
Thank
I don't
you.
know, would that be
I
something?
think part of my issue is just having cars on the street, the drive-through on the street side. I think that is part of because that's not something you typically see, and that's not. It's like looking at big rigs as you drive by. You're looking at stacked cars, not a beautiful building with cars parked and landscaping. I think that is my main issue.
Okay.
We
And maybe
do have
Rafael
some.
can provide some clarification. I believe there's a 3-foot-high decorative wall along the drive-through lane with landscaping to minimize the views of vehicles. And that's typical to provide with businesses with drive-through lanes.
Yes, we are providing some of the landscaping that is outside of our lease line and in the public right-of-way.
Yeah, if there were, I'm just piggybacking what you're saying. If you're looking at you have 13 feet before you get to the drive aisle, because you're kind of close with that trash enclosure, you can't really, not much place to move it. So would you reduce the 13 foot space there for landscaping, whatever that, I'm not sure what that item is there. It reduced that, would that be the only compromise? Would say instead of 13 feet, it'd be 10 feet? So that would be for a larger vehicle. So you see what I'm saying, where it says 13 feet? Before you get to that 16, well, and reducing from 13 to 10, because you can't do the trash enclosure, because you can't move that anywhere, right?
Sorry. You could move the trash enclosure because they have excess parking, so that could be relocated somewhere else. I don't know, maybe the applicant can provide a little bit more clarification on that.
Because I'm looking at the menu board, and that's kind of standard unless you move that, or you move that 13 feet to 10 feet, and you gain an additional 3 feet to the east side. That's just a suggestion. Go ahead.
We didn't look at that. My name's Don Armstrong, ARMSTRONG. I work for Better Buzz. I mean, we've gone through several renditions of what the best layout to give us the optimum stacking ability for it. But to move it over, you would have to move the trash enclosure to another location, and that would require the employees to walk across a traffic
Yeah,
area
that's why,
to get
yeah.
to another area. So we would prefer not to lose parking, even though we have a surplus, it is used. And we don't want to get rid of the trash enclosure from its current location. So the only way to do that would be to shorten that up. Having a 13-foot wide aisle does make it easier for vehicles, and it's appreciated by most people who own a bigger or larger vehicle. I don't have a large vehicle, so I've never had that issue going in there. But having a large truck, has seen them going in, I can understand that. But flipping the building and moving that around to have the building on the bottom right side, as our Conrado already made comment of, having those entrances would be on the north side would be too close. On the east side where our ingress egress is at, it's lower than what the ingress is for Raising Cane's. Theirs is further north, so they're not directly across from each other. So when you make that turn, left turn off of Old Nuevo Road, you would go right into, you can either go into Raising Cane's or come down and make a right into the Better Buzz location. Those things were looked at. By moving that up, you would have both cars coming in at the same locations.
Yeah, I guess what, and that was kind of piggybacking on, that wasn't mine, but where you see if you look at the arrows on the southeast portion, there's 13 feet there, right? You see 13, where car 16 is. There's 13 feet. That would be the only place that you could reduce that size.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the least of the things that we have to do. The trash enclosure, I was like, it's almost not possible.
Right.
But if there was any going to be movement, that would be the place, 13, 10. That would, to me, would be the only solution. Do you need 13 feet there? And what is that? I don't know what that square thing is there. I don't know if that's receptacle.
There's a
like
median between the two drive aisles.
Yeah. Well, not between, to the right of that drive aisle. So you see car 16?
That's just a landscape area.
Yeah, then there's a landscape area. If that area moved 10 feet, then you would gain your feet. That's the only place I see on here where there would possibly be a movement.
Correct.
Yeah, you can't move the trash enclosures, you can't move the building.
Right.
But if that were possible, I'm just saying that maybe, and I'm looking at our engineer, is that a possibility?
So I think that would actually make it worse with the U-turn movement for the trucks, because that 13 feet gives a little more space to
Yeah.
give that turn. So the way it is right now, again, you'll look at a lot of places like Starbucks or other locations, they'll have a 5-foot median stretch. This is showing 13 feet. It gives you a little bit more of a room. I'm not saying you'll be able to make that far right lane, but you should be able to make that left lane.
Yeah, I don't have a truck, so I couldn't tell you.
And to clarify, when I meant flip the building, I didn't mean keep the parking and move it to the top left where it would be. It would be maintaining the same, that southwest one, and that would be like you're stacking around the building. Do you know what I mean? It would be the southwest, that would be the stacking all the way across, because if you flipped everything over and the building ended up further on the right, that whole bottom section could be your stacking. And you could have double stacking.
And then the way I'm interpreting that would be the parking stalls would be at the north
On
end.
the north end.
Okay.
That's what I meant, not that parking gets moved and it's completely flipped and now it's on the northwest corner. It would still remain in the southwest corner, and the whole stacking would be that bottom section, and you could have 2 long lanes there.
Yeah, I mean,
But that requires the ingress egress to be relocated. I can't flip the building and keep the queuing and put the parking on the
The
north
queuing could be in
side.
the bottom. That's, I think, what I'm trying to explain.
But if you leave the ingress egress there, your queuing is going to go past the drive entrances. I
On
would-
the east.
On either side.
The driveways at that point would be a little too close to Old Nuevo Road. So the buffer they
No, I'm
have
saying
here-
they stay in the southwest. I think that's what I don't think I'm making clear. They stay in the southwest. The stacking would be around, along the south part of the building.
But we won't get
Yeah.
16 car stacking if we did that plan. If you
It's
left
longer
it, if
that
you,
way than it is the other way, but.
as they go past the drive entrances though.
Mhm.
So there would be, if the queuing went past the drive entrance, it would block traffic coming in. If I understand what
Yeah,
you're-
no, I don't think, I think I would have to draw it out because it gives you more room, because you could double stack all along the south side, and as it turns around, like you, it would give you a wider range.
Right, but when it comes across the bottom where the blue is now,
Mhm.
and it wraps up on that southwest corner, it comes around to the building for the drive-through, it's on the opposite side of the car. The car would have to be on the right-hand side, so we come in through the in and out side, queue it up, and come around the southeast corner in order to hit the driver's side window. But the location of where that would be would block that drive entrance. I'd have to move the drive
Oh,
entrance
okay.
out of the way.
You would have to flip the building completely still to
Right,
make it
and
match.
I'd have to move the drive entrances up so
Mhm.
that the queuing wouldn't be in front of that exit.
I think that flip too, it would eliminate that eastern driveway.
Mhm.
And from an overall site circulation, let's say there's a utility cut that has to happen at that driveway, that main entrance, you would not have that second reciprocal access
Mhm.
anymore. So the site that's shown in front of here may work better as a whole for this whole site, just because you have that straight through access on the west and the east.
Mhm.
The southwest driveway lines up with the Kane's driveway.
The southwest is on the in and out side.
Yeah. I mean, the eastern portion, I've got it upside.
It doesn't align
It
with their
doesn't?
entrance.
Okay.
I don't know if we have do you have an overall site plan?
I think, no, it doesn't, no.
Yeah, you can kind of see it on that one.
Yeah, it's different, it's
yeah.
different, okay. Okay. Okay, any other questions, or?
The landscaping doesn't match what's around there. Did we give feedback on that? Because we like to have cohesive landscaping. I don't know if that was.
That's our intent.
Okay, and that is similar to
We have
what's there?
off-site as well, so we have a sidewalk that we're adding, and then the landscaping between the sidewalk and the city curb
Okay.
we'll be putting in, so those will all be part of a set of plans that get reviewed and by
Okay,
staff.
just want to make sure, because the images didn't have this kind of landscaping. It just had,
Yeah,
the 3D renderings do not reflect what
Yeah, those
the
are-
landscape plan
Those
is.
are more just portraying the look of the building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I was just going to state that too. It's Commissioner Jimenez's thoughts is that, and I agree exactly, that as planning commissioners and as an architect, I would want to see exactly within the rendering is what your plant palette is. So this is very misleading to us, what you're presenting to us. So I would hope that any future presentation would be a plant palette in the elevation of what is in your plant palette on your landscape plan.
Duly noted.
Go ahead. I don't even know if these fellow commissioners are going to, but I'm going to throw something out there. I like the seating area that's adjacent. The only thing with me, and that's just my personal thing, it should be enclosed, even if it's what they call pony walls, the cheap ones, and some kind of mesh, because if you're going to be open in the morning, there is a particular element that might walk up there. I'm being very delicate, okay? So that's the only concern of mine, because the open thing is, this is Nuevo Road, this is not down where Chipotle is by Walmart where nobody walks. They walk over here. So my concern is it's open, you're asking for trouble. Some kind of enclosure there, to me, because I live there, might be an issue with the not having it enclosed to some degree. But that's the only question I would have, because the patio is wonderful, I think the idea is there, but I'm just wondering, because, and I don't even know if they know what I'm talking about, pony walls, but the concept is just that it would be something that would be enclosed, not physically with hard, but where you just walk out as mesh and you can go in there and 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and not have to be concerned about that. That's my only thing that I would consider, because it's not part of this. And just food for thought, if you would like to at least consider that and look at that as an idea, because that's, it's on a major street, a major thoroughfare. None of the other ones are open at this time. You'd be the only one open at that time in the morning. And in winter, it gets dark. And people in this city leave. I used to leave work at 4:30 in the morning. I'd be, it's 4:30 in the morning, you might be sitting out there. 6 o'clock in the morning, dark. So it's.
You have lights on the patio.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have a
But I mean,
string
if
light,
it's
that's too
enclosed, it would be a safety, it's more of a safety issue. And that's a consideration. But that's only my other one. Do you guys have any other issues? I think you do. Okay.
I always do. On the elevations, the one that is the north-facing elevation, can we go to that, please? That's
south.
south-facing. One more. The one, okay, so I don't know if you got a full north side, because the north side is where that pop-out is, right?
On the back.
No, back. I want to see this one. Okay, on this one, so just to clarify, that pop-out section that we see on the left side of the screen, that's what's actually facing the street, right?
Yes.
So on ours, it's just a brown wall with Better Buzz on top. That's what's facing it. Would it be possible to possibly extend like the beehive schematic on there, or even moving the Enjoy Your Buzz Paris to that side, making that, because that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see cars and a brown wall going through the drive-through from the street. So maybe enhancing that a little bit more so that it takes attention away from the cars. That little veranda that you have, like the little canopy on the south side, you said there was some kind of gating or landscaping covering the cars, right? On that north side against the street?
Covering the cars?
Yeah, along the sidewalk? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have landscaping along that north side.
Would it be possible to add some of those elements to like create more of a shield too? We just don't want to see the cars when we're.
I mean, I don't think that there's going to be an opportunity to put that type of cover that's over the.
Not the cover, just like a little trellis halfway, like some kind of barrier, like a decorative piece, a monument sign even, because I know Raising Cane's have it. I'm trying to just make sure we don't see the cars on.
Like an eyebrow?
Some kind of eyebrow, something to take attention away from just seeing a stack of cars as you're driving by.
We can do something to enhance that appendage that's on that north side.
Yes.
And we already have a 3-foot wall that goes around with landscaping on the outside of that goes around the drive-through.
It's how tall?
3 foot. I mean, it's not going to screen a vehicle in its entirety, but it's going to help screen it.
So Commissioner, just for clarification, you're looking to enhance not the bottom part of the elevation, but the part.
The part where
that's
it's just a brown wall.
yes. So the higher, the top part of the wall?
Right. Yeah, we can, I mean, assuming that it's all within code and everything, and we're allowed to do it, we could add those hexagons or another sign or something like that.
Not at the very top of the part that's protruding out, but on the elevation, on the facade, on the front side of the projection. Something to enhance it, some architectural feature to enhance it, so it doesn't look so plain.
Yes,
On the north side.
yes.
I can bring that up to our management team to see what their thoughts are on that. It's not something I can commit to tonight.
think, and adding some, some kind of fencing or something to block the cars.
Perhaps even extend, put some vegetation or higher vegetation in front of the cars to kind of block it a little bit. I know it hides the building a little bit, but Commissioner Jimenez's issue is seeing the cars in front of the building instead of seeing the building. And I understand why the building's up front. It's because you want that front curb appeal. So I understand that portion. But her concern is seeing the cars. And I think a different landscape palette with higher vegetation, higher brush might be able to conceal some of it and still be able to see, because the wainscot on the bottom is 3 feet, 3.5 feet perhaps, and maybe something like that will
But
conceal the cars.
If there is a lot of cars, maybe the.
Is that your
employees
concern?
may-
Yes, and that is just a plain brown wall that's facing the north side. You want curb appeal, but there's no appeal. Brown wall.
Commissioner
I'd like to
Jimenez?
disagree. I think there is curb appeal there on the building. It's not just on all sides of the building. It's not.
Commissioner, Chair Hammond, I think we need to keep it to question and answer at this point. We haven't gone to public comment yet.
You were kind of on the fence on those. So. Okay. Any other questions for them? No. Or, okay. Yeah, we were kind of crossing in, but we were kind of, okay. Okay, well, thank you very much. And, Liz, you had something? Okay, or for staff, either way. Okay. With that, we move to public comment on this agenda item only, and anyone wishing to address the public on this agenda item, come to the podium, state your full name, and spell your last name for us, and we'd appreciate it.
Alan Robertson, Robertson. So I'm the owner of the properties around this site. We developed the Raising Cane's. Now we have a proposal to the south to build out that new shopping center. Also, we did sell the Raising Cane's, but through the CCNRs, we do still control that drive aisle. So everything there is going to be under our control, and we were hoping that we would have a little bit of help here to deal with some of the potential traffic concerns. I mean, honestly, you guys know Paris better than anybody. Paris is going to be excited about this coffee shop. I've been to Better Buzz's. They are crowded. They always are, all the way through the day. Part of our shopping center, it's going to have a 40,000 square foot health club. That's a lot of traffic going in and out about the same time, peak hours, as this Better Buzz. We want to see this Better Buzz here. I really like their use, but we have to do something with that eastern driveway to make sure that it works and it jives with the rest of the center, because if we have traffic backing up into that area, it's going to completely detonate our whole shopping center behind. And there's nothing, we're going to lose tenants. We're not even going to get this thing off the ground. So I'm not asking to kill this project. I'm just asking that the applicant work with us and do something that works better than what they have. So appreciate your time and listening to our concerns, and hope we can do something there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else on this particular agenda item? Okay. And at this time, as always, we go to the applicant. If the applicant would like to respond, we always get the applicant to respond to that. As always, we do this.
Again, I want to, reiterate that we understand the traffic issue in this project. We understand how critical it is. That's why we did an extensive traffic study. We studied and surveyed a few of our other more busy stores, and we made sure that we are above and beyond anything any of our previous stores have done. Again, we're stacking 16 cars here. I believe Paris zoning requires 8. So we're providing twice as much stacking here. And again, we have a traffic management plan in place for our peak hours and our busy hours. And I think we've addressed the issue with traffic, and I think the concerns will be I think we've addressed those concerns as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, we close the public comment portion and bring it to the Planning Commission for actual discussion. My phone.
I understand the concerns that Commissioner Jimenez has, especially with the north elevation of the building. I think it does need some type of enhancement, maybe like lettering or something, just to give it a little more pop. And hopefully the landscaping that's being provided does give the screening for the vehicles. I hope that the 16 stacking, vehicle stacking is going to be sufficient enough. And I know In-N-Out does do a really good job managing the traffic when it does get busy. So if you guys could keep that same standard that In-N-Out does, and I'm pretty sure we shouldn't have an issue with this. Better Buzz is super popular. A lot of my friends like it, and I'm sure a lot of the residents are going to be super excited to have this. So I'm excited to have this to the city.
I wanted to thank you for your time. I know it's been a really long night, and we're not even near the end. I do agree. I'm not the biggest fan of the cars queuing along Old Nuevo, but I do understand the limitations and why that is what it is. It's just not an optimal, stretch of area. I think if we can get, some upgrade to the facade, to something to screen it, I do think that would be very, very helpful. I think it would have been helpful as well to see the landscaping a little bit better, get a better visualization how it's going to mesh with what's existing there already. I do agree. I am excited. I want a better buzz in Paris. I think we're due for something that's more than the normal typical coffee shop we have around here. I just really would like to see better screening or just, that the cars queuing so visibly is a point of frustration. But thank you.
Yeah, for me, that's a big one. And then it's a north-facing facade. The other ones, it's a beautiful building on all other sides. It's just unfortunate that the side you see from the street is very plain. And I've been to other Better Buzzes, and I don't think I've ever seen one that has the drive-through on the street side. I think usually that would be, I'm used to seeing the south side be the side that faces the street. I would have liked to see landscaping that matches what it's gonna be, lighting. I think having like a view from the street with cars stacked and what it would look like would have been helpful. I understand the limitations. I understand wanting to be closer to the curb. You don't want to be hidden in the back from two big neighbors. I understand that part. I just wish we could have done something more. That's why I asked about if we had an ad hoc, because we usually kind of talk things through and look at options at that point with multiple brains in the room. So I'm very conflicted because it's needed, beautiful building on the three other sides. We just, like, if we can enhance that. I know Raising Cane's has like a little monuments or something, just to really show on the north side what Better Buzz is about, because I don't think we see that. And I'm kind of concerned because, like, we can't get an answer now. Usually we say, yeah, we'll work with the development team and look at something in our options and screening the cars, like more mitigation for like what our concerns are, which that's where I'm feeling very conflicted, where I don't feel like we've reached any kind of discussion even. It's just, this is what it is and that's it. And I'm feeling very, very conflicted about that. I understand traffic. I understand all that. I know the area, but it's just, I feel like it's missing. I'm open to opening it up back up to.
I just want to make sure you were through.
I guess that's it. I know people are super excited about this. I was super excited, but then when I saw the layout and all, I was just not in love with it. So I'm okay with opening it up if the applicant wants to
Yeah.
add something else.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you got your point through. Yeah. If we have no problem, then we can reopen the public comment portion. And if you would like to come up here, we can reopen the public comment portion. We're all in agreement. And the applicant will have a comment. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
My name is Kevin McDonald, MacDonald. One of the things, and we're listening out here to you, and we don't want you to think that we're not listening. We're pretty far into the process at this point. We're over a year, and a lot of money spent in trying to do this with designers and developers and giving us the best queuing and whatnot. I think one of the things, we have no problem trying to enhance, understand your concerns, Ms. Jimenez. Understand that. We can put different signs on the front to make that look a little better. That's also a separate permit. The signs have to, that, we can agree to that, and I think that's certainly a great idea. And we obviously want to have our signage there. We just have to, tweak the signage. That's not a problem, but again, a separate permit. What I was thinking too, when you were sitting there, I know you're really familiar with the site, there's a huge transformer right there where it's gonna be. So that alone, maybe we can do something where we pretty that up and then put something on the other side, and it's a pretty high set, it's huge. And that's part of one of the reasons why, maybe that's queued around that way, because you can't really get in there. So if we can maybe get some, permissions from the city and say, hey, you can paint that up and do whatever you want to really beautify that, to make it look good. And then, something that's involves the city or something like that. We had to do that in Laguna Beach. We had to have, some specific things. We do have in Laguna Hills, we do have that, front drive-through that goes around the front, which is sort of, unfortunate, but sometimes we're only given a certain lot and how you can get in there. So I think if you guys are open to it, we're open to moving those, signs around, the best way we can, and have an open dialogue about it. We want to have our signs out on the front, that only makes sense to us. But I think if we use a transformer and you guys work with us a little bit, that'll hide, a big part of it. And then we also, I think that'll hide a big part of it, and come up with some plants that make you happy and along the way, and make sure the butterflies are good. We're listening, but I think those are minor things for us at this point. If we're just down to some signage and maybe beautifying the transformer, I think that's a win-win for everybody. That's
Okay. Did you have any? I'm just waiting. Did you have any other comments? Or? Okay.
Some suggestions were brought to our attention by Mrs. Patricia. She was, we're throwing some ideas out there, and considering the main sort of the main volume that's in question, definitely we can add some hexagons and some signage in that. And we were also thinking maybe adding like an awning on that elevation. As you can see, if you could flip to some of the other elevations, we have an awning over some of the windows. And so we would have another architectural element on that side of the wall. That's something we'd be open to. Typically we put our awnings over our windows. Unfortunately, in that area, we have equipment back there, so we can't put a window, but we could maybe articulate something there, maybe in the stucco, or maybe even a false window there, so we can make that volume look more front of house than back of house. So that's something that we would be open to doing as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we close the public comment again, and we come back to the commission for discussion. Back to you.
Back to me. I think, yes, when you said awning, I'm thinking museums, because I love bees and I love the honeycomb figures. Having some kind of like lighting down, so it's like an accent piece, some kind of artistic elevation. And Patricia, when you were taking care of some stuff, we were talking about there's a transformer up front. I don't know what the legalities are with the city of Paris about enhancing it. I know we had that art walk, I guess, where we decorated and wrapped some things in the city. I don't know if that's something that also we can kind of build in and enhance with the development to take attention. I'm all about deflecting, like if you can enhance certain parts, it takes attention away from some things. So I feel like with some kind of art piece, lighting, if we were able to like do something with that transformer.
We can certainly work with the applicant if he's open to fund the wrapping for the transformer. That would be something that we can do as a condition of approval. Maybe if we can ask the applicant if he would be open to work with staff on the funding of the wrapping for the transformer, we can add it as a condition of approval.
And I believe that would be something they'd have to coordinate with SCE.
Oh,
Southern
okay.
California
So
Edison.
it might be a little bit difficult.
Right. I mean, there would just be some coordination aspects that would need to go down, just because it's their facility.
You know, SCE doesn't normally like anything around their transformers with at least 3 feet, but depending on the size of it, maybe more.
So I would be okay without that and just having that maybe awning, lighting towards some
And-
kind of accent.
And that transformer is within the parkway, so you got the sidewalk parkway, it's within the parkway, so there'll be landscape around it. so-
Around it.
I mean, it could
Could be hidden,
covered
still
up,
covered.
right, right.
Okay.
And we can certainly work with the applicant on a landscape palette to follow the same theme as what's already out there. And he already expressed that he would be willing to work with us on that.
Yeah. I think that's what's on the landscape plan, but it wasn't reflective on the
Yes.
3D renderings.
Yes.
That's why I was pointing it out. That was question time. Yeah, I think I would be okay, like if there was an awning with some kind of accent artwork there with lighting to deflect from the cars going by, it would be a better setting. And when there's no cars, it would still have a beautiful art piece there for attention. Okay.
So I think the applicant may know or not know that, so out of all these renderings that we got, there is not one frontal of that north side of the building. Everything is all the other sides and then an angle of that side. So what we get in color rendering is not what we're going to see on that north side. I'm kind of curious if they understood or knew that when they submitted these or not. So, but again, all the other sides are shown. My issue again is the color palette or the landscape palette is what is on the elevations. There are some plants that are here and some plants that are not on here. Don't see any trees on the renderings, but you have them on your plant palette. And a lot of these plant landscaping are not matching what's being utilized between Raising Cane's and In-N-Out. So I would definitely like to see the plant palette revised and the removal of the oleander, which is, of course, is a poisonous plant. remove that definitely from the landscape plan. But I think, in general, the building looks good. And I like the color palette, and it definitely goes with your overall concept of the name. So that's appreciative, and it just, I don't think I'm getting the full feel of what your presentation is. I think I'm missing some information. And as you know, if you submit construction documents the same time as you submit planning documents, you're at risk of having to make some changes or major changes. So, but I think there's some changes that need to be done here to satisfy Commissioner Jimenez's her concerns. And then what, again, because I see version 2, Delta 2's on here that doesn't meet the rendering. So and you have some time to update your renderings to match what the plans are, so we get a full understanding of what the building's gonna look like. So we're not getting the full impression or the true impression of what your building looks like. So I think I would need, I'm kind of thinking I'd like to see another resubmittal almost, for it to be able to get the full impact and full effect and the coordination between all three areas at the same time.
Yeah, I think the building in and of itself and the plan is fine. I just think there's some missing pieces here. Not only that, I would love to see an enclosure on the outdoor seating area. That's a big thing for me. What she's talking about, you can't have high trees in the front, obviously, but it could be very enhanced and thick landscaping there in the front. So you want that view of the building, but you're trying to protect the cars, so it's like a compromise. But thick landscaping. Other areas I know Riverside's good at that. Temecula is really good at that. But where you have enhanced landscaping in the front, so you have the landscaping, the cars are there, there's a certain height, and landscaping is going to be 3 to 4 feet. But that kind of gives a little buffer. You know, you can't do anything with that transformer, but that would be the thickest landscaping. And, you know, we're seeing a rendition, but we're seeing plants that I'm not sure that's what ultimately look at, because this is the back, right? So the front, what that would look like, and renderings with that, what the trees would look like, is really just more detail. And this is our architecture person here, so obviously, I think at best, it's not. I think it's badly something that we would want. It's badly something we need. Just the enhancements are just kind of missing. So we're not really sure. Also, trying to work out with that could always be an administrative thing, but work out with the adjoining property to make sure that that is covered in terms of the reciprocal agreement there and reciprocal access. There's some understanding, but I'm not sure that that's been clearly laid out, because obviously we expect this would be, if we did approve it, would be something that would be stacked. That area is very popular. I'm by the In-N-Out more than anybody because I'm all kinds of night. In fact, I'm going to drive by there tonight when I go home. But those cars are stacked, but they are managed. They are seriously managed. So sometimes you don't have to call a CHB like you do in some other cities. You have to call the police out. There are 2 people standing out there. They're moving along, and Chick-fil-A is not quite that bad, but definitely In-N-Out has a stacking. So that kind of management is the thing that's a concern. But now they're right next to this. I don't think Raising Cane's is quite there, but because they have a lot of sit down, but a lot of cars go there. And my concern also is that empty space in between. There's not much you can do with, but In-N-Out needs to make a decision about that. Just can't just be weeds and everything else there. And I don't understand that one, but that's beyond us. But anyway, that's my major concerns, and I think I don't know. I just think I really, some of the issues we talked about are not, devastating issues. It's just some enhancements that could be done, whether that's through ad hoc and a quick meeting. We're not talking about 6 months. But I mean, something that could be met, ironed out with staff, that's my proposal. It's something, if this is the direction of the commission, and if you don't feel comfortable, don't, but we could really need the landscaping palette, which we have not really seen. I think that's fine for trees, and I saw it on trees here, but I think that's here. And we're seeing a rendering that's not gonna look like this. So, and what it would look like enclosed. Those are some very minor stuff and add additions to the building. If you look at Raising Cane's, it says One Love. I mean, it's right on the outside of the building. It's plastered there. You know it's Raising Cane's. That's their theme. Better Buzz, if you're going to just have, this is the back of the building, what's the front of the building is your main thing, your main feature in between. And you're talking about some enhancements. So you see where I'm going. There's just some things that could be added, some things that could be possibly done. I don't know how much more, but I think it looks pretty good. But that's something that we work with, but that's not a major thing to building. It's just, I think some of the landscaping, which is a big thing with this commission, as you probably know by now, landscaping is constantly for the last umpteen years, we're always pushing landscaping and architectural enhancements, because that's our purview, and I think that's it for me, because I'm not going to prolong this agony much longer. But unless you guys have I'm sure you're going to have something else to add to it.
I currently don't have anything to add to yours, Commissioner Hammond. Well, my question is to Ben and Patricia, if we can potentially not vote yes or no on this, but maybe ask for a continuation to September 17th
Yeah, you
meeting?
could do a motion to continue to either to a date certain or to off calendar and to work with staff on those issues.
Okay, and I would like to know if the applicant is willing to do that or if they want us to vote on it.
Or you could reopen the public hearing for that.
Willing to comment?
The applicant indicated that they would appreciate a vote tonight.
I do want to add based off of yours, like, the conditions for approval would call for the trellis that we usually have for our city in the trash enclosure. The enclosure does not reflect that. I'm also a little bit concerned about the sitting area being so close to the trash enclosure, like it's adjacent to it, and just the smell, so.
Need to add some of the things that we talked about then. They wanted tonight, and there's conditions of approval. So some of those things would be part of the condition of approval.
Just a point of clarification, with regards to the seating area, I think Plan Commission indicated that they would appreciate it if it was enclosed. That also means covered? Covered and, okay, just double checking, making sure.
Not, not concrete, we're just talking about.
Type of like a patio cover, is
Yeah,
that what you're
yeah,
referring to?
uh-huh.
Patio cover with, because they do have a barrier there on the sides, but more than that.
Yeah.
Something to enhance the sides and to also
Be
provide.
screened in or something, so it's not
Screened in.
just walk off the street and, and it's more of a safety issue, not just an aesthetic,
Just for clarification purposes, thank you.
Okay, here's what, oh, I'm sorry, did we close the public hearing, Vern? I think I did. Yeah, okay.
Just
I'm going back.
to be sure, you should reclose, I would say.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again, we closed the public hearing part.
So is it still within our purview to continue this
Yeah.
item?
You can make whatever motion you want. You can, you can move to continue, or you can make a different motion.
So currently, if we proceed to vote a yes or no vote, my vote is no. Just because I can't purely put my name on something that I don't completely understand what's the information that's in front of me. And there's too many missing pieces here for me to consciously say yes. Even if we do a long laundry list of conditions.
And keep in mind, please, Commissioner Shively and the commission, all of you, that the resolution that's been prepared by staff was a resolution to approve. That's what because that's what the staff's recommendation was. So if there's going to be a motion to deny, I would recommend since this is not a recommendation to the city council, this is a final, this is an action appealable to the city council, but it's an actual primary action that you would, articulate findings for denial and direct staff in our office to prepare a resolution for denial to bring it back for a final vote at the next hearing. So it would be kind of a preliminary vote with direction to prepare a resolution to deny, if that's the way you want to go with your motion.
But can we also make a motion to continue and request an ad hoc
Absolutely.
before the September 17th or whenever our next one might be? So
Of
we
course.
can, I guess our options are approve as is with conditions, deny with recommendations, or continue, request an ad hoc.
The denial would be provide direction to staff to
city,
prepare a
yeah.
resolution based on what you've articulated tonight, the concerns you've articulated, because we'd be preparing a resolution with findings to deny. So I would recommend that as opposed to a final denial action tonight. I would
Okay.
recommend, directing staff to prepare a resolution for denial to bring back at the next meeting for final action with no further public hearing. It would be a non-public hearing item. Or, of course, you could move to continue, and that could be to a date certain or to off calendar, or you could move to approve as is or approve with further conditions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I offer another option? To approve with conditions, and one of them would be to go to ad hoc for feedback. You don't think that would be?
Just to provide feedback, the applicant has indicated that they would be amicable to that. So approval with conditions to the satisfaction of the ad hoc? Is that something that would be doable for the planning commission?
You'd have to have an ad hoc.
So at what level do we?
Here, it's not going to city council, so it would be kind of like the full commission punting to an ad hoc on that. And since it's key issues, I wouldn't really recommend that approach.
And ad hoc is myself and Commissioner Jimenez.
So if it was a more narrow issue, such as, a very specific item, and again, like we said with the prior, one of the prior hearings tonight is, if it's, for example, make adjustments to the pop out on one side of the building to enhance, provide an architectural feature or enhance the colors, that could be, the condition, you could include a condition that, modify to the satisfaction of the planning manager with in consultation with the ad hoc. But I wouldn't expand it too much beyond that when it comes to kind of deferring a decision to a future ad hoc meeting.
Yeah. I would love a better buzz in City of Paris. I think the best thing to do is to extend it or continue it till if the applicant is okay with September 17th, which is our next ad hoc meeting.
Commission meeting.
Next commission, sorry.
Yeah.
Is whenever you guys want it.
I think there's too many issues to just say to push it off on that. And now I understand and we're only talking, we can't do it because Labor Day week. That's the reason why we can't do the next meeting. Otherwise, it could be that. But I know it may be a burden, but it's not that much of a burden. So I'm more in favor of that because I don't want to vote no, don't want to vote yes, because if we vote no, it's going to be no. But since we're the last ones because it's CUP, so we want to make sure.
I truly feel that, not just myself and Jimenez have the biggest issues with this, but I think I think all the commissioners are like a understanding of what's really presented before us.
Okay. So, and that way then you have ad hoc committee meetings, you go through it, you get the renderings, which we tell all of them do, they don't. But specific renderings, specific pictures, front, that should be done all the time, guys. And planners, all the time, every single aspect. It just makes it more difficult because then we will have questioning things. So that's what I mean for everyone, even watching, developers. Get detail so that you don't have to sit here and go, okay, let's have palettes all that stuff should be there, so all we have to do is say, oh, make a little change. But we don't have that, and it's not just this one, but it's been previous. So I think that may be the compromise, and it's a matter of weeks and not months. And that's just my opinion, yeah, because you're not getting consensus. And I think ad hoc is very detailed. Ad hoc is going to do it, you know, everybody wants to see the restaurant. It's just a matter of timing. It's not a question of no yes, but it's really what we need to see and feel comfortable with, right? Okay, that's just my opinion. Okay, if we can reopen the public comment, if you want, he wants to say something. We can reopen the public comment if you like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you opening that up. Again, Kevin McDonald, I think you've already got that part. I was just talking with Don ourselves. I don't think we have we understand where you guys are missing a few things that, but to me, they seem minor. It's a problem. They're big things to you guys, but for us, I don't think the landscaping, you know, we're not gonna want to put anything that's not matching what's, you know, in and out and with canes. We're not proposing any of that kind of stuff. We're not gonna put any African sumacs, I can tell you that, for sure. I'm just trying to make
Currently,
it
your
funny.
landscaping plan is that way. And that's, we're approving the landscaping plan as you're presenting it to us.
Okay, and we apologize about that. Normally what happens with our designers is they just put in some things for the pretty pictures and whatnot. To be honest with you, we didn't know that we had to put a full presentation in today. We sort of scrambled to get that in today, to have, you know, everything on there. So, you know, our bad on that part. But we can certainly, I think some of the issues that are holding us up are very small. We want to try and work on getting the better facade and the better look for that, and we can get you those pictures and whatnot. I think there's a way to go with the landscape in the front and or working with a transformer. What I sort of need to say, though, is that we have investors that, you know, invest in us and having a certain store count, et cetera, and sort of time is of the essence for us. And if we don't get a certain amount of stores, you know, in fiscal 2025, then it's a really big deal for us. I'll be honest, this is a stretch for us money-wise. It's a expensive spot, and you know, one of the things that is probably going to be a deal breaker for us, and I'm just being open book, is having a covered patio is going to be $70,000, $80,000, you know, construction wise. You know, adding that into our budget is, you know, that's probably going to be a deal breaker for us. However, what we've done in the past, and we're open to working with you, we have umbrellas that are the bees signs that are our logo. We have the ability maybe put, you know, the shades in or something like that. You know, there's other things that we can come up with, maybe some fans, you know, for misters and stuff like that to maybe, you know, cut some of the costs there. But we're also a business, so we have to try and do the best we can. We really want to be working with you guys. We would love to be here in Paris, but there's also some, you know, some big financial things that we have to deal with. So, you know, understand your position. We're just asking you guys to put your foot in our shoes sometimes too. These are big things. You know, as far as, you know, the landscaping, you know, we don't have a problem doing what everybody else is doing and making it look pretty because we want it to look good. You know, we want a good image out there. Our owner is fanatic about, you know, having that image a certain way. So, I mean, if you guys can work with us on that, but what also concerns us is time. You know, you push it out another month, then there's no chance of us getting into, you know, 2025. Is there a way? I don't know the legal parts of it. I'm just a laborer and stuff like that. But is there a way to, you know, push this down the road and have a vote on it another week once we get you that plan that you need to do? for landscaping, we get you that plan, we get you, we talk to SDG&E, we get the permissions for them to, paint up the transformers. We get back to you within a week and then give you some time to vote on it at another time, or give us a, approved with conditions or whatever, if that's the case. We want to put you in a spot where you can say yes.
So I think the comments that we currently are looking at won't hold your plan check up. I think that can continue on, and if we need to add something to it, it's just a revision to it, or maybe even it's approved and then come back with the revision after we get the approval. So you can get a permit on it, and then whatever changes that need to be added can be an addendum or a ASI or something like that that doesn't prevent you from starting construction, perhaps.
There's no way to pull a permit without approval, is there?
Correct. No permit without the planning approval.
So I'm confused at that.
In essence, and I'm going to make this is one of those mediating things. We would have to, and I'm not as hard fast on just some barrier. I don't care about a 10 over that. So some barrier. That's an easy, cheap one. Okay, don't tell me that. To put a barrier, not just open, walk in. But that's not a big deal for me, the deal breaker. The idea is that, this is an architect, so you're going to get more technical with the architect. The idea is that the only thing we can do in the compromise, you have to have ad hoc and you'd have to have staff after the fact. So in other words, we'd have to say, like we do administratively, you'd have to see the color palette. You'd have to see these things, and then can we do that legally? We say these are conditions, but then they have to look at it afterwards and agree upon that, but the process is still going on. That's the compromise. So the idea is that we're looking at, okay, you need, a lot of stuff, if we just had it, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. We didn't have it. So the idea is that if we had enhancement, we'd have to put in there enhancements on the building, boom. And they'd have to see it, whoever's in that. Enhancements on the outdoor seating area, they'd have to see that. But that's an administrative thing. Then we'd have to say the plant palette, which we really just have trees. We don't have until this picture. I don't even know what it is. That's something they'd have to see. We'd have to see a planter thing that would be approved by or looked at by the ad hoc and staff. So you see where I'm going? So it would be after the fact stuff. And I'm not sure, that's one of those things is, we'd almost like we did the previous one, you'd have to trust in the fact that we have ad hoc and administrative to look over a palette, to do those kind of things. That's the only way this gets through if we decided to approve it. Do you see where I'm going with that? So we're looking at, we'd have to put conditions, like he said, we'd have to say conditions of approval to enhance the landscaping, which we don't, these pictures don't tell you, but the landscaping to match the other stuff. It could be Texas Privy, it could be whatever you have here, or whatever, but that's ad hoc and administrative.
Okay.
And then you talk about the outdoor, I'm not hard and fast, but the idea is that's just a side note. The idea of the building and that kind of stuff is a natural thing we always ask. Okay, just enhancements, that's no big deal.
Sure.
Maybe sign some squares. Okay, so those are things, unless there's other things, I think those are things would have to be added as conditions of approval, and then based on ad hoc and staff, that would be something to go be finalized, but we would have to look at it now and say, okay, based on that, we push it on, as opposed to moving it to 17.
I guess we're at your mercy on that. I don't know what's best.
Well,
try to tell you where we are. You're telling me where you're at.
Yeah.
I think for no problem moving some hexagons around. That's zero. That we can get that to you tomorrow. We can get you a more comprehensive landscape plan tomorrow. That's not a big thing. Again, my apologies for not having that there. We should have had that. That's our mistake. Is that a hawk? Is that what what you guys are telling me is sort of like an after-hours inspection where we would have to pay,
no,
to have the
no.
staff here?
No.
Or I'm just asking what,
I'll
I
let
don't
the,
really
I'll
know
let the
what
ad hoc
ad
people
hoc is.
discuss, because I'm not on that, so.
Ad hoc doesn't cost anything for us, for me and her. So it's our donation of time for you guys to understand what two people of the planning commission would like to see, and understanding what all five of us value. It gives the opportunity to see that before you come in front of the planning commission. So if you ever get a chance for an ad hoc, absolutely take it.
Okay.
Because we definitely could have bypassed a lot of
Okay, so you're
issues
saying,
here.
let's take the ad hoc and go from there. Fair? Is that fair?
Because what I see here, honestly, is a building that's good. I don't have issues with the building. I don't really say that we need a cover above the patio. I think what's your intention of the umbrellas, in my opinion, I don't know if Commissioner Hammond is the same way, is perfectly fine with your umbrellas, right? So that, for me, is not a deal breaker.
Thank you.
The building, I think, is good shape, good color. It's the missing pieces for me that I didn't see, that I expect to see. The landscaping that's on the plans versus what's in the rendering,
Okay,
is my point of view.
100%.
We normally, and I would say, honestly, we're one of the toughest planning commissions to get stuff through. But I definitely believe we're fair and honest and upfront with everybody.
Okay. And we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sort of first time through for me. So when you say you want to continue or do the ad hoc, whatever, we're in. We'll do what we have to. If we leave today and you tell us exactly what you need, we'll get it to you within 2 days.
Yeah. And we could have Patricia set up an ad hoc for us.
So we can close the public hearing again and go back to deliberations.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we will close the public hearing. I can't imagine anyone else, unless someone else out there. Okay. We close the public hearing and come back to the planning commission. We still have discussion, because not everyone is there. Yeah, public comment, thank you. Public comment is closed. That's what happens when, yeah. That's okay, it's pretty early. So you were talking, I didn't want to cut you off.
Your flashlight's on.
Mhm.
All right. Me. To clarify, I know you advised against necessarily voting for approval based on the condition that, there's an ad hoc after the fact. Could you clarify, could you just repeat, it's very late, why you advised against that?
Yeah, I would recommend having the ad hoc before the final planning commission decision, unless the issues are very limited as far as what you're deferring to ad hoc, because this is a decision of the planning commission, not a recommendation. And depending on what issues we're talking about, you don't want to defer the whole decision, the substance of the planning commission's decision, and just defer major pieces to a subsequent ad hoc. It doesn't really make sense. The ad hoc is intended to be before the planning commission's decision. So the idea here would be, I would recommend a motion to continue the item to the 17th and have an ad hoc meeting prior to that with the applicant, because right now the issues seem like you don't have enough information to make a final decision on the substance of yes or no on the project. And you can't really punt that to a subsequent ad hoc, make a decision and put a condition that's punting that. Punting to an ad hoc on a specific condition would be on a narrow issue.
Okay.
It's not customary to have an ad hoc committee of the commission after the commission's decision has been rendered. Normally that it's only administrative things that staff handles. That's why I was recommending that any type of condition like that still be, if it's, for example, on add additional design or additional architecture feature to the one pop out on the north side of the building, I would still recommend to the satisfaction of the planning manager, but you could add in consultation with the ad hoc. But if it's a larger issue that's really about that really goes more to the substance of whether the conditional use permit should be approved or denied, it's not something you want to defer that to a subsequent ad hoc via a condition of approval.
Understood. The conditional use permit for this is primarily for the drive-through element, correct? So if we were to, I guess we couldn't split it up. Okay, that's it for me for right now.
Okay, well, did everybody discuss? Because I talked a lot, but, okay? Okay.
So, do we think we can give clear enough direction and make it a condition that we could approve this with conditions, with the notion that with planning managers review and ad hoc review? That's a question to
Yeah.
us.
And you're saying to do so, you would be requesting a continuance? Or you're saying just
No,
adding conditions of
conditions of
approval and
approval.
voting for, okay.
Adding these conditions and then vote yes or no.
I don't have an issue with the outdoor, other than I see some barrier there it's not a deal breaker issue. It seems to me it's the landscaping we shouldn't even be arguing about. That should be automatic from you guys. Landscaping and some enhancements to the building. We're not asking you to move the building. We're not asking you to move that, which would be a whole different ballgame. So to me, those are the two primary issues, unless you got some other issues. It's landscaping that still could be looked at, but we usually do that. Because like we'll say, change the colors of a building, we'll say, let the ad hoc deal with the colors of the building like we did on the previous project. So is it brown, is it gray? But it comes down to enhancements in the building in terms of more squares and landscaping, right? So those seem to be the two major issues, and those could be conditions.
And also, the trash enclosure is extremely close to the dining area, so potentially moving it up or a little bit away from the dining area. Because if you look at the plans, it's like literally, there's like a little walkway and a little bit of landscaping in between. And I'm just worried about the smell for the patrons. But there's room within that long aisle to kind of move it up, push it
Okay.
forward.
It's an administrative thing, moving
Yeah,
it.
they like pushing it forward. That
Okay.
leaves some buffer in between.
Those seem to be the three issues, so we've narrowed it down.
I do
To
feel
three.
comfortable.
Yeah, so yeah, we can't.
Location of the drive-through is no longer
No.
an issue?
No.
Okay.
The trash enclosure was,
It is, but I feel comfortable with like
yeah.
the measures that
Mhm.
the applicant is open to taking to kind of mitigate and deflect from that.
Yeah, working with Mr. Johnson, I think that's his name, that's beyond our purview. That's what, the reciprocal, that's beyond our purview. You need to work with them, that's theirs. That's not our consideration, with in and out, and I won't even talk about that, empty space, that's not our purview tonight. So I think we can pretty much narrow it down to those three things. And, okay, you don't have to come up here, you can just go, oh, okay. Yeah, I bet so. So if we're good with that one, now it's a matter of wording, but the only other thing, oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Yeah, you okay? The only other thing is, I think there was the wording, the Public Works thing, I think also on number 41, about the one-year maintenance for landscaping. And I think it's number 41, to include the same thing, the reference to Public Works, that's standard city stuff, for Public Works for one-year landscaping maintenance, because since we're talking a lot of landscaping, it's definitely one of those major things.
We will remember.
Yeah, I know.
For all the ones coming forward to
Yeah.
Planning Commission.
I'm
to
the
add
pest.
that.
I admit to being a pest. It's my middle name, Pest. Okay. Okay. Now let me try it. We're gonna wrap this up. This is a conditional use permit, 21 dash. Thank you for your patience, guys. 24-05152, and mainly because we're the last stop, so we gotta be a little bit more than normal. Okay. We can go to discussion. Go for it.
I guess, I didn't realize we were closing our discussion. I didn't,
You just jump in.
yeah, get to hear from Commissioner Scheibele, Vice Chair Scheibele.
So I understand their position. I, being the architect, that I understand that there's quotas that every restaurant or everything has to open up. And I've done several of those buildings. I've done all the Denny's, the KFCs, the whole gamut. I've done them all. So I understand that. But I would, just seeing this, what was presented here wasn't what I was approving. And I don't feel comfortable with that approval. If now that we can put the right conditions in that we need, and then have staff work with them, and then planning commission or ad hoc kind of oversee and feel good about it. And I think we have the confidence in the rest of the commission to oversee that.
So you were okay with voting and?
I'm okay with voting. At this time, I changed my feelings on it.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
Are you feeling the same?
Well, initially I was, because I just felt like the applicant wasn't willing to meet us anywhere or make any kind of modifications, even though they were minor. Initially, I felt like it was a pretty stagnant, like, this is what we have, this is what you get, no movement. I have felt a shift along the way and an openness to work with us. So I'm open to having good faith that the second part of what I've seen from the applicant is what's real and not the initial, no, we're really not going to do anything.
Yeah. Well, my thought is too that they can still continue with their building department plans regardless, because what we intended to do here has nothing really to do with those plans.
Right.
So, and if we had modifications, they weren't going to be so severe that it's going to jeopardize what they currently have. And
Right.
if it was something minor as putting a canopy above the patio, whatever, they could just put in their cover sheet, canopy to be deferred, and they can continue to get it approved.
Yeah.
So there's avenues that would satisfy that in the drawings, if that was so jeopardizing it. So, I understand I get frustrated at the same process
Well,
because I deal with it just like you guys do. So I understand it. And I feel that we can confidently go forward with what our recommendations are and for this project.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. And I know it's against the norm, but the idea is that doing the amendments to that gives me the comfort because I already trust the ad hoc. So they can not make decisions, but they can oversee it with staff. I have no problem with that. I would recommend that in any city, and I don't care what city. I've been in 5 different cities, guys. The idea is that I have no problem with that, not to make the decisions, but we make decisions to add on to it, then they just help sit with you and oversee it. That should not be an issue. So if we say you should have some enhancements, okay, we're done. Oh, you mean to add a little color here? We're done here. So we're trying not to hold it up at the same time, but we still want some oversight because we don't trust staff. We do. But these guys are something that represent us. They know us. They know our feelings. So I think that would be a compromise. But we still have the amendments. And there's only 4 of them, I think. Well,
That's
3
what
of
we
them.
need to do now, is articulate the proposed conditions of approval that would be
That's what I'm gonna do.
added, and then there could be a motion
Yes.
to approve with those.
Yes. And I'm going to try, but I'm going to need help. Okay, so if there's no more discussion, okay, so we close that portion, and we come to discussion now. I'm going to go.
Always an opportunity for discussion once a motion's on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Let me read this. Well, I don't know if I need to read it again, but this is what's proposed. Okay. A conditional use permit. Proposal to construct a 1,741 square foot drive-through coffee shop, Better Buzz, on 0.63 acres of a larger 1.21 acre parcel located on the south side of Old Nuevo Road between Raising Cane's and In-N-Out Burger in the commercial community zone. Requested action, obviously adopt resolution 25-20, finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, review pursuant to section 15332, infill development. And approving conditional use permit 2405152, facilitate the construction of a 1,741 square foot drive-through restaurant on a 1.21 acre site. Based on the findings contained in the resolution and subject conditions of approval, and we have a few. What I missed to make the correction for the item 41, a COA, to include language concerning one-year maintenance plans, and that's kind of a standard, so that's a no-brainer. The other one, forget about the enclosed stuff. Okay. Enhancement of landscaping at the front northern end of the property to reflect the palettes that are acceptable to the city and to be reviewed by ad hoc and staff at a future date. And I think landscaping is the main thing. I don't know about the covering. I don't know if they, enclosing of the patio as another thing that's a discussion at the front of the building with the cars, right?
Oh, that was going to be a canopy potentially.
But you told me, okay.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the enclosure. You wanted enhancing it. So
Oh, no, yeah, we don't have to be enclosed. Yeah, it's fine.
And then maybe just finding a way to
The
relocate
trash,
or
thank you, the
move
trash
enclosure.
enclosure. So that to smell it, let's put it that way. So those basic things. Did I catch it?
And that would be to the satisfaction of the planning manager with in consultation with the ad hoc
Yes.
committee for all of those.
Yes.
Except for the first, the 1-year maintenance one.
And if we can just add the conditions of approval that were distributed at the very beginning of the presentation, the revisions to planning conditions and engineering conditions as part
Oh,
of the
yeah,
motion.
yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, there was a lot of them, that's why I didn't read it.
And for the enclosed patio condition, it's not to fully enclose or cover the patio, but it's just to have umbrellas or other shading.
Which they have in the picture. And
for
there's a
the-
barrier there, there's a line barrier. I don't know if that's electric fence. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't get that idea, okay? Wait a minute, just joking. Electric fence, okay.
And then for the enhanced landscaping on the northern end, to provide a little more clarification on that, is that sufficient to screen the
The
cars
cars,
in the
the vehicles,
drive-through
yes,
lane? Okay,
yes.
that's helpful.
I'm not gonna designate height, I mean, what screens, you mentioned, there's all kind of stuff you mentioned, I don't know, I'm no botanist, so I don't know. Anyway, those areas, hopefully you got those. Our planning manager has a lot of power, doesn't she?
And did you include added architectural feature or design on the northern end where?
Yeah.
Okay, you got that.
Yeah. We good? Okay. Yeah, that's a big difference. Okay. All right. Sylvia, good luck with that one. Okay. I don't need to read it. Oh, low battery. Oh my gosh. Okay. We have a motion. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're almost done. Okay. Thank you. See how computer literate I am, right? Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt this one with the amendments? So a motion to approve this particular project.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Lopez has moved to, and Commissioner Menez is second. Wow.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shifley,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote for 5-0, this motion is approved.
Yeah, we gave you a break tonight, okay? Thank you very much for your patience, everyone, for your patience.
Usually give breaks.
No, we don't usually, no. Yeah. You're welcome. Good luck with it, too. Okay, we're on item E, which is the fun one, right? We're gonna make this quick, city, okay? Zoning code, okay, quick, okay. I'll just read it, so when you, by the time you get it. Okay. I'll read it slowly, how about that? Item 6E, zoning code text amendment 25-00004. A proposal to amend Chapter 19.44 of Title 19 of the Paris Municipal Code to eliminate the option permitting warehouses and distribution centers in the business park zone with a conditional use permit. The applicant is the City of Paris. Oh, it's going down automatically. City of Paris, we're done. That's a no, get out of here. Requested action, adopt Resolution 25-14, recommending that the City Council determine the project is exempt from California Quality Guidelines under Section 15061B3, Common Sense Exemption, and approve zoning code text amendment 25-00004 to amend Chapter 19.44 industrial zones to eliminate the option permitting warehouses and distribution centers in the business park zone, and that's the key, based on the findings herein. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about any ex parte. This is the City of Paris, so we don't have to worry about that. Once again, Mr. Garcia.
Good evening once again. As you indicated, the zoning code text amendment is number 25-0004, proposal to amend the zoning code. This item was originally scheduled before the Planning Commission on July 16th. It was continued to tonight in order to provide additional time to address certain procedural matters. On May 27, 2025, this item did go before City Council for consideration, and they directed staff to initiate the zoning code amendment in order to eliminate the option to allow warehouses and distribution centers in the business park zone with a conditional use permit. So the zoning code currently allows an option where if you secure approval with a condition of a conditional use permit, you are allowed to have industrial warehouse facilities and distribution centers. This change to remove that allotment would be consistent with the Paris Valley Center specific plan. So that's the goal of this item that's before you tonight. Currently, warehouse and distribution uses are permitted in the B zone, in the BP zone with a conditional use permit. So that's the item that we would be amending. The only real item before you tonight is one amendment to the land use table, section 1944-020, which would prohibit warehouses and distribution centers within the BP instead of allowing them through a conditional use permit. This would also add a provision as part of Chapter 1944, clarifying that any legally established warehouses or distribution centers that are already constructed, currently operational, or approved but not yet built with a valid conditional use permit issued prior to the adoption of this amendment may continue to operate in the BP zone as permitted, provided that the CUP remains valid and it doesn't expire. This item has been determined to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B3. Since there's no, it's just a policy change to the zoning ordinance, there is no project or development that's proposed before you as part of this item. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt Resolution 2514, determine that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Guidelines pursuant to Section 15061B3, and approve the zoning code text amendment 25-00004 to amend Chapter 1944 to eliminate the option to allow industrial warehouses and distribution centers in the business park zone with a conditional use permit based on the findings contained as part of the approval. That concludes the presentation. Staff is able to answer any questions that the members of the commission may have pertaining to this zoning code text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So any clarification or questions or?
Can you go back 2 slides? Right there. Thank you.
Oh.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
So if we decide to eliminate industrial from BP, does it still have to get approved through city council?
There would be no option to do it. So right now, as we speak, a conditional use permit would be required if they wanted to do industrial in the BB zone. And that would come before the planning commission. And assuming that it has no other discretionary entitlement, like a zone change or a general plan amendment, the planning commission would be the final decision maker. So this specific action would not go to the city council. The planning commission would be the final decision maker.
So this amendment, this is going to be final tonight?
Correct.
if
So
we-
what
if we
this
do
would do
decide-
is basically you would remove that requirement. So instead of
Gotcha.
allowing them with a CUP, now you're saying they're not allowed, period.
Okay, got you.
So they're not allowed, period, under that designation, but they can apply for a zone change.
They could potentially. So if they were, let's say they were zoned BP and they wanted to rezone to LI or GI industrial, they potentially could apply for that rezone, and that action would bump it up to city council review. So the entitlement would still come before the planning commission. You would review it and you would issue a formal recommendation to the city council.
So if they're requesting a rezone, it would still come to us first?
Yes, because it needs a development application. So typically, it would need a DPR, so a development plan review. So that development plan review and the rezone would come before you for consideration and for a formal recommendation that would, at that point, move forward to the city council.
So how is that different from what happens now?
Because right now, if somebody had a BP zoned land and they wanted to do industrial,
They could do
would-
it through a CUP.
They could do it through a CUP, and you would be the final decision maker. Now you're saying that's not even allowed, so they would not be able to submit an application because you can no longer secure a CUP for that specific use. It would just be prohibited, so not allowed.
Okay, but if it was a CUP and it came to us and we said no, we were the final,
Yes, currently, yes. So you were the
And-
final decision maker.
but they could still appeal and go to city council.
They could, correct.
So it's still like the same process, but this is
The-
prohibiting from
I'll try-
using CUPs.
Yeah, I'll try to re-explain it. Right now, if somebody wants to do an industrial warehouse in the BP zone, they need a conditional use permit.
Right.
And that's reviewed by the planning commission.
Mhm.
That allowance is being removed. So now, industrial is just prohibited in the BP. So there would be no way to secure any type of approval for industrial in the BP zone unless they were to do like a rezone or something like that.
Okay.
And
No.
Commissioner Jimenez, to add to that, there's more discretion on the part of the city when it comes to approving a zone change. The city, under no circumstances, is obligated to approve a zone change. Versus under a conditional use permit, the discretion is a little more limited. It has to do with whether the required findings for a conditional use permit are met. So not only does it change the approval authority from planning commission to city council, it increases the city's discretion because there would be no obligation to ever approve a zone change.
Okay.
There's more discretion over a zone change application than over a conditional use permit application.
Okay, so our hands are a little bit more tied if a developer wanted to bring in a CUP, they had more leniency, I guess. We
You
had
have
less of
more
a-
power to say, since the use is prohibited, with this change, you would have more power over ensuring that no such use could go in, because you would never be obligated to approve a zone change. Theoretically, the discretion over a conditional use permit is a little more limited, because it has to do with if the required findings are met, it should be approved.
Understand. Okay, okay. So if somebody comes with a CUP, our hands might be a little bit more tight if it meets certain requirements.
Yeah, if you were to approve this tonight, they wouldn't be allowed with a CUP.
Okay.
They
So-
will never be able to apply with a CUP.
They would have to apply with a zone change,
Correct.
and then we have more discretion over how to move
It's a
forward with that.
legislative act of the city council, and there's no circumstances under which it would be required, they would be required to approve a zone change.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just add, this will make it consistent with the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, which doesn't allow warehouses in the BP zone.
So currently, they would already need a specific plan amendment, which is also discretionary council approval. So it's already essentially, this is more a matter of making the city's regulations consistent, the zoning code consistent with the specific plan, which already prohibits, so they would already need a discretionary specific plan amendment, which would require council approval. So it's essentially the same, it's already prohibited because of the specific plan, so this is now just bringing the zoning code in line with the specific plan.
Do we know how much BP land we still have within the city that has not been rezoned or conditionally approved under CUPs?
There was I believe, total of 4 sites, and 2 of them had been recently approved with projects with a CUP. And so there's only, from what I recall, 2 undeveloped sites.
Okay.
They're unlikely to move forward with any type of development because they're currently, I think one of them was part of a potential future basin, and the other one was owned by the county. So it's unlikely, but this was a direction that was provided by the city council.
Okay, so it's not to limit or make sure we maintain things, it's just really to align our,
Except for the fact that the zoning code, the zoning code applies to the BP zone as
Okay.
opposed to the specific plan areas.
okay,
So they can't apply to different areas.
okay.
So the zoning code can apply in areas that are not within the specific plan, and that's where it wouldn't, to that extent, it wouldn't be a matter of just bringing the zoning code into conformity with the specific plan. It would actually be in making the zoning code more restrictive and prohibiting.
Okay, and commercial is not included in this because commercial, they would already require a zone change. They could not apply for a warehouse in a commercial zone with just a CUP.
Yeah, right. The use of a warehouse is already prohibited in the commercial
Okay.
zone. So now, similar to that, it would now be prohibited
We're
in
just
the
extending
BP zone also.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one more. So does this mean if currently there is a warehouse in BP area that was under a CUP, does that CUP carry from owner to owner, or if they go out of business and it closes down, is it automatically already has that CUP attached to the land, or is it with the developer?
Yeah, the CUP runs with the land.
Oh,
Right, and right here, if you can see on the slide, there's some provisions that if there's any development that has been already approved with the CUP, those uses are considered permitted uses unless they let the CUP expire.
but once something is built,
Once something is built.
it has a CUP forever.
Right, it runs with the land unless the use ceased to exist, I believe, for 1 year. Then at that point, the CUP is considered void.
So once it's built for the life of that use, it essentially remains in effect.
Okay, and then
Then when that use ends,
for a year, then it goes
yeah.
back
Then
to
it
needing a
goes
CUP.
away, yeah.
I mean, we would probably approve if the building's already there, but at least there's a potential where we can get some of that business park land back to business park, because you can take a warehouse and build business offices. Okay.
Okay. Isaac? Yeah, no, I think that it's pretty much laid out. I think, yeah, I read through it. It's very well done, very well put together. The idea that it's not retroactive to some point because it's a futuristic thing, because obviously we're not getting to AB 98 yet. But the idea is that this is something that was done a long time ago, probably a while back, and I don't think it was really thought through. The idea of business park, light industrial, all in the same thing, which is, and then Councilman Rabb, of course, brought it up and should have. And it was just long overdue, but, you know, we've got projects that, you know, now, the only thing, last question, is the only thing, if a CUP is terminated, and can be terminated, I think according to this, that changes the ballgame, doesn't it? Because if you don't meet requirements of CUP, it's done. So it's not something that's in, perpetuity. No, it could be terminated. Just like liquor stores, if you start having all these complaints, it's gone.
It can be revoked.
Yeah, so it can be revoked. We need to make sure that we understand that it can be revoked if for some reason they don't meet the criteria. You could just throw it, but I mean, it can be. It's not something that's automatic. But if it comes to us, we do the CUPs, But the idea of a light industrial and that altogether, I think that was the initial idea. So it was put together well. I think I don't have any, and laid out. And in red, we talked about all the good neighbor. Well, so I'll leave that alone. But anyway, I'm done. It was very good. Unless you guys have any other questions, we will open it. Oh, yeah. If you had any other questions, he's letting them off easy this time. Okay, with that, we open it up to public comment. And anyone wishing to address just state your full name and spell your last name for us, sir.
Good evening. It's late, and I'll be very brief. My name is Bill Blankenship, Blankenship, representing the Commercial Industrial Association. I believe I just heard that there are no projects pending that would be impacted by this action tonight. Is that what I heard correctly? Okay.
Yes.
I hear there's 2 that potentially could be, but there's not projects proposed on those sites. Is that correct?
2 projects were recently approved. I want to say months ago were approved.
Right.
With the CUP, but we don't have any pending projects.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, we close the public comment portion. And unless you had any discussion, okay. I can't imagine, just getting tired, right? Okay. Okay, so there's no discussion. I think it's pretty much self-explanatory. Appreciate the work done by staff on this one, putting it together. Alfredo especially, good job. Yeah. And, okay. Just a second. Raphael, I'm sorry. It's getting late, guys. I mean, it has to be late. I mean, yeah. It's getting late when I don't even know who's here. I don't even know my name. I don't even know my his name. Yeah, who am I? Yeah, I don't even know my name, so don't even talk about him. Yeah. No, what is my name? I mean, jeez. Okay, zoning code amendment, text amendment. We do have a sense of humor, guys. Zoning code text amendment 25-00005, proposal to amend chapters 19.08 and 19.44 of the Paris Municipal Code, as well as the Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines related to warehouse logistics. That's the wrong one? That's the wrong one. I thought we were finished. Okay.
We need to vote on this item.
Okay. You see how it's 11-something? I don't even care anymore. It's just, jeez, Okay. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. I need coffee or something. Adopt Resolution 2514. All right. Recommended that City Council determine the project exempt from California Quality Act guidelines under Section 15061B3, Common Sense Exemption, and approve zoning code text amendment 25-00004 to amend chapter 19.44 to eliminate the option permitting warehouses, that's what it is, and distribution centers in the business park zone based on the findings contained therein. We didn't have any amendments, we didn't have any changes, so all intents and purposes, we could take a motion to approve that resolution.
A motion. Or second, Lopez,
Okay.
first.
Oh,
First, no,
see,
second.
you thought it was me, you see. Commissioner Jimenez.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Manez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sharpley,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes. Oh, you almost forgot my name, too. See, it's not just me, see.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you. Yeah, see, we're all losing it, okay. We're moving on to item F, zoning code text amendment. Yeah, that's where we're getting right. 25-00005, a proposal to amend chapters 19.08 and 19.44 of the Paris Municipal Code, as well as the Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines related to warehouse logistics development standards for consistency with AB 98, our favorite one, AB 98, plus additional guidelines to further improve development standards when in proximity to sensitive receptors. Requested action, and obviously it's the City of Paris. Adopt Resolution 25-21, recommending that the City Council determine projects exempt from CEQA guidelines pursuant to 150613 Common Sense Exemption, and approve zoning code text amendment 25-00005 to amend chapters 19.08 and 19.44 of the Paris Municipal Code, amending the industrial development standards for consistency with AB 98, and improve development standards in proximity to sensitive receptors based on the findings contained herein, and adopt Resolution 2522, recommending the City Council determine the resolution is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to 15060C3 and 15061B3. As the amendment will maintain consistency with state law and will not result in an impact to the environment, and adopt the amendment of the Good Neighbor Guidelines for consistency with Resolution 25-21, related to development standards for warehouse logistics development based on the findings contained therein. Once again, here you are.
Thank you. As you indicated, the item before you tonight is another zoning code text amendment. And just to provide a little bit of the background, back in April 8, 2025, City Council directed staff to update the industrial development standards consistent with the framework that the City of Riverside had at the time. So the City of Riverside is undergoing a similar process, and as part of that process, they had some agenda items that had been scheduled. The Planning Commission observed some of those requirements that they were anticipating in adopting, and they directed staff in adopting some type of similar framework in an attempt to have a more robust framework when it comes to industrial development warehouses, and also to adopt something that would be at the very least consistent with AB 98, but they also indicated a desire to have something that would be greater than the legislation provided by the state. Staff at this point has prepared a draft ordinance and resolution with standards to address the following items. And we'll be going over each one of these areas in detail, but item number one would be in relation to the maximum structure size of an industrial warehouse, and that would be based on the proximity of the warehouse to a sensitive receptor. Number two would be the maximum structure height, and that would also be based on its proximity to sensitive receptor. The setback requirements for the structures on the site, and again, that would be based on proximity to a sensitive receptor. The distance of the bay doors, and that distance requirement would be based on, again, its proximity to any residences or other sensitive receptors. The height associated with a boundary wall, specifically for industrial warehouses. The stacking associated with the truck traffic along the main driveway, and that would be based on the number of dock doors associated with a warehouse. Landscape buffer, and that would be the linear dimension associated with a landscape buffer, as well as the tree box size. And those requirements would be based on the proximity to a sensitive receptor. And number 8, the housing replacement requirement. Currently, there is a requirement as part of AB 98 where you're required to replace any residential units that are removed as part of an industrial project. And number 9 was to simply update the definition of a sensitive receptor in order to be consistent with the state legislation. This is also going to include an update to the Good Neighbor Guidelines that would be consistent with the policy framework that we're going to present here tonight. So item number 1 had to do with the maximum structure size associated with an industrial development project. Currently, the City of Paris does not have something that is specifically analogous to this. So something to keep in mind is that the City of Paris does not limit structure size based on its proximity to a sensitive receptor. We just have a 50% lot coverage requirement. And so that's applied to all industrial projects. However, the City of Riverside developed a different methodology that it limits the square footage, the maximum square footage of an industrial warehouse based on its proximity to a sensitive receptor. So the closer that you are to a sensitive receptor, the more restrictive the standard. So as you can see, the City of Riverside's providing a 10,000 square foot limit if you are within 200 feet of a sensitive receptor, 100,000 square foot limit if you are between 201 and 800 feet of a sensitive receptor, 400,000 square foot limit for a warehouse if you're between 801 to 1,500 square feet from a sensitive receptor. And if you're over 1,500 square feet, then at that point we would default to the 50% lot coverage, since our standard would be more restrictive than the City of Riverside. So the highlighted cells that you see there are what staff is recommending. And then the last column, all the way on your right-hand side, you see the overall policy recommendation. And so that's what we're proposing as part of item number 1. With regards to item number 2, the city does not have a height limit that is based on sensitive receptors. It just has a standard height limit of 50 feet for all industrial warehouses. The City of Riverside limits the height of a warehouse based on its proximity. If you're within 200 feet of a sensitive receptor, the height limit would be limited to 35 feet. If you're beyond 200 feet, they increase the height to 45 feet, and that's what's being recommended. With regards to setbacks, they vary. For the most part, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend a lot of the setbacks that are associated with, that we currently have in our zoning ordinance. So for the typical setback along a front yard for a warehouse would be 35 feet. There is not a setback requirement for a side yard if the side yard is not adjoining a non-residential or a non-sensitive receptor. If you are adjoining a sensitive receptor, the setback would increase to 60 feet. The street side yard would be the same as the front yard setback requirement of 35 feet. There would be no minimum rear yard setback if it is not adjacent to a residence or another sensitive receptor. And if it is adjacent to a sensitive receptor, the rear yard would increase to 60 feet. So that's what's being recommended overall based on our review of the City of Paris, City of Riverside, the Good Neighbor Guidelines, and AB 98. Go ahead.
Here's a question.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could jump in.
Yes, go ahead.
Because it's a presentation. Can we go back to slide number 1, please?
Yes.
Would it be possible to say whichever, because I know we're doing like within 200 feet of a sensitive receptor, we're going with 10,000 square feet. Can we say 10,000 square feet or 50% lot coverage, whichever is less? Because
Yeah.
it might be 10,000 feet, might be more than the 50%.
Right. So yeah, the Planning Commission has the flexibility to propose whatever you want. I think what we can do is we can go over these
And then
come
at the
back
end make a
item by item,
recommendation?
and yeah, we can definitely develop a framework that's slightly different than what's being proposed,
Okay.
and we can take that into consideration and take it to
Take
the
it
City
back to-
Council as we move it forward. But yes, we can say or 50%, whichever is lower.
Whichever is lower,
Yeah, we can.
10,000
That's
or
actually
50%.
we can include a footnote here.
Okay.
So on this presentation, or in order to make it as simple as possible, we didn't include a lot of the footnotes. But my requirement one of my suggestions would be to potentially add a footnote that says or 50%, whichever is lowest, and we can include that in each one of the cell boxes. So that's actually a very good comment. So we can definitely do that.
Okay, thank you.
But we can discuss it further
At the end. Okay,
yes.
I was making notes, but I was like, I don't know if I can.
Yeah, but there's a lot of information here, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm
if
like,
you
I'm
have
afraid.
questions, feel free to stop me. That way I can provide some additional context.
Okay.
And then we can come to a consensus at the end of the presentation once we wrap up all the items.
Okay.
So with regards to the setbacks, obviously the far right column is what we're recommending, and we're recommending sort of a mixture between City of Paris and City of Riverside. For the most part, the setbacks that are provided by the City of Paris tend to be the more restrictor setbacks, with the exception of if you're on a side or a rear yard and adjoining a sensitive receptor. So they're adopting they were at that, when we reviewed them back in, I believe it was June, they had a more restrictive policy if you were adjacent to a sensitive receptor. With regards to number 4 is the distance that's required by the bay doors. The city of Paris and the city of Riverside, I don't think has a standard pertaining to that specific requirement. The Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines actually does. They require a minimum distance of 300 feet in order to reduce a lot of the impacts associated with having bay doors or dock doors directly adjacent to residents. AB 98 tends to be more restrictive, so they require 300 feet for industrial, a 300-foot distance requirement. However, that distance increases to 500 feet if it involves a rezone. So that's something that's required by the state, by the new state law. So that's what.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can we be stricter than what AB 98
Yes.
recommends? Okay.
So part of the direction that we received from City Council is to potentially explore options that are more restrictive
More
than that.
restrictive, because I'm thinking 500 should be just a flat.
What we attempted to do as part of our methodology, and thank you for stopping me, that way I can clarify, is we attempted to see these different sources and what type of standards were out there.
I like that.
And then what we did is, based on what we saw, we attempted to kind of
Like the
go
more
with the more restrictive
That's
standard.
what I'm noticing, the pattern, but.
Yes, so
Okay.
that was kind of the level of analysis or the method. But any one of these standards can be changed. So now that you know that information.
To be
feel-
more restrictive. We can't be
Correct.
less, but we can be more.
You can be more, right? So we would have to, at the very least, be consistent with AB 98. But what you can do is, if you think about it, and if you want to go with something stricter, we can definitely entertain that. So item number 5 was the stacking along a truck entry gate. So the requirements varied. City of Paris and the City of Riverside zoning codes don't have a requirement. AB 98 does have a requirement that they provide 50 feet from property line with an increase of up to 70 feet for every 20 bays beyond 50. Currently, the Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines has a more restrictive standard of 150 feet with an additional 75 feet of queuing required for every 20 dock doors beyond 40 up to 300. We are recommending the 150 with the clarification that multiple lanes should be permitted. That's a common design that we have nowadays, and it tends to work pretty well. So that's what's being recommended.
And what happens if it's beyond 300?
If it's beyond 300, there would be no additional stacking requirement that would be required. So the notion is that once you get to over 300, whatever queuing depth or stacking depth
Should be enough.
should be enough to accommodate, correct. Item number 6 is the wall height requirements along the perimeter of an industrial site. So this is just your perimeter screening wall requirement. The City of Paris requirement within the zoning code is 12 feet. Riverside has a requirement of 10. The Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines requires 14, and AB 98 references 10. So we are recommending 14 feet, which would be consistent with the Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines. Landscape buffer and tree size requirement based on proximity to a sensitive receptor. Let me quickly explain what that means. AB 98 specifically, as well as the Good Neighbor Guidelines, has a requirement that if you are adjacent to a sensitive receptor, you have to have a landscape buffer that has to meet a certain linear dimension. And within that area, there's certain sort of increased landscape requirements that are typically required in an attempt to mitigate any potential impacts associated with an industrial use. So as part of that, they typically, what we saw in most of the regulations, they require larger tree size. So typically tree size, they come in box sizes, and they're 24, 36, 48. They can be much larger as well. And so what we attempted to do is figure out what type of buffers are out there and what type of tree sizes are being required within the buffer area and beyond the buffer area. So the one thing that we notice is that AB 98 requires a 50-foot requirement. That's if it's within 900 feet of a sensitive receptor. That 50-foot requirement increases to 100 feet if a rezone is involved. So the only differentiation is there a rezone or is there not a rezone? What AB 98 does not address necessarily is what's required if it's beyond 900 feet. So that's probably one of the directions that we would be seeking from the Planning Commission is what if the industrial use is more than 900 feet away from a residence. What, should we keep it at 50 or should it go lower, greater? Should there be one? That's one of the, I think, policy recommendations that we would be looking from the Planning Commission. We are recommending 50 feet.
If
and
you
fi-
can clarify, is that 900 feet from the property line to property line or from building to building?
Typically, it would not be from building to building. It would be from property line to property line. That would be kind of the most conservative estimate from my recollection. But that's something that can also be clearly defined by the Planning Commission. If you would like to adopt a certain methodology that is maybe more restrictive, that's something that's at your discretion.
On the same, on the slide, you got 50 feet, 100 feet of rezone is required, but on the recommended documentation here, it says 30 feet.
That is correct, and that was a typo. So I would like to clarify that. That was done in an attempt to include the existing buffer requirement within the Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines. The Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines requires 30 feet, even if it's not, regardless of whether it's within 900 feet or beyond 900 feet. AB 98 really only requires that if it's within 900 feet. So this requirement would only be triggered if you're relatively close to a sensitive receptor. If not, we could always go with that 30-foot requirement. So that is a good catch, and I'd like to clarify that that item on the staff report was a typo, but on the condensed table, I believe it did show the correct dimensions. So thank you for bringing that up.
Is the reason why there's a difference between if a rezone is required, it's because if you bought your house there, you already knew that the adjacent land was zoned industrial or should have done your homework?
I think that when you look at AB 98, the purpose of the legislation is to account for impacts that industrial uses have on residential. That's really where a lot of the impact is. And a lot of the times when it involves a rezone, it means that you're rezoning land that was not really intended for industrial, and there may be sensitive receptors.
Okay.
So every time that a rezone would be involved, you would be required to meet sort of a higher burden, a more restrictive standard. That's what AB 98 requires, and that's what we're recommending. But if it's beyond 900 feet, I think one of the items that we would be looking from you is, Commissioner Shively indicated, is do you want to keep it at 50? You can reduce it to 30, consistent with the Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines, but it's one of the items that neither our code or the Good Neighbor Guidelines or AB 98 necessarily clarifies.
Addresses, yeah.
Right, so it's something for your consideration.
Okay.
The other requirement is tree size if within a landscape buffer. So typically, most of the requirements range between 24-inch box all the way up to 48-inch, depending on which source you were looking at. So as an example, our city code requires that 30% of the trees be a minimum of a 36-inch box. The Paris Good Neighbor Guidelines requires 36 and 48-inch box. My recollection on that is that they think it requires a 50-50 split. So at least 50% of the trees, if it's industrial, 50% of the trees have to be 36 and 50% of the trees have to be 48-inch box. And that ultimately, we're recommending the 36 as well as the 48-inch box requirement for that. Tree size for any tree that's proposed beyond the landscape buffer, we're recommending 36-inch, which is consistent with what we saw in from other places. Number 8, the housing replacement requirement. So currently, there is state law that requires that any housing unit that's demolished or removed has to be replaced, whether it's industrial or non-industrial. So that's one thing to keep in mind. AB 98 increases that requirement. What AB 98 says is that if you have an industrial development project and that leads to the removal of residential units, you have to replace those units at a ratio of 2-to-1. So for every 1 unit that you remove, you would have to replace them with 2 units. That's what we're recommending as part of this one. So this is something where obviously the state has declared a housing crisis throughout the state, and they're attempting to maintain the housing stock. There's already state law that requires that the units be replaced, but this increases that requirement. Number 9 is just updating the definition of a sensitive receptor. There's not too much to this one. Basically, it defines a sensitive receptor to include residences, residential zones, schools, daycare facilities, publicly owned parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas primarily used by children, nursing homes, long-term care facilities, hospices, convalescent homes, or similar live-in housing and hospitals as defined by Health and Safety Code Section 128700. And that is a definition that's consistent with Assembly Bill 98. Overall, the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Section 15060C3 and 15061B3. We are recommending that the Planning Commission provide direction on this item and recommend that the City Council adopt resolutions number 2521 and 2522, finding that the project is exempt from the CEQA guidelines pursuant to Section 15060C3 and 15061B3. Keep in mind that Resolution 2521 is the resolution in relation to the zoning code text amendment, and Resolution 2522 is a resolution in relation to the amendments to the Good Neighbor Guidelines in order to synchronize both documents. And also approve the zoning code text amendment number 25-00005 based on the findings contained as part of the resolutions. That concludes the presentation. I think we can go item by item if.
I just have one more quick question.
Go ahead.
Can we go back to the one that describes sensitive receptors? That one. I think something that is missing from sensitive receptors, I work in education, so we see a lot of walks of life. I didn't see like group homes or things like a recovery facility for
Would that maybe fall
rehab, like a
under
rehab or
long-term care facilities?
No, recovery is very different from long-term facilities. Long-term care means like you have physical
Or-
therapy, things like that. Like I'm thinking like a rehab, group homes, so when juveniles are released back, they live in group homes. So I don't know if that falls into any of those.
Can we add?
I believe from the state requirement, and I'll let city attorney correct me on this, but a lot of those uses are considered residential in nature, so I think they would be included, but
Included?
I'll be
Okay.
happy to defer that to our legal counsel.
What about like communal places of worship, like churches and stuff?
Yeah.
So what this definition is proposing is to go with the definition in Government Code Section 65098E,
Okay.
but to add to it residential zones as opposed to just residences, because the definition in Government Code Section 65098E says residences, but not residential zones. So like, for example, undeveloped areas in residential zones would be captured by this definition, but not the government code. And I'm checking the government code section right now to see about the other question.
Maybe we can come back to that one
Yeah,
while he's
as he
researching.
researches that. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So
Thank
we
you.
can definitely amend it as long as typically we want to make sure that whenever we're amending something like this, because it's coming from a bill, that we're not doing anything that wouldn't be kosher as far as the law.
We can have a stricter definition, we just can't have a less strict definition where AB 98 applies.
So you're talking about potentially churches, or like one we approved down on Betty Road where it was temporary, like you go from Kaiser and they send them there for a previous. But isn't that, would that be?
I have the definition here if you'd like. So under Government Code Section 65098E, it says sensitive receptor means one or more of the following. Number one, a residence, including but not limited to a private home, apartment, condominium unit, group home, dormitory unit, or retirement home. Number two, a school. Number three, a daycare facility, including but not limited to in-home daycare. Number four, publicly owned parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas. Number five, nursing homes, long-term care facilities, hospices, convalescent facilities, or similar live-in housing. And six is hospitals. That's it.
It would just be adding that extra because group home was not identified here, but it is part of the code description under number one.
Group home is already in there, so that's why it's, what you're seeing on the screen is.
Summary?
the underlined portion is what the city currently has in its good neighbor guidelines for a sensitive receptor, which doesn't quite align with the AB 98 definition because AB 98 didn't exist when the good neighbor guidelines were adopted. So we're bringing them in line by saying, we're going to go with the AB 98 definition, but we're going to add residential zones, not just residences.
Okay.
And yeah, since it's already covered, group home is already covered by
Yes.
the government code section, you don't need to call it out here.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Can we include churches and places of worship?
Churches are referenced, I believe, in there.
It wasn't included in the government code.
Oh,
I don't see churches being referenced, or I'll check for places of worship. No, it's not referenced, so yeah, that would be something you would need to add. And I don't see why you couldn't.
I do have a clarification question on that, just because I have seen churches that like lease out a small business park, or they can lease areas, some venues in non-typical, not where you would expect a place of worship. Would that be detrimental to this, I guess?
I think you're right. A place of worship could be anywhere, and it may not involve a sensitive population as far as health-wise. I think this definition is getting at places where you have children, but people who have, who are in poor health, and so they're sensitive populations in the sense of
But I
being
see what you're
exposed to-
saying. But like if it's a church, like a bigger church that has like a school attached to it, it would be protected under this because there's children there
Right, if there's
longer.
a school with the church, then that's
Okay.
covered, yeah.
Okay.
To include places of worship or, no? Okay.
To clarify schools, are schools actually elementary school, high schools, or college?
And charter schools, because there's a mover. Charter schools are taking over old shopping.
School, it
areas.
says, a school including but not limited to a preschool, pre-kindergarten, or school maintaining kindergarten or any grades 1 to 12 inclusive. So it doesn't include a college.
So it does protect.
College, no
Charter
colleges,
schools.
no tech schools?
Yeah, it
nothing.
would protect charter schools.
But it wouldn't do any tech schools or colleges?
Only if they're K through 12.
Anything that's,
Community colleges.
beyond 12th grade would not be covered.
Well, what if we include above or any type of schooling? Yeah,
That's what we're saying, schools. They're not saying public, it's be private, public. But I think the idea is if the
Doesn't say
church had a
public or
school,
private.
that would be the issue.
yeah, I think we should include all levels of education.
Community college, yeah? They figure college school students are so loud anyway, they wouldn't make it. No, that's.
All right, it's officially past midnight.
Well, that would be in addition. Would not be something covered here, but that would be something City of Paris would add, right? If he's talking about college, and so we would have to
That would be
add-
a local, more restrictive.
We like restrictions. I think, unless you had some other change, I think the changes, were there other?
I think I do. Could we go back to number 4, please?
Before.
So I was following pretty closely when AB 98 was going through the channels. I know that the prevailing recommendation at that time from a lot of the, I think like the American Lung Association, I know WRCOG recommended buffers for sensitive receptors to be at least like 300 meters, which is about 1,000 feet. I don't know. That's what the original guidance was. I would be interested in getting somewhere near that to try and meet that standard to offer the most protection for residents. I don't know if you guys were open to a conversation about that.
What if we do 500 feet for industrial and then 800 feet for rezone, just to up it a little bit?
We could, and when we're thinking distance from sensitive receptor, I think identifying if it's I'm just thinking if you have a huge lot and it's going from lot line, you can have a ADU pretty close to the lot line and that would be closer to the bay doors. You know what I mean? Like if you have an ADU right against your back, and if we say we're not describing what the sensitive receptor place to measure is, can we specify from?
So you're
Yeah.
saying to specify further lot line to
Not from
dock
lot
door.
line, but from
Oh, from sensitive
whichever
receptor itself.
is, again, which one
Whichever is
is
closer.
more. So like if it's more to be from the lot line, that's what we want. If it's more to be from the door,
In any situation, wouldn't it be the most conservative option
do it
to
from-
go from the lot line?
That is that is a very conservative way, but this truck
Doesn't-
loading bay is, I think is the minimum distance from the truck loading bay to the property line.
yeah.
Oh, it is to the property?
Or to the sensitive receptor property line.
Right, it's from the nearest truck loading bay to the sensitive receptor.
The
But
building
how do we
itself.
measure?
The sensitive receptor, since we're saying it could be a residential zone, it could be the line of the zone.
Okay, so it
Or
would
it
be
could
the-
be, if it's a school, it could be the property line of the school.
Okay, so it could be the backyard lot line is the closest sensitive receptor, you're not the sensitive receptor only when you're inside the house, it's your whole property.
Correct, or
Okay.
it could skip a property and be the next property over. So it could be still 300 feet or 500 feet, but skip a small strip mall or something like that and then be a residence behind that.
Okay, so it would still be within the 500 or whatever feet, okay.
Yeah, I look at 300 feet, and because I'm so technical, I would say that minimum 300 feet, because if you have industrial development, in some cases, it might not be reasonable to be more than that, because otherwise you're just not going to have it. So if you have, it would depend. So in cases you want to set a minimum, if you set a minimum 500, the minimum would be 500. It could be maximum 50. But in some cases, we had a few cases where it just was not possible to have but we set 300. But if you can't do 300, you got a problem if it's a sensitive receptor. So it's going to be, if the minimum has to be there, a 500 or a minimum 400 or a minimum 300, then we need to discuss if should there be a minimum. But at least we want to be in line with AB 98, So I'm looking at, if we're saying 300 feet for industrial to a sensitive receptor, we're not. Now, again, if you had ADUs in the backyard, we're not talking about the building, right? We're just talking about the property line.
I also have an issue with this because it's to the closest bay door, and we have seen a few where they have the parking, but it right against the sensitive receptor or that nearest, so it kind of closes, because I think the goal of having them is to keep them as far away from the sensitive receptor as possible, but their parking is closer, so I think we have to find a way to word it so it's more strict, so there's no parking against
But
those sensitive receptors.
there's another portion of in here that's probably a little bit more restrictive than the truck loading bay. So the other portion of this, say, from basically industrial property line
To the buffer, yeah, the buffer line,
sensitive receptor,
yeah.
which could be more restrictive than actually the truck loading bay.
Yeah, because they need that buffer. Yeah, we need to increase it somewhere so there is a larger distance between.
So I would just remind the commission that we still have public comment. I think they're waiting, so.
So
before
would
we
it be
get into
ideal
deciding.
to have public comment first and then maybe
I think
bring it back
before you
to-
get into deciding too much, you should hear
Okay.
the public comment and then you can
Okay.
get into deciding.
Okay.
Perfect.
Right
I got-
now,
I-
if you have more questions for staff, now would be the time
Okay,
on the staff report.
Yeah, I got cut up the fact that it's the city of Paris. That's why I kind of ignored.
So my question to staff is, what happens if AB 98 is not approved by the assembly or signed by?
It's already
the-
been adopted into state law, but it takes effect on January 1st, the statewide development standards on warehouses take effect January 1st, 2026. But the bill has already been passed and it's already law, but the law said commencing January 1st, 2026, here are the statewide development standards.
Signed by the governor and everything.
Yeah, everything. And this was, I think it was passed in 2024 and took effect January 1st, 2025, but it says commencing January 1st, 2026, here are the new development standards.
That's why we want to get in line with. We want to be in line with the AB 98. Okay. Yeah. Oh, let's open it up to public comment. Any member of the public would like to comment on this item and this item only, and I appreciate your patience. Just state your full name and give. Oh, you have the blue page. Oh, okay. Okay, very good.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. It was going to be evening, but now we're almost at midnight, yeah. My name's Evan McCray, last name MCCRAY. Obviously, you guys can tell I'm here. Usually I'm here to support things. Tonight, I do not support what you guys are looking at right now. I'm here despite the fact that I got to be up in a few hours. You mentioned you're up at 4:30 sometimes back when you used to work. Well, I'm still working. And all the guys behind me are still working too, so it's been a really long night. And I wanted to get here and talk to you guys because it's about something that's important to us, not just me, but everybody else here. And I really hope it doesn't fall on deaf ears because you guys are almost making decisions. And then, oh yeah, we still got public comment, so I hope you guys do kind of. Oh, I understand. I remember your comment from the last one, so, We're opposed to changing the zone code, obviously. The change in language closes the door on economic opportunities for many working families in this community. Not just mine, but everybody else's. I ask that you take into account the negative economic impacts this will have. You guys make it pretty stringent for anybody to come in here and develop a coffee shop, much less anything else. With this, you guys are just going to continue to drive them away. And I don't know what you guys' plan is for the future, but with nobody coming around to invest, how are you guys going to build the roads, infrastructure, everything else? You guys are going to have to wait. Everything's going to get deteriorated. And then they're going to go, well, that's what we wanted, but we really would like some infrastructure. Oh, I wish we had some people to invest in where we're going to be. Well, what could they invest in? Where can they go? Oh, they could build a coffee shop after 2 years, going back and forth about the color of the coffee shop. Overall, I would say I'm pretty frustrated. I think everybody else here is too. I wish you guys would take into account the fact that AB 98, yes, it is law, but it is also being currently amended. So you guys should wait till the amendment comes through to really make a decision. This feels rushed to me. It was brought up at the last council meeting, and now you guys are here. You guys should really take your time to think about it. Really weigh the options here. Understand you guys want to be like Riverside. They got the most stringent, stuff in all the region. But just think about it. There's a difference in size. There's a difference everywhere. So with that, I do just want to ask you guys, please reject this proposal. Like I said, it's rushed. AB 98 is not a sure thing. It is law, but it's being amended. The economic opportunities will crush this community. And please just don't make it harder for us to provide for our own families. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Well, you got the sheet.
Good evening. It's Bill Blankenship again, last name Blankenship, here representing the Logistics Association, NAOP, Inland Empire Chapter. There's a lot to talk about, and I'd like to echo something that was just said by the last speaker. This is rushed. It was the last council meeting one of the council members said, let's bring this forward, let's not wait for Riverside. Riverside has spent 3 years deliberating on their good neighbor policy or new language to an existing policy that was adopted in 2020. They have also a very restrictive good neighbor policy in place today, much like yours, and you saw comparisons to your current policy, Riverside's current policy, and what Riverside is proposing. For 3 years, what they're proposing is out there, and it doesn't have the support to move forward. It was debated again last night and pushed further down the road to wait and see what happens with AB 98. That was also talked about tonight. AB 98
I've met with both of the authors of AB 98 and the co-authors of the two bills that are there currently in process, and they've received over 200 suggested amendments. There's been about 15 amendments that have been applied to both bills that are pending, and both bills are sitting in their appropriate appropriations committees waiting for movement. AB 98 was literally cooked up in 3 days at the legislative limit when the governor signed it, and both authors said it needs to be fixed. So even when they adopted, even when the governor signed it, they knew they were putting forward something that was flawed and very difficult to enforce. The League of Cities, Counties, business, wide range of folks are trying to work to fix AB 98. So adopting standards for AB 98 probably doesn't make sense yet. Now, if the legislature doesn't do anything, governor doesn't sign anything, then it does make perfect sense, because that will be the law. And that's what every city should do, is they should recognize the current law and how that affects their existing good neighbor policies. There's a lot that was discussed tonight about sensitive receptors. Churches, many churches are buried in industrial complexes. That's not an appropriate use for a good neighbor as part of a sensitive receptor. There's a wide range of other things that are sensitive receptors and should be honored. There's a lot to talk about. The industry has not been at the table. We just heard about this. We didn't see anything until it was publicly noticed Friday evening. So we're just reading what you folks are seeing tonight. And the industry really needs to be at that table. There needs to be a thoughtful process. As I mentioned, the city of Riverside.
Thank you. Mhm. Anyone else? Are we good? Okay, we close the public comment portion and come back to the commission. Unless the city had, we can't say the city has rebuttal. I don't know, we could say the city could come back. I don't think he wants to, okay. So we come to the commission for any discussion on this item.
I do want to thank the speakers. I mean, you're obviously very passionate about it. You've been here. It's just about midnight, so thank you. I do take what you said into consideration, and I think we'll use your feedback moving forward in our discussion. So, but I just wanted to extend a thank you for your time. It is 5 minutes to midnight, and I definitely recognize your tenacity tonight. We're all in it together. Agreed. There is more discussion.
I do also want to thank the speakers, our speaker tonight. You guys stayed super late. And there was one part that I completely agree with, but completely disagree with. We were hard out on the coffee, but it went through. So we understand we have those limitations. We are strict, not because we want to be, but because, like you all, we live in the community. And also, coffee houses, everybody else can also, we encourage developers to use our unions. It's not just industrial. We're hoping that it really spreads so everybody uses them. But I do have a question for our staff. It is a minute till midnight. I feel like this is like a really robust piece. And we would need more discussion time. Like, I think this is something that deserves a lengthier amount of time for us to sit up here and discuss and get a little bit more guidance before I think we are able to make a decision. So I don't know if it's possible to move this to the first item at our next meeting. That way, that also gives us more time to dive deep, ask more questions. I think City 2 took notes on what our speakers said, and maybe gathering a little bit more information. That way, we make more awake, more well-informed decisions I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel.
I agree. I think more time to just look at each item individually so that we could, I think if all of us take the time and just have our own suggestions and we come back to the next meeting and start dishing them out and just discuss them, I think it'll be a better idea for us.
Yeah, I agree. Well rested, more well thought out, and then we can reach out to our neighbors and those who will be most greatly affected by it as well. I think that would be the most fair option.
Would the commission like to continue it to a date certain? Is it September 17th? For the benefit of the people who are in attendance today?
Would it be possible to request that it be put on the first item? I mean, these people usually, I'm assuming work pretty far away because there isn't a lot of things going on here, so I'm assuming they have to get up extra early to get to work. Is it possible to request that we do move it to September 17th and have it be the first item?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, go ahead, you had something.
So, AB 98 is something we have to adopt and get a resolution to, regardless of whether it's approved now or going to be amended. It's just how are they going to amend it? And us taking the position of the more stringent item between Riverside and Paris is the plan, without even understanding what
Yeah.
the amendments are going to be. So I'm okay with postponing it or moving forward with it now. So.
Yeah, I'm not going to prolong it. I know these guys are late. This is the direction of the city council, and you must understand that bottom line. And never forget that, because as a city employee, when you get directed to do it, you pay attention, period. Okay, so I'm the only one here who's been a city employee. I understand what happens when you do that. But we want to make sure that we make the decisions that are, and not sitting here at 12 o'clock midnight, but sitting here and make the decisions. AB 98 is the law, it's the law. You will comply with the law, whether we like it in the city, whether we like it sitting out there, you will do it. And they do make changes. You will understand that we will do it. Now, whatever they do in Sacramento, and I get all these texts from Cal Matters and League of California, I get constant bombardment with that stuff. And I have to stop it sometimes. But I know where they're on that, but it's still AB 98 has been signed. Now, if they make amendments, that's another thing. From our standpoint, it's a lot to comprehend in a short period of time. If we're not under some deadline that we have to do it by a certain date, it would make certain sense to move it on to another date. That's not a problem for me. Just understand that, we have to balance that with what their demands are at another. We serve at the behest of the city council, guys. So we have to understand that balance too. If they want a certain thing done, you have to make some decisions about that. On the other hand, we want to make the right decisions, and we want to make them thoughtful. So I'm not going to prolong it and say that I would not be against, and I'm looking at staff, and I see Patricia's ready to go to sleep. But in all that, this is an important issue, and it's a really important issue. So if it's not all possible, if the consensus, we can move it. So I'm assuming September. I keep saying 17th. It is the 17th, right? That's the third. Yeah, because Labor Day we would do it earlier, but that gives more than enough time. Maybe to even an explanation for AB 98 in more detail. Understanding that some of the things, maybe Riverside, I don't think it's going to finish theirs by then. Yeah, too big. They have 400,000 people. We have 80,000. So, let's be considerate too. Okay, we don't stop development here. We have a lot of development coming, guys. So we're the most stringent and most difficult commission because we are demanding of doing things the right way. So if we seem that way, we're not going to stop. We demand high-level architecture. We demand high-level buildings, so we're not going to apologize for that. So all I'm saying is September 17th is as an agreement, then we're going to have to make a motion to move it to a calendar date specific of the 17th of September. Then we can't really, we're just continuing. Okay.
And the motion should specify the time and place.
Yeah, well, it better be here. Yeah, you're right.
But regular meeting place and time
Yeah,
as
regular
well as
meeting,
on
6
September
p.m. in the
17th.
city council chambers on the 17th of September. If there's no objection, we can move to do that. If there's no objections, okay. Okay, so we just need a motion?
I'll move.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Jimenez
I'll second.
and seconded by Commissioner Menez. Jimenez.
And just to be clear, this is to continue the public hearing, correct?
Yeah.
With keeping it open and continuing it, okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sharley,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes. Mhm.
With a motion of 5-0 to continue this item for September 17, 2025, at the City Council chambers, this motion is approved.
What you do, skipping the next meeting, obviously will not be meeting September the 3rd, because it's Labor Day. Is it that Monday or what? I guess it's that Monday, right? Okay, yeah, so Labor Day week, so obviously we would not be meeting that week. And I don't have any other than, the summer is here. It's going to be 107 tomorrow, so, be cognizant of that. Yeah, I'm getting her. Yeah, that's next. So with that, I don't have any announcements, and I'll leave it to our director.
I will be brief. We have, for the September 17th meeting, we have the two items that were continued today, the Nance Street maintenance and storage yards, and the zoning code amendment and amendment to the Good Neighbor Guidelines for compliance with AB 98. We also have a rezoning in the Green Valley specific plan area. We have commercial development over on Ramon Expressway between I-215 and Webster. We have a CUP to upgrade alcohol sales at the 7-Eleven gas station on Paris Boulevard. And we have an amendment to the specific plan for consistency with AB 98. And those are all the items I have. I also would like to remind the commission that there is an APA Inland Empire Section workshop for planning commissioners on September 4th. And everyone is registered? Oh, absolutely, excellent. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Sylvia, for your hard work. And even Brad's awake, believe it or not, yeah. But thank you, guys, and with that, thank you to our city attorney for your input as always. Some of it's really tough, but anyway, with that, we say thank you. We adjourn. I don't think you can just pick a name. We don't have to worry about that. So, but anyway, thank you, and thank you for the audience and our IT people who stayed awake. And with that, good night.